Welcome to the budget workshop of the City Council. Today is June 4th, 2026. This meeting will now come to order. I'm beginning our meeting today. The mayor had a meeting this morning that he's running late getting back for, but we won't delay today's proceedings. So if you would, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Your Honor. Before I call the roll, I would like to announce that Mayor Gunter and Councilmember Long will be arriving after roll call, and I will mark them so. Mayor Pro Tem Steinke.
Here.
Council members Donnell.
Here.
Paduk.
Here.
Kilrain.
Here.
Lastra.
Here.
Lehman.
Here.
6 present and 2 excused.
Thank you. Item 4 is citizens input time. Citizens input time is a maximum of 60 minutes set forth for input of citizens on matters concerning the city government. 3 minutes per individual, 60 minutes total time. Anyone wishing to speak should have filled out a comment card by now. Madam Clerk, do we have any cards for citizens input?
We're collecting them. Just one moment, please.
Good morning, Tom Shadrack. Thanks for y'all being here. It's going to be, I hope, a great discussion, especially in light of the property tax reform that's most likely going to pass. I did go on the calculator that was put out by the state to see how much it would save on my property. You just type in your address and it gives you a number, $3,200 a year in tax savings for me. Now, that's not just Cape Coral, that's across Lee County, the mosquito board, all that stuff would be reduced by that. But it gives me an idea that if I have that much money that I'm not paying in taxes, and we've always talked about user fees, you know, paying for services, growth, paying for growth. So just if I got $3,200 extra, and I know our user fees are subsidized by 60%, usually because we've got tax money. So maybe all these user fees and impact fees need to be substantially increased now that residents have that money. Now, if I want to use the golf course, which I am a golfer, I don't mind paying more, that I've got $3,200 more in my pocket now, whereas the city's not necessarily subsidizing that, and they can start building revenue for their, for future endeavors too. So those fees should go up. Maybe the pickleball also doubles their fees so they can start planning for growth now that they've got more money in their pocket for those people that use that. Probably something to look at really strong here today on all our user fees, because revenue has got to start, people got to start, whatever they're using, there's no more subsidies, they got to start paying for what they're using. And we got a lot of city property, even change the structure, where you've got the courts. Maybe lease that facility, it starts generating a tax revenue as a commercial entity, and then those fees would pay for itself as well. So same as the golf course, lease the facility, it becomes a tax revenue generator as a commercial property, and it becomes a profitable endeavor that we just get a revenue share. No risk, all these properties that we have, and maybe, it's even talked about the yacht club, selling it, just like make it the Westin Hotel area, the Cape Harbor area, beautiful, privately run, profitable areas, and a great thing for service to our citizens. So I think we really got to look at maybe even leasing or the entire property or selling the yacht club to make it a revenue generator, and that would be a taxable entity then, and really help ourselves as a commercial entity. We talk about getting commercial entities. We got to look at all these products that we have, that we pay for, that could generate revenue that we could lease. Thank you. Other things too to come.
Thank you. Any other cards or any other citizens wishing to speak?
No more cards, sir.
Thank you. Seeing none, citizens' input is now closed. Turn the gavel back over to the mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open it up for any council discussion for citizens' input. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item 5 is business. 5A is the summer budget workshop, and I will turn it over to the city manager to start with.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, council. A lot to talk about today and a lot to unpack. I'm going to just summarize our journey for today. We're going to start off our discussion like we did the past several years. We're going to look at where the general fund requests came in, what the department heads had asked for. But along that journey this year, it's important to unpack the entire general fund. And we've done that in several different ways. We've done it by categories of expense: personnel, operating, debt, transfers. We looked at personnel, operating, capital. And as we're going through those discussions, I want you to keep in the back of your mind the property tax reform proposal. So it is what it is today, but I need you to be mindful of where we might wind up in order to see that there really is no way to trim to a number that large. And you'll be able to see that. It is going to take whole-scale eliminations to get to that number. Or, let's fast forward to the end of the discussion, a whole new way of thinking about how to fund local government. And we are going to propose to you a way to do that, that fits within the statute, fits within the legal framework that we have available to us, and show you we do not need to reduce anything, but that would be a choice that the city council needs to do. So we are going to start with kind of where we are, keeping in mind that that is back there, showing you that there really is, and let me pick on last night, you know, if we want to stop the enhanced code enforcement, that's $200,000. You need, you know, several hundreds of those throughout the budget, stopping all those. And so what you wind up doing is making the programs ineffective. But eventually what you're doing is you're still short and need to basically eliminate it. So, but when we get to the end, you will see we've kind of repackaged a new framework on how to think about how to budget in local government, and let the community know and let the employees know, the businesses, the taxpayers, there is a way to keep doing what we have, but that is going to take some new mindset and some new thought process on how we move forward. So with that, I will turn it over to our finance department and allow them to start the presentation.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Nicole Reitler, Deputy Financial Services Director. Today, I'm going to walk you through our annual summer budget workshop. Thank you for joining us. Over the next 2 days, we're going to provide you with information on your fiscal year 2027 requested budget, including some of the latest updates from our property appraiser. We'll discuss departmental needs, and we'll go over the plans for the future for the city. Each year, I like to begin by taking a moment to highlight our city's vision and mission, two of these strategic points that drive the development of our budget each year. Our vision is that Cape Coral will thoughtfully grow into a vibrant and inclusive community that encourages residential character, creates economic opportunity, and ensures respect for its unique environment. And our mission is to provide services and resources that enhance the quality of life for those who live, learn, work, and play in our city. Today's schedule includes an overview of our budget development process and an introduction into your fiscal year 2027 requested budget. We will be focusing on our general fund and including an in-depth breakdown of key expenditures. We will walk through general fund revenues, focusing on ad valorem and updates from our property appraiser. We have summary highlights on the proposed property tax relief, followed by a discussion on debt. Departmental directors will walk you through their fiscal year 2027 request, and then we will wrap up the day with a discussion on funding and council direction. At any point, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, and I'll do my best to provide you with that information. So, as we begin the budget process each year, it's important to note policy number 1. Per the city's financial policies, each year we must have a structurally balanced budget. Structural balance commits us to develop and maintain a budget where current revenues equal current expenditures in the current and our forecasted years. By striving for achieving and maintaining structural balance, it provides the city with the ability to provide high-quality services for our residents and meet the needs of the city. Budget development for fiscal year 2027 began in November of '26. As part of this process, staff conducted a comprehensive evaluation of key components, including our asset management program, focusing on strategic plan initiatives. We reviewed prior year forecasts, identified changes in personnel and operating expenditures, as well as analyzed current and projected revenues in order to build a comprehensive requested budget. For fiscal year 2027, the total all funds requested budget is $1,504,837,279. This does not include all program modifications that have been submitted by departments for increased personnel, operating, or capital. Program modifications, previously known as supplementals, are requests that departments submit during the budget process that represent a change in programming or needs for their department. The 2027 general fund requested budget is at $279,115,077, not including all program modifications. The fiscal year 27 proposed budget maintains our current millage rate at 5.1471 for the general operations based on July 1st taxable values. The budget does include an 81% cost recovery through the fire service assessment and proposes utility rate adjustments including 11% for water and sewer rates that have been previously approved, 4.49% for stormwater, and a 5% increase in solid waste. The total program modifications requested by departments for 2027 for general fund is at $53.7 million, and for all funds is at $180.8 million. The fiscal year 2027 requested budget is broken out by fund group. Expenditures are allocated into fund groups to ensure accountability, transparency, and compliance based on the source of the revenues and any restrictions that may exist for the spend of those revenues. The total overall budget for 2027 requested is $1.5 billion, and the chart shows the changes by fund group from our fiscal year 2026 adopted and amended through our 2027 through 29 requested budgets. The city's 2026 amended budget shows that we have 2,071.27 FTEs, not including our charter school or our CRA. During the development of the 27 budget, requested positions, 28.93 additional positions were added. Those positions were included based on need or had been previously included in departmental staffing studies or master plans. Those positions include for Parks and Rec, 2 park rangers, and 5.93 contract staff positions for summer camps. Within Public Works, we have 10 additional facilities positions. As the city continues to grow and additional facilities are added, staffing needs to be increased and additional personnel added in order to maintain those facilities. For stormwater, based on their previous rate study, 6 additional positions were added. For solid waste, an administrative assistant was added. And lastly, for water and sewer, based on their staffing study, 4 additional positions were added. We do have an additional 97 positions requested from departments on top of the 28.93 we have added. Okay. The chart before you breaks out the additional 97 positions that have been requested by departments. As you can see, we have for the city auditor, a reclass. Within the city clerk, a senior customer service rep. For our development services, they're requesting 2 additional positions and business systems analyst, and it's split in between the building fund and the general fund, and then they're also asking for a construction inspector. Within fire, they're requesting 14 additional positions, including a rescue unit for 4 and 4 firefighters. Parks and Rec, they're requesting 1 additional maintenance tech for the TDC. Within police, they're requesting an additional 34 positions, including 24 police officers. Public Works has an additional 45 positions requested. That does go between the general fund, the stormwater fund, fleet maintenance fund, and the CIP project management fund. And each of those range from various crews to operators, laboratory techs, mechanics, engineers, and construction inspectors. All of these were requested based on upcoming and future needs that the departments had expressed during the development process. The city manager's requested general fund operating budget for 2027 is $279,115,077 at a requested millage rate of 5.1471 mils. Revenue projections follow the city's financial policy number 2 on revenue estimates, and they include ad valorem taxes, conservatively budgeted at 96% of our total levy. Other revenues, currently budgeted at 95% of projected estimates, include our state shared revenues, franchise fees, public service taxes, and our 5-cent and 6-cent gas taxes. We are reviewing those overall estimates at the 95% and will be potentially presenting an increase from 95 to 98 in the future. But for this year, for our requested budget for 2027, the revenues are in there at 95%. The city's financial policies emphasize prudent expenditure management to maintain fiscal stability. Policy number 3 states that expenditures should be carefully controlled to ensure each fund maintains a positive cash balance or surplus at the end of the fiscal year. This approach promotes long-term financial health and preserves the city's ability to fund future needs and respond to unforeseen circumstances. During the budget process this year, and due to overall increases in cost of the board, both departments and staff focused heavily on budget to actuals and evaluated all expenditure lines in depth to ensure that we are forecasting only the needs of the department. The development of the personnel budget began back in February, where departments validated their existing FTEs and provided updates on any changes or requests for future years. The personnel budget is then updated and recorded into the budget at a given point in time. It's important to note that any changes after the upload of the personnel budget are not included in the final budget other than the addition of any additional FTEs throughout the budget process or any changes to union contracts that may impact the bottom line. For personnel services from 26 amended to 2027, we see a 7.1% increase. This is reflective of union contract increases as well as any additional personnel that were added during the budget process. Operating expenditures are carefully reviewed to ensure financial sustainability and alignment with community needs. Projected costs account for factors such as growth and inflation, with adjustments made to reflect program or departmental changes. Fiscal 2027 requested operating is 4.05% higher than our 2026 amended. Each year, we review all capital as phase 1 of our development of the budget. Our budget team works with each department to update and ensure that their capital requests on their A&P are inclusive of all of their needs, as well as all the costs associated with maintaining the department. Capital will go up and down depending on any new capital projects that are added each year, which will drive expenditures to rise and fall over the forecasted years. The charts on the slide illustrate the distribution of revenue sources that contribute to the general fund. The largest portion of general fund is ad valorem taxes that account for 59.7% of general fund revenue in fiscal year 2027, for a total of $165,092,423. This reflects a significant reliance on property tax collections. All other revenues total $111 million of our total budget for 2027. Some notable revenue streams include our public service tax, which represents 5.64% of total revenue, local half-cent sales tax at 8%, internal service charges at 7.69%, franchise fees at 4.17%, and our municipal revenue sharing at 3.87%. On Friday afternoon, we received the June 1st property appraiser values. During the development of the budget, we forecasted a 4.5% increase in values from the property appraiser. However, the estimates in June have come in at 2.34%, resulting in a deficit of $3,067,604. Combined with our existing deficit of $2,601,131, the general fund has a total deficit of $5,668,735 at this point for 2027. It's important to note that these values and projections will change once we receive our July 1st values, and pending any changes or adjustment that council requests or makes to the 2027 budget, that deficit will either increase or decrease. Jumping over to our 2027 proposed general fund expenditures. During the development of the budget, departments took a strong approach to hold the line from forecasted to requested. Every contract was reviewed, expenditure lines drilled down into, and service levels reviewed for efficiencies. As you can see in the chart, forecasted to requested shows a $59,000 decrease. The chart on the slide shows the department's focus on expenditure validation and their commitment to providing the best estimates based on their departmental needs. Each department director will walk through their requested budget more in depth later today and can provide you with some further detail. But I think it's important to note that overall, we did have a decrease from our forecast to requested. While not large, departments were able to work within their existing budgets by going line by line in order to account for any increases that we are seeing across the board in the upcoming fiscal 2027 year. Next, we're going to review a series of expenditure analysis charts. These charts are intended to provide council with several different perspectives on the city's spending patterns and financial commitments. As part of the annual budget development process, staff examines expenditures from multiple viewpoints to better understand how resources are being allocated across the city. Looking at expenditures through different groupings and categories allows us to identify trends, evaluate spending priorities, assess operational efficiency, and ensure that our resources are aligned with the city's strategic goals and service commitments. No single chart tells the complete story. Each chart highlights a different aspect of the city's expenditures and provides additional context to support informed policy discussions and our budget decisions. Together, these analyses help staff understand not only where funds are being spent, but also how these expenditures support the delivery of service to our residents. They're designed to facilitate discussion and provide transparency into the city's financial operations as we continue evaluating priorities for our upcoming fiscal year. So the first chart before you is our general fund expenditures by category. So when we build our budget, we build our expenditures into various categories. We group them on our chart. So our first category is our personnel. That is our largest category. This chart is focusing strictly on the general fund. So out of the $279 million in expenditures for fiscal year 27, $162 million is personnel costs. Our operating costs are at $75 million, with transfers out representing $32 million, and our capital at $8.6 million.
So this is where I want to jump. I'm going to start jumping in on each one of these slides to just kind of set the stage for the reform that we're looking at, the proposals, the tax reform. So consider 47 million. So we would have to wipe out all transfers and capital, and then an additional 7 million of operating, or we would have to wipe out over 50% of all the operating expenses if we wanted to keep all the employees and pay our debt, which means they would have nothing to work with. No contracts, paper. I mean, because as you'll see when we go through this, a good portion of that personnel is in public safety, which we know we can't reduce further than 5%. So then the only other option to get 47 million is to take it all from personnel, and 90 of that being protected. You're left with grabbing basically the entire what's left of the city. So just this one chart can show you the magnitude of what we're talking about in the general fund. As I said last night, respectfully, this is not a $200,000, go find 20 of those and we're gonna be okay. This is massive. And this chart and the next several are intended to show you across categories, across programs, across departments, across expense divisions, you'll start to see the magnitude. So just in this one, run through the exercise of where do you find that kind of revenue. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Steinke.
Mr. City Manager, your remarks are under the assumption that we manage this only from an expense side, not from a revenue side.
Yes, I want to, we're going to do the revenue side at the tail end. So I want to kind of set the stage of looking at all of our expenses, right? Because on one end, what we're talking about is let's just go right to the bottom and manage this from an expense side. On the other end, you have let's manage this from a revenue side and find ways to stay solvent. And then there's any variation combination of those in between. So we're gonna start with the expense side, then we're gonna shift later on on the revenue side to show how we can do it, and then there's any option in between.
And so for the public's sake, while when this tax reform was initially spoken about, a lot of our local legislators and our local delegation committed to bringing a revenue neutral change. To bring a revenue neutral change would have been a reduction in expenses and, a reduction in property tax, but a replacement with other revenue sources. In the legislation that's been brought forward that will be on the ballot, are there any revenue replacement accommodations in that legislation?
No.
So all of that revenue replacement would then be expected at the municipal level, at the city level, not bring forward in our state legislation.
Correct. It's on us. The what if or how we're going to solve portion of the equation of the choice being presented is on us.
So the promise of a revenue neutral proposal was not fulfilled.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Another way to look at our expenditures, we can go ahead and break it down by department. So the chart before you shows expenditures by department for the general fund. So at the top, you can see we have our police department at 94 million, dropping down to our government services at 58, sorry. Sometimes government services can be confusing. It kind of encompasses a lot of items. So some of the key expenditures in there is things like our self-health insurance plan, our on-behalf pension payments, interfund service payments, our transfers out are sitting there, building maintenance, and then some of our assessment betterment impact fees. Then we go down into our Parks and Rec at 35 million, Public Works at 25 million, Fire at 18 million. This represents the transfer out to the Fire Operations Fund. This is the 19% that is general fund share. Information Technology at 14, Development Services at 11, Financial Services at 5, City Manager at 4, City Attorney at 3.8, HR at 3.1, City Clerk at 2.5, Auditor at 1.6, and the City Council at 1.1, for our total budget of $279 million.
So on this chart, the first bar by statute is protected at 9. You cannot reduce that bar by more than 5% without having the state coming in and looking at what you're doing. The second bar is pension payments, healthcare, debt service payments, and then you have Parks and Rec and Public Works and Fire. If you were to add up all of the departments from the right moving back to the left from City Council, imagine that to to solve the equation from an expense side, every department after fire is eliminated. That's what it takes to get to 47 million. None of that exists. That's the magnitude of what we're talking about. If you follow the statute strictly, you will notice that Parks and Rec quality of life is not allowed to be funded by general fund. So for the sake of saying, what are other ways we can do this? We could wipe out the entire Parks and Rec department and still be another $12 million short.
Our next series of slides is going to focus on our category breakdowns, and we're going to go into a little bit more depth as far as what goes into those categories. So within our personnel expenditures, we have the bulk of our expenditures are our regular salary expenditures at 97 million. So out of personnel, which represents 162 million, 97 million is our staff salaries. Then we go down into our employee benefits at almost 32 million. We have our pension contributions at 22 million, then our FICA Medicare taxes at 7.6, and then all of our others for overtime at 2.5 million. That makes up our total personnel expenditures at 162 million.
So on this chart, we're talking about personnel expenses. Personnel, as you know, we have collective bargaining agreements, we have state statutes that require us to pay for various things. You've got federal taxes. Really, the only thing that's discretionary here would be overtime. So if we cut out all the overtime in the general fund, which includes overtime in police and fire, it's a $2.5 million issue. So to get access to any of the other bars, to try to reduce those, we would have to wait for negotiations to open and then reduce the level of benefits and reduce the amount of salary. Otherwise, the only option that we have, the only thing that government can do as part of management's rights is reduce staff levels. And through reduction of staff levels, then we get the associated reduction in benefits and taxes, federal taxes.
The next category we're going to drill into is our operating expenditure detail. A total of 75 million for our operating expenditures within the general fund. We have our interfund service payments at 12.5 million. Office and operating supplies at 12.2, repairs and maintenance at 11.8, on behalf pension payments at 8.2, other services at 7.2, utility services at 6.6, so on and so forth, all the way down to our printing and binding at $281,000.
So on this one, when we looked at the first chart, where we were looking at personnel operating capital, I said you had to basically cut over 50% of the operating that all the departments needed to get there. So buried within here in other services, for example, that $7.22 million number, that's the fifth bar, was the contract we were talking about last night. So look at how far back we would have to eliminate. The interfund service payments are the general fund paying other funds for either debt service. Office supplies are what you need to work with. Repair and maintenance is, fixing the copy machine, fixing the, equipment. Then you have the on-behalf pension payments for basically the retirees and firefighters that we have to transfer out. And then the utility service is the general fund's portion of water and sewer and electric. So you would have to eliminate essentially everything else, and I'm not even sure you're at 47 million.
Can I jump in here, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just
Go ahead.
real quickly. I mean, we're kind of doing an all or nothing approach here to this, which I guess take that as you will, but you could also theoretically chop 8% off each one of these, come up with 8 or 10 million just from this page alone. So there's a lot more ways of skinning the cat than saying, oh, let's keep the first 3 and eliminate the next 12. I mean, that's a pretty aggressive approach when you're trying to characterize something like that. I just want to make sure that that picture is also drawn. Thank you.
I don't have a problem with that. You take an 8% off of 75 million. You can do the math, 5.6 million, right?
Yeah, there's 100
But-
pages in this
But
slideshow.
you can't do that. You can't say, I'm gonna take 8% off the water bill. I'm gonna take 8% off the light bill. It's real easy to make characterizations like that.
Well, that's what you're doing here, though.
Yeah. I'm
We can
trying,
eliminate parks, and the children will have nowhere to play, and then we'll still be 10 million short.
I'm trying to show
I
you
mean,
the
we're living in the
magnitude
land of
that,
make-believe here.
I'm trying to show you the magnitude of the number so that you understand there's no way to get there by doing that. Right? I understand that people think we're gonna be able to go and say, well, let's just tell every department 5 or 10%. You're still not gonna reach the number. That's the only, and I don't need to say any more if you understand that that's what I'm trying to show. I need to get information out to the community. I need to get facts out. And when you look at it by department and know you can't touch the public safety greater than 5%, then you start to realize, now I gotta go shift the burden of that to the others, right? If you wanted to use an 8% across the board, that extra 3% now needs to go somewhere else. And so their numbers now are not even 8, now they're 9. And then within some of those, there's things we can't do, like turn off the lights and cut salaries, cut pensions, so you end up having to eliminate personnel. So when you start to layer in all of the things that we have to deal with, that's the intent of what I'm trying to display by going through each of these to show you there's no easy button here.
Okay. The next category we're going to take a look at is our general fund capital expenditures. So out of our 279 million, 8.6 million represents our capital expenditures. Within capital expenditures, we have 5.1 million set aside for equipment, and then we have 3.5 million for our vehicles. Our last category that we're going to take a look at is our transfers out expenditure detail. Transfers out represent 32 million of our total 279 million, with the first being our fire general fund share. That represents 19% of the fire operations total expenditure budget at 18.2 million. We have our transfers out for 7.7 million, and then we have our debt service payments at 6.4 million. The next table kind of brings everything into light together. So it takes into account all of our general fund expenditures by category, as well as account description in descending order. So it pulls in by category. Your personnel is in your green, your operating is in orange, capital is in yellow, transfers out in blue. And then it just kind of builds a picture for you in descending order of where the expenditures fall from top to bottom, whether personnel, operating, capital, in descending order based on those account descriptions. Next, we're going to talk about discretionary versus non-discretionary. Discretionary is defined as expenditures that can be increased, decreased, postponed, or eliminated during our budget process. Some of those examples include new parks, recreational facilities, beautification projects, community events, public relations, travel and training, and operating supplies. Non-discretionary is defined as expenditures that the city is legally, contractually, or operationally required to pay. Some of those items include our debt service payments, public safety minimum operations, as the city manager stated, public safety is restricted to a 5% reduction, contractual salaries and benefits, pension obligations, insurance premiums, and then our utility bills like our water and our lights.
So on this chart, we went through and did what Councilmember Long and I have been, going back and forth on. We looked at, you can go to the next one.
Okay.
We looked at all of the expenditures in the entire general fund and identified what was truly discretionary versus what was non-discretionary that's required by statute or required by a contract. And so instead of looking at it by personnel, operating capital, looking at it by what department, what non-department. And I want to be delicate about this, that every employee that comes to work every day does not believe that their job is a discretionary job. They are come to work every day and do the best they can for our citizens. This analysis is based on contracts and state law, not the value that we put on the employee or the value we put on the position, whether or not we have the ability to reduce it or eliminate it. And so what you would see is there is 128 million spread across all different accounts. And so now run the analysis of if you have to get to 47 million, you see how far you have to go. And it's disjointed. So to get access to that level, what you're going in and you basically render programs useless. I know it's hard to see by a chart, but in operations and administration, if you take out all the vehicles and you take out all the rentals and you take out all the equipment and you take out half of your repair and maintenance and a third of your office supplies, any of the programs that are not required end up becoming an unsustainable program. So and this chart I think helps kind of that discussion with Councilmember Long and I've been having. This goes to show you what's left becomes unfunctional. And you wind up just eliminating the program.
So the next series of charts is going to break down your discretionary versus non-discretionary by division. I have combined some of the divisions together just to consolidate the overall totals. So within the chart before you, you have the city attorney, city auditor, and city council, with the blue representing the discretionary and the orange representing the non-discretionary. You can see the totals with the blue for city attorney, city auditor, city council, all the way down through each of the divisions for the council, what's discretionary versus non-discretionary. So within city attorney, 3.3 million, city auditor, 1.2, city council, 1.1 million. All the way down through our council facilities and maintenance and our youth council at 6,000 and 5.7 thousand. The next chart breaks down our city clerk's office by division, starting at the city clerk administration. We also have broken down an additional breakdown for our ACFR reporting. So we're required to group expenditures a certain way when we report our annual financial report. So we've added that in here so you can kind of see what's regarded as general government versus public safety versus anything else throughout the next few slides. So within general government, discretionary, city clerk administration, 1.1 million, and then the fleet at 58,000, and our records management at 682. General government non-discretionary, 295,000 out of the city clerk administration is non-discretionary. We have our public safety licensing that's discretionary, and then the public safety licensing that's non-discretionary. You can see those further breakdowns. Next is our financial services and human services, or human resources, discretionary versus non-discretionary. So all of our discretionary in the blue, you can see it across the entire thing, and then our discretionary by each of our divisions from accounting, accounts payable, budget, comp and classification, employee benefits, employee development, labor relations, finance admin, HR admin, payroll, procurement, recruitment, and treasury. Across the board, you'll see that the majority of the expenditures are discretionary versus non-discretionary. Within information technology, again, discretionary versus non-discretionary. With our blue, across all of our divisions for IT, we have our business applications, GIS, IT administration, the facilities maintenance, network administration, security, and our systems. All of the blue represents discretionary funding that can be reviewed. Government services and our fire operations. So this pulls in both our general government and our public safety for fire. You can see the discretionary portion being your blue, but we do have the orange for the non-discretionary portion that represents your transfer out to the fire operations fund. That is considered non-discretionary, being our 18 million. But within our public safety non-discretionary, we have the 18.2, and then we have 15.1 for our recruitment costs that is considered discretionary. Within our parks and recreation, our discretionary versus non-discretionary across the board and across all of our divisions, from our art studio and athletics through parks maintenance, our special events, TDC, Yacht Club, Yellow Fever Creek, bulk of expenditures are considered discretionary versus non-discretionary. Within development services, again, from all of our divisions for code compliance, development services, the facilities, services for fleet, the city planning, and our land development. Our blue being our discretionary, the orange being non-discretionary for the public safety code compliance portion. And then within the public works portion, we do have a small portion that is discretionary versus non-discretionary. Within our police department, you'll see that our discretionary versus non-discretionary has flipped based on statute requirements. So the blue being discretionary, the orange being non-discretionary across all of their divisions, from communication and records, do the right thing, our patrol bureau, police admin, down to special operations. The bulk of the expenditures are considered non-discretionary and not eligible. Within our public works department, across the board, you have your general government, and then we have our public works portion for our reporting. For all of our divisions, from design and construction, public works admin, sidewalk survey, traffic engineering, operations, and transportation lighting, you'll see the breakdown from our discretionary to our non-discretionary, with the bulk of the expenditures falling within discretionary funding. Next is a general fund expenditure breakdown by function. So as I mentioned in the previous slides, we were seeing the function, that's the AFR function, it's how we report on our financial reporting. This takes that and breaks it down a little bit further so you can see how we categorize when we report our expenditures, where those expenditures fall. So within general government, we have 95 million. Our public safety police is at 94 million. Parks and Recreation represents 35 million. Public Works is at 27 million. Public Safety for Fire, that transfer out, is 18.2 million. Public Safety Code Compliance is at 8.5, and then our Public Safety Licensing is at 310,000. This breaks it out just a little bit further and takes that function by department. So you'll see a breakdown with general government in your yellow, public safety, police in blue, parks and rec in green, your public works in orange, public safety fire in red. You have your public safety code compliance in gray, and then your public safety for licensing in purple. It's broken down by department across the board, so you can see where each of those departments fall into for reporting purposes, how we categorize each of their expenditures. Next up, we are going to talk about our ad valorem taxes. So, to that. For fiscal year 2027, our proposed general fund obligation millage, operating millage rate is at 5.1471 mils, consistent with the rate that was adopted in fiscal year 2026. This rate supports the general operations for the city and is applied based on each $1,000 of taxable property value. Ad valorem taxes are calculated using the formula millage rate times taxable value divided by 1,000. The fiscal year 2027 budget includes $165,092,423 in projected ad valorem revenue. This is what was requested and has been built in and will be updated as we receive the June and July 1st property appraiser values. The next slide shows you a breakdown of our taxable value versus new construction and taxable value. Being strategically cautious each year and based on the current market trends, we believe that industry is showing a decline and nothing indicates that we're going to see an increase in the short-term future. Overall valuation, not including new construction, is going to be flat, or we may potentially even see a decrease as we have so far with June 1st values in the upcoming years. The blue bars represent your overall taxable value, and the orange represents your new growth. The gray line represents the changing in existing values. Based on our estimate, which we have changed from last year's forecast in the budget to 4.5% increase for 27 through 29, we are seeing a decline in the existing values and a leveling out of new growth. It's important to note that these numbers are dynamic and not static. As additional information comes in from permitting or the property appraiser, we'll utilize it to forecast out and plan in order to meet the future needs of the city. Next, I'm going to bring up Mr. Mason to discuss the Save Our Homes proposal.
I need the other presentation.
Okay.
Did you press?
No, you don't need to.
All right, so Mark Mason, Assistant City Manager. Those slides that are included in the presentation originally are no longer applicable to the discussion from what the legislature approved on Tuesday. And so we've developed a separate presentation to kind of go through what the legislature did in fact approve and what we can expect on the ballot. And so when we've been talking about the $47 million, it was based on a different type of calculation. Insofar as today, if we're looking at the general fund, we're talking about the financing of the general fund and what is financed currently with property taxes. So clearly, public safety, the police, the fire portion of the general fund were funded with ad valorem. We also funded code enforcement, some certain portions of the transportation element of public works. We also funded general administration, which would be the city clerk's office, city council, city attorney, city manager's office, et cetera. And clearly, we also have the TIF payment that goes out for the CRA, so that's also funded through the ad valorem taxes. However, what the legislature has adopted is somewhat different, because now they have created a restriction associated with what you can use property taxes for, and frankly, what you can't use it for. And so I'm going to go through what the legislature basically approved and what will likely be on the ballot. The idea of sorry, I just added something. That was wrong. What's going on? Why is this doing this? Now what you want me to do? Sorry, technical difficulties which I can't deal with. Council members, thank you. If you look at that number 5 on the bottom, that is, there's no direct revenue replacement lever that we can pull, but apparently they were going to be working on a trust fund that we can apply for grants.
They are going to be working on that because it wasn't part of anything yet.
It's in the legislation, but no, we've asked our lobbyists if there's any details on that, whether or not it's going to be a direct revenue replacement or a competitive replacement, you know, if it's a formula grant based on what we lost to just replace it, or if it's just going to be a competitive grant.
Mike, it's not included in the legislation.
Yeah, it's not, so it's,
Okay.
it just provides that they'll do something, but there is no actual revenue replacement in the legislation.
Well, I also noticed in your discretionary, non-discretionary, that that was mainly based on state statute, but did not take into consideration our city charter. And so some of the things that were considered to be discretionary, I would believe that would require a change in our city charter to eliminate some of the things that, according to state statute, are discretionary, but according to our charter, are required.
Okay, so I think the technical difficulties have been taken care of. So, what the legislature approved on Tuesday, following the governor's release of a proposal for property tax relief, was to begin with a homestead exemption on the first 150,000 of assessed taxable value. So how is that different than what you have today? Today, you have a $25,000 exemption on the first $25,000 of taxable value. You skip $25,000 in taxable value, and then you have a potential additional $25,000 in exemption on the third quartile associated with the taxable value. So it's $25,000, skip $25,000, and then between $75,000 and $100,000, you have a potential of an additional homestead exemption. This would eliminate that, except for school districts. For school districts, it would remain at $25,000, and then you have nothing after that. For everybody else, it would be the first $150,000 of taxable value, and that would be your exemption. So if you have a $200,000 taxable value, your first $150,000 would be exempt, and you would be taxed on $50,000 in taxable value. Effective in 1/1/2028, and this all assumes that this is approved, so we just want to make sure that that's out there. On 1/1/2028, that homestead exemption would then increase to the $250,000 of the first $250,000 of taxable value. Effective 1/1/29, that $250,000 would then be adjusted by CPI annually. So, and it's only on a positive CPI. So if you have a negative CPI, it won't change, it won't go down, but it certainly will, it will stay the same until you have another positive CPI. Another one is that it will create a 5-year path to full homestead exemption for property owners that are not permanent residents as of December 31st, 2026. So what that means is that if you come in and you purchase a home and you intend it to be your permanent residence in January of 2027, you apply for your homestead exemption, you will have the $50,000 exemption, up to the $50,000 exemption for 4 years. And if your permanent residence is still there in the 5th year, then it will jump to $250,000, or as amended by CPI during that same period of time. So whatever it's been adjusted to, that's what it would go to. So for anybody who buys a home after December 31, 2026, they would stay at the current $50,000 exemption until year 5, and then it would increase to $250,000. In addition, the legislature would prescribe uniform procedures that will allow you to increase the assessed value exempt from taxes. But that hasn't been written into law yet, but it is something that they put into the statutory into the language associated with this constitutional amendment. So this particular constitutional amendment will take the non-homesteaded properties, and currently you have a maximum 10% value change on an annual basis. So if your surrounding properties all went up by 20%, you'd be limited to a 10% increase in taxable assessed value. Similar to Save Our Home, similar to anything else, but it was just limited to 10% versus the 3%. This change would change that from 10% down to 5% per year. At the same time, this constitutional amendment would limit the use of ad valorem revenue to specific purposes. First and foremost, it would provide for public safety, including law enforcement, fire service, emergency medical services. Public safety is defined in Florida statute, so it would be limited to that use and that use only. It would also provide funding for education in public schools. And so if you wanted to fund a public school, you could utilize your ad valorem taxes to support the local public school system, or you could use it for supporting our charter school system. Finance and/or refinance infrastructure, including expenditures on road and bridge construction and maintenance and stormwater control. So it seems to be fairly limited to what that is, but infrastructure is a little bit broadly defined. You could use it for utilities, you could use it for a couple of things, since infrastructure is also defined in Florida statutes in a number of different locations. And when it says finance and refinance, that would imply that you could utilize these ad valorem revenues for some type of debt issue, which is also another section within this constitutional change that authorizes the use of ad valorem taxes for the debt issuance or to be able to pay off existing debt that's associated with any of these limited uses of ad valorem taxes.
Mayor, may I jump in with a question?
Mark, basically with charter school, you want to discuss a little bit about the implication of charter schools and all of this and how it's affected relative to the county school system.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite
So
catch all of
charter
that.
schools, it talks here about being able to fund that based on ad valorem tax. Is that protected in a similar fashion that the county schools are protected for no change?
No.
That's what I thought it wasn't. Okay.
At least not as I understand it.
If this is adopted by the state electorate, by our voters, even though there's, people will say, well, when it was first created, the charter school said it wasn't gonna accept any general fund revenues, taxes. By statute now, it's allowable.
At the same time, keep in mind that, these are specific items that are associated with the Constitution. They'll be writing laws that will further define what all of this means. For us right now, I would tell you that there's speculation, but this was a surprise. I don't think anybody saw this coming, so not sure exactly what this means. I can certainly speculate on it, but you don't want my speculation. Next, you would also be able to finance or refinance natural resource projects, including flood control measures. Again, this is also natural resources are defined in Florida statute, so it would be limited to those items associated with natural resources. It also allows for the issuance of local bonds and for the uses, as I just kind of explained, consistent with the approved uses above. We're not sure exactly how this intersects with the issuance of general obligation bonds, or whether this would be associated with your operating millage and the restrictions thereof in utilizing those operating millages, or whether this is a general obligation approach. Again, there's a lot missing in what the explanations are for what these are. It would also allow you to meet the obligations for retirement benefits for local government employees. Now, that extends beyond just the public safety side of it that you saw above. This is for all of it. All public safety, all local government employees. In addition, it provided for the operations and administration of the county officers and commissioners, as well as city councils and municipal governing bodies. So previously, that wasn't included in there, so they didn't pick up on the constitutional officers of counties, et cetera, and they certainly didn't pick up on, utilizing ad valorem taxes to fund the operations of the city councils and or city commissions in municipal governments. And so, in walking through these, when you look at this, it's probably one of the more comprehensive changes to ad valorem taxation since Save Our Homes in 1994. That was the first burden shift associated with taxes and who would pay the lion's share. In this case, you shift the burden to a smaller group of taxpayers, in this case, those that are non-homesteaded and businesses, but at the same time, you restrict the value increases associated with those particular non-homesteaded properties, and so you further erode the ability and the amount that will be funding the operations within government. And so we kind of wanted to walk you through exactly what that would mean for us if we were looking at this as if this law existed and the Constitution had already been changed today. And so we looked at our fiscal year 2027 budget, and we looked at what could be funded by ad valorem based upon those rules that I just kind of gave you. We didn't take into account any issuance of new debt, but we did point out in the general fund debt, we have police vehicles that are currently being paid by the general fund, so we threw that into the mix associated with those eligible expenditures that can be funded by property taxes. So we looked at the public safety for police, we looked at the public safety for fire. The fire portion is the 19% portion that's funded from the general fund. At the other portion, 81% of the cost of fire is funded through the FSA. We looked at transportation. Now, this is limited on what transportation we're talking about. From us, we're looking at our current titles, but this is strictly for road maintenance and signal maintenance, things like that affect your transportation system. It does not include medians and things like that, but it does include just simply the road portion of it. We have the city council's budget in there because that has been clearly identified and articulated in the constitutional amendment. We have the non-public safety pension contributions. Now, this is just simply to show you what can be done, not necessarily what is being recommended or otherwise. It's just simply showing that this is what this constitutional amendment would limit you to be able to do. We also have the CRA TIF at the $4 million because that is, it's a requirement of our agreement on the TIF. So we would carve that out, and that's what we would send based upon the current millage rate. So in year one, if that $150,000 existed today, to fund that $130 million associated with the restricted amounts that can be used for ad valorem, your millage rate would be 5.0065. In year two, in order to fund that same dollar value with no change, with no increase, no anything, you'd have a 5.8 mils in order to fund that same dollar value of $130 million. At the same time, we look at what would occur with the remaining $111 million. Now, we went through this earlier. We basically showed you that here's what's funded with ad valorem today, and here's the remaining funds that fund everything else. When you take away the ability to fund anything else other than what's been identified in the constitutional amendment, then you have $111 million to fund everything else. And so you come up today, we would come up $37 million short.
Mark, can I jump in?
Yes, sir.
So now, this part of the discussion, let's shift to the other side. So we're not solving by expenses, let's solve by revenues. So if we reset, if this law is intending to reset the way millage is done and what it can fund, using that in its purest sense, what you would do each year is you would run through what expenses you can use the ad valorem millage on, and you would build up from zero. So to run the fire department, we would need 3.61 mils. To run the public safety fire portion, we would need 0.70, and so forth. Because now, this proposed legislation doesn't only reduce what the homeowners pay, it also tells us all what we can use that revenue source for. So then we run an analysis, here's what we can use this revenue source for, and that's it. There's nothing else the general fund can, the ad valorem portion of the general fund can be used for. So that's it. That's your number. You build up from zero each year. That's what it takes.
In
Then
addition,
you're left with your,
No, go ahead.
then you're left with your non-ad valorem, your state shared revenues, our fire service assessment, and our other things. So we're basically reverse engineering the entire budget process. If you're going to look at it from a revenue side issue and not an expense side, we have to now, because of the way that this proposal is written, build from zero on what those items we can fund are first. Then we look at what non-ad valorem revenues we're getting, state shared sales tax, gas tax, public service tax, fire service assessment. And then you see which one of those. So we know that the fire service assessment can fund the other portion of the fire. We know that public service taxes can go for things like, roads and bridges, portions that are not in the transportation aspect that's eligible to be funded under this limited scope in the proposed legislation. And you see that we have 111 million of that. So we're still on a revenue buildup. We're still 37 million short. But we'll go to the next slide. There are ways to also solve that. So there are revenue solutions utilizing what is being proposed plus what we have to keep everything intact, but that is a decision that will have to be made. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, so in conjunction with the House Joint Resolution that was voted on and approved by both houses of the legislature for the constitutional changes, there was another bill that went through called SB 4F, which was a Senate bill which was designed to alter the calculation of millage rates. And so that bill has not received any particular press associated with the bill, but it also, that bill did three things actually. So I'll go through each one of them. They're not on any one of the presentations, but I want to get to the revenues because this is important to understand how this impacts what you're looking at today. This bill will alter how the maximum millage rate is calculated. Today, in the statute, there's a form that allows for the calculation of the maximum millage rate, and it also identifies what the city council can approve up to the maximum millage rate. The change alters what the maximum millage rate is, and it's now the rollback rate, meaning that on an annual basis, you can go to the rollback rate, but to go above the rollback rate requires a larger majority than just a simple majority. So you can approve the rollback rate at the simple majority to approve something at 110% of or anything above the rollback rate up to 110% of the rollback rate would require a 2/3 vote of the city council, and anything above the 110% would require a unanimous vote of the city council in order to increase the millage rate beyond that. So these are some of the changes, and it appears that this particular bill will go into effect once the governor signs it. I don't think it affects this particular fiscal year or going into fiscal year 2027, however, that's not been defined. And it would be pretty difficult since we're going to be setting, your tentative millage rates here next month. So I doubt that it'll be effective for fiscal year 2028 when we get there. In addition, it also allowed for a departure from the 75-word constitutional amendment that'll be on the ballot, so they can have more than 75 words in order to put this entire item within one ballot language item. So there's a number of things that are included in here. So it's either you vote for all of it or you vote for none of it. So that's kind of like the approach here. Everything is in one ballot.
So what that means for if cities, including us, want to solve this from a revenue side, it would require 6, if not 8, of everybody on council to vote for it. So over here was the tax reform, and over here was the tax reform on what you can spend it on, and then over here now was, by the way, if you want to solve that, Councilmember Steinke, with revenue replacement at the local level, the millage, it's going to require you, if you want to reverse engineer it every year and say, what can we use the millage to fund on these expenses, and that ends up being higher than what you collected the previous year, then it would require 6 council members to vote for it. So now they've pushed that into a super majority versus a simple majority. So it can be done, but like other things, the legislative hurdles that are put in place make it very difficult. But it can be done.
So some of the things that we did talk about, look, we're not making a recommendation here one way or the other. It's not this council that will likely make, any decisions associated with this until it's approved by the voters in November. However, it's something to be thinking about, because as we developed and continue to develop the budget, we want the city council to understand how that budget will be impacted next year, assuming that the constitutional amendments are approved. And so we'll always be showing this previous slide to kind of give you an idea of what it is you're approving and how that would be restricted in future years, assuming that the constitutional amendment does pass. And so we've had these potential changes and these things that have been that are available to us. As an example, if the public service tax, again, you have 3%, so this makes up some of that $37 million. The public service tax for the charter school portion that we've been utilizing to help the charter school get through its issues associated with maintenance of the facilities. Well, now you can use ad valorem in order to pay for that, so you can redirect this in order to fund other services. The revenue recognition, we talked about that earlier. You've talked about that at the committee of the whole last week. We've received the direction. We'll make that change, but it is here to kind of show what that means to us going forward. Increase the program and recreation user fees. So we took an opportunity to estimate what that might be and what that might look like if we needed to increase all of our park user fees in order to collect the cost and cover the cost of providing those particular programs. And so it's very little different than one of the speakers said this morning, that, hey, if you're going to do this, then just increase the fees in order to cover the costs. So this is one of those things that this is what would need to be required, because many of these were funded through the property tax. The subsidy associated with these particular programs were funded through ad valorem.
Before you move on there, Mr. Mason, I
Yeah.
think Councilmember Lehman has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I do. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think citizens need to be aware that if we're talking about alleviating if citizens want this property tax reform to go through, and fees are going up, those fees are gonna come out of their pockets. And, yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, wait a minute. How are we making it better for residents if now we're going to increase all the fees for them to be doing anything in town? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is if the tax reform proposal passes, this chart in conjunction with the previous chart is looking at revenue solutions. So you would have a decrease in your taxes, in your tax bill. And then if you were a user of any of the activities, in order to keep Parks and Rec fully sustained, because none of the general fund ad valorem taxes can go for quality of life Parks and Rec. So now you have to shift, all this is a giant tax shift, right? If you're gonna keep everything the same, then all this is gonna do is reshift who pays for what and when it's collected, right?
I
Who
see
pays for
that.
what and when it's collected. User fees are gonna be paid for only by the users and collected when they use it. So
And
that
let's-
would be the.
Yeah, but now.
So the
you know,
parents, let's say a lot of those up there are, skate park and,
Yeah,
are-
the users
the
are
parents
going to
would
be
pay
the
less,
families.
would pay less in their taxes. But then instead of giving their children a $20 or $40 bill, they're gonna need to give them $200 every time they need to go do something.
So essentially, we're hitting the younger, we would be, to do it revenue-based, we'd be hitting the younger families. Yeah, they're getting a break on their property taxes on their homes.
That's
now,
only if you wanna keep those
younger
programs
families are getting
intact.
On
Because if you don't,
revenue-based.
if you don't want to fund those programs, you cannot use ad valorem taxes anymore. We are going to be legislatively restricted from using ad valorem taxes for Parks and Rec.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that you understand that these are just simply options. We're
Yeah.
not telling you to do this.
No, I
You know,
understand that there are options,
it
but
will
what
be a
I,
requirement of the next council to make the determination of what they want to fund and not fund.
I guess what I'm trying to bring out is residents need to be aware of what the impact will be.
That's the whole point of all the discussions.
No,
we're
I
having.
understand that. I understand that.
But if you pair the previous slide with this slide, so go back one slide. If you build your millage up based on what you can fund with the millage, then you use all the other non-ad valorem revenues that we have, continue building, you're left with a $37 million deficit still. Roll to the next slide. And then if you utilize the full value of the public service tax, utilize increased user fees, use a Parks and Rec special assessment, a streetlight gets, streetlight special assessment for medians. You see that we have the ability, through shifting of the cost to different areas, we can generate more than 37 million. So there are options out there to keep everything intact, but those have to be decisions that would be made by the next council.
Okay. Thank you.
So there are solutions. There doesn't have to be a reduction or an elimination of any program in the city. If it does happen, that was by choice.
Thank you.
Councilmember Laster?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say the same thing to Councilmember Lehman that the city manager stated regarding the idea is, as our speaker said earlier, is that more families will have money in their pocket to then be able to support their children going to do these things, and then, you know, we're not giving any additional revenue to that. These are going to be cost neutral, and because they're going to pay for themselves, and I support this.
Yeah, but
And
families,
I'm-
you're gonna give them more money they'll have more money in their pocket, and then they're going to pay it out in a different way.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the end,
Yes, ma'am. I understand that, but to me, this is the type of innovative things that we need to think about, because I've been completely depressed until I saw this. It's just been a lot of words this morning and a lot of, you know, increasing millage and those types of things. And I think as a collective group, we need to focus on innovative ideas that are going to not have to increase the millage rate over time. I think that we can find $40 million, and I think it's just going to take some creativity and, you know, definitely tightening our belt. But, you know, these services paying for themselves, I think is a great start. I like that idea. So I'm in favor of that for sure, out of everything I've seen.
I think as you look at what was the #1 strategic plan item that council told us to focus on, which was financial sustainability, the solution that I think you're going to see administration advancing and embraced by that strategic plan vision is we need to find a way to get out of ad valorem taxation. It's only a matter of time before they continue to basically eliminate it.
Absolutely.
And so we have to, if we are going to be sustainable, we have to find local home rule options that we can control, that the state does not govern.
Absolutely.
Because they're going, it's going to go to zero at some point, whether it's 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So we have to get control of the things that we can control and find ways. If you go to slide 12. Oh, it's on the other presentation.
I have it.
That chart needs to be flipped. We are reliant upon now ad valorem, it's 60% of the general fund budget. We need it to be 6% of the general fund budget. How we get there is a journey, but that is the path to financial sustainability.
Well, then I recommend that be our goal over the next 2 days and figure that out. It won't happen this year. It'll take time. I agree. I mean, the mayor said it in the press conference yesterday. We all say it. You know, we are so ad valorem reliant, and that's got to change. And I think it's going to take all of us collectively to come to consensus to figure that piece out. But things like, you know, these services paying for themselves is a fantastic start. We just need to find 20 more of those. So, you know, that I think will be my focus over the next 2 days and this year and moving forward. But, you know, if you think about it, I mean, I really think finding that $46 million is definitely doable. It's just going to take a consensus of all of us working together and figuring out where we can tighten and where we can come up with innovative solutions for things paying for themselves. And, you know, with the education to the community that you're going to have additional dollars in your pocket from this property tax bill, should it pass. So I think that needs to be a message. I mean, I've already gotten many emails from residents concerned about the doom and gloom and concerned about, you know, is this true? Are we going to cut services? And, you know, I'm very honest with them and I give them all the numbers and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But, you know, I also say that as a group, as city leaders, we're going to figure this out. So I just wanted to say that I like this idea, and if we can find 20 more of them, we'll be in great shape. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Law.
Thanks, Mayor. I know this is just an example, one of many, right? We're just kind of spitballing here, but I think one other way to look at, are these net revenues? Do we have the same sheet? Hold on. These revenues here.
Which ones are you talking about?
Any of these revenues on this chart, when we've got the current fee, the new fee, and then the revenue is 1.9, that's net, or is that before expenditures?
This is before expenditures.
Okay,
This is
so
just,
then
this is the revenue to cover the cost of the
To
program.
make it net neutral is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so one other thing that I might, I mean, again, I know this isn't in concrete, but I think the reality, if you're looking at these, is that frankly, a lot of these are gonna cease to exist, right? The public sector, or the private sector is gonna take over to fill these voids, and so then that would be off of our roles. So like, you know, and I know that you guys are just throwing numbers around, but helmet rentals going from $5 to $42. I can buy 2 helmets for that, you know, and the people just aren't gonna do it. And so that, you know, those sorts of things. Skate equipment rentals from 15 to 406. Nobody's gonna use that program. It's gonna inevitably, you know, be defunct. So I think some of these we look at, you know, and we say the reality is that's just not gonna be a public service. It can't be. The skate park, for example, I think, you know, when you go from skate lessons from 15 to 130, BMX from 15 to 130, those are, in the future, when we start looking at those revenues going down because people aren't going to pay those, then we'll inevitably be transferring that out, right? P3s or getting rid of it or transferring those services, and then those revenues shift. So I understand that, you know, we're looking at this in a vacuum, but I think the reality is down the road, as a result of having to go, you know, take measures like this, some of these programs are gonna come off the rolls and be handled by the private sector. So something also to keep in mind. Thank you. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if we're running if we have to run a $35 art club at $200, you know, that's not the intent of our art club as it currently exists. So there's nothing wrong with defunding those programs to allow the private sector if we can't do it at a reasonable cost. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
No, we agree, and that's why the discussions here, these are not easy discussions, right? Because the idea is, you hit right on it, the helmet one is the easiest one. Why would you rent a helmet for 42 when you could buy it for 25 at Walmart?
Right.
Or, now, and it may not be the best one,
Sure.
or the safest one, but at least your kid can go to the skate park. So what ends up happening, and that's when you start cutting these programs back, what happens is you can't run. You're left with a program that doesn't work.
Right.
And indirectly earlier, that's what I was trying to say, but you and I just came together full circle.
Let's look at that.
And
Boy,
so,
that's a pretty thing, isn't it?
Yeah, holding hands. But the point is, when you do it in a broad stroke and say, we're going to have to close down the skate park, well, when you contextualize it like this, someone will fill that void. It's not like the children won't have a skate park. The government won't run it.
Because we can't use it, and the user fee is going to be too high, it basically makes the program no longer. I mean, there's just no.
As a government-run function.
Correct.
Certainly someone will fill that void.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. So with 411 cities wrestling with this right now, and counties as well, every one of them is different. And obviously, we all know that we're young, adolescent, I've said earlier, you know. We've still got a lot of build out to go. It seems like to me, with this understanding, that the kind of if you build it, they will come mentality goes away. Because business doesn't bet on the if come like that. So as we think about the city developing toward the north, to think that someone would come in the private sector and build a skate park there, with the thought that someday there'll be enough people there to make it a profitable adventure, which is why the private sector does anything. There will have to be other attractions to get the people that would already use the facility that a private entity would come in and invest the money in. So as we think about economic development and bringing business to our city, this tends to handcuff us a little bit as it relates to incentivizing people to come here to provide these amenities if it has to be privately funded. So it'll be an interesting next 20 years.
Well, if you think about it, let's run with that a little bit. There's two solutions. One is a unanimous vote would take 8 at this point if you want growth to pay for growth, because you're not going to be able to, we are not going to be able to use any ad valorem taxes for parks and recreation. So you have to then, we can only collect, general governments can only collect revenue in 3 ways: taxes, fees, and assessments. The fees are user fees, but you're talking about things that don't exist yet. So where does that come from? An impact fee. And to raise the Parks and Rec impact fee for things you want to build in the next 5 years, or 3 to 5 years, foreseeable future, can't be stuff we want to do in 20 years. Right now, it's a 8-0 vote to go over the 12.5%. So there's your clamp on that from the legislature. It's going to take all 8 of you if you want to build something new, Parks and Recreation, funded by the government. So the last thing then is an assessment. You're going to have to, we would have to, like other cities have a Parks and Recreation district that has a special assessment for the things it provides. So if you don't have 8-0 vote for that and you need a simple majority, you're going to have to create a Parks District special assessment to fund Parks and Recreation. So there's ways to do it, but as you start to look at all the other parameters and all the other restrictions on where do those funds and where can they come from, you need a unanimous vote to raise the impact fee if you want for new stuff you want to build, or back to local home rule controlled source of revenue, it'd be the Parks and Rec Special Assessment District. Thank you.
Just as additional information, the 8-0 rule on park impact fees is not available to you for 4 years. And even then, it will probably be more restricted by the time we get there.
Councilmember?
The 8-0 vote associated with park impact fees is no longer available to you. You just approved an increase in the impact fees. You have to wait 4 years before you can do it again.
Are you done, Councilmember?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, just the nature of some of the special assessments we're talking here. Anywhere in the new legislation, did it identify limiting special assessment levels?
No.
Okay. That was important, I think, for our strategy here, I think, going forward. So we could really, that's the one area where we can look at expanding the basic service growth in areas that we can't do by ad valorem taxes. That is probably, and that's the most direct area. And through a special assessment, we can actually future bond that if we had to, and debt load it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kaduth?
Thank you, Mayor. So ad valorem tax will still exist for commercial properties.
Correct.
And for non-homesteaded properties. So I'm just not buying the doom and gloom. And when we're talking about the skate park, the easiest, simplest solution would be for the government to offload that and it become a commercial property at that point. The government really does need to get back to the basics. I fully support this. I might be the lone wolf up here that fully supports this, what's happening at the state level, but really need to focus on infrastructure and public safety. I think Cape Coral is probably why the state even put this into place.
Why do you call it doom and gloom?
Because we're sitting here saying that we need to find 46 million. We just approved 40.5 million last night. I mean, and you're showing us a budget at the 5.14 millage rate. You know you could make it at 5.3. I mean, you're showing us like we can't do this, but we can.
No, and that's why I'm asking you why you're calling it. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is we can solve it from the expense side, or we can solve it from the revenue side, or anything in between. I'm not trying to characterize it as a doom and gloom or a knight in shining armor. I'm trying to present the facts so that council and the community and the next council knows there's solutions on both sides.
Well, I want to see the solutions. That's what I want to see presented today is what are the solutions? Here's A, B, C, D. Here's what I've come up with of how we can solve this issue.
We did. It's on this slide.
That's it.
I know, but on this slide, really?
Okay, first and foremost, until this thing passes and we get better understanding of what the legislature means by some of these things, it's going to be a little more difficult for us to be able to give you an absolute solution to a subject that we're not sure is going to occur or not. At this point, we can tell you that the legislation limits what you can use ad valorem for. We can tell you that it no longer covers parks and recreation. If you want to continue to provide parks and recreation, assuming that this passes, and you want to provide programs, then you would provide programs at a fee that would cover the cost of the program, or not. If you want to be able to maintain parks, you won't be able to maintain parks with ad valorem revenues, so you'll have to use it with something else. There's a number of different, departments and et cetera that are funded within the general fund that are not public safety related and not, that don't fit into the categories that we provided you on this side of the ledger, which means everything else beyond what we identified up here is required to be funded by all the other revenues. And we're showing you that there's $37 million short in order to fund all of those services.
But we had 29.9 million in unrestricted reserves, or excuse me,
Okay.
unrestricted funds,
This is recurring.
right?
These are recurring expenditures. So if you had $29 million as a one-time expenditure,
29.9.
it's not recurring. It's not recurring. It's not 29.9 million every single year.
Totally
I don't know
understand.
what it will be on an annual basis.
Yep.
That depends on what the revenues are, it depends on what the expenditures are, it depends on what the assets are, the liabilities are, and what the net is associated with fund balance.
Let's hypothetically, I'll run that with you. So let's just say, year over year, our policies produce 29 million.
But they don't, but yeah.
Let's just say hypothetically they do. If they did, and we found a way to change our financial policies, to trim that, to basically run at the margin, then in theory, you're still 8 million short.
Well, I know this is a completely separate, he's on one presentation and I'm on the other, but this is showing ad valorem budgeted at 96%, but just at our cow last week, we all gave you the go-ahead for 98%, so that was an extra $2 million.
We have to budget ad valorem at 96%. Non-ad valorem at,
I'm saying on 2B, budgeted at 95%, financial policy 2. We just said at the last cow meeting that we were gonna do 98%.
correct.
So why are you showing us this?
Because that's not included in the current proposed budget. You just approved it. It's not in the current proposed budget. So this is assuming that this goes into effect. This
Just
is
an extra
additional
few million
revenue
dollars
that
that
you
we're not
didn't have
showing.
before.
We just approved it, right?
This presentation was out before that.
But you guys update stuff all the time, and that was a week ago.
Okay, well, we didn't update a 40-page presentation that
You just gave us one last night.
associated with that.
I know, but that's a couple extra $1 million. So when we're talking about penny pinching and finding and going line by line, that's a great example of how we can do that. I'm sorry that staff missed it, and I'm not trying to call them out, but that is a couple $1 million that we found right there. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just not included in this requested budget. It will be updated when we come back with the proposed budget in July, after we get the
Why
final
isn't
numbers.
it included in this? We're sitting here going penny pinching, and again, I'm going to say it, doom and gloom, and that's a couple $1 million right there.
This is associated, this presentation is only associated with the constitutional amendment that may or may not pass in November. We get back over to the budget, we can talk about the $1.9 million that could potentially reduce to $3 million in deficit that we've shown you. That's fine. That's just it's a number, this is a math problem by any other name. We have two buckets now. I have concerns about, if we can only spend those resources in ad valorem associated with those particular items, are they now restricted if we don't spend all of it in 1 year? Does it have to go back into the same bucket for the following year and be utilized for the same purpose? There are so many questions associated with this and how this will end up
But
working.
Mr. Mason, if that were the case, why would that be bad?
I didn't say it was bad.
Okay, so I don't,
Said what we would have to do is there are so many things associated with this particular legislation. At the end of the day, I can only show you, this is where the deficit lies, and then we have a council that, will be seated in November that will have to make those decisions if this passes. That's it.
and would we have to do a budget amendment
When?
after it passes?
This won't be effective until the 28
Okay.
budget year,
Yep.
not the 27 budget year. However, I do want to point out one thing. I did talk a little bit about the maximum millage rate based upon a brief conversation with the city attorney. This SB 4F is supposed to be effective when the governor signs it. So that would imply that it probably will be effective for fiscal year 2027. And so right now, you're limited if the governor signs this, which I'm pretty sure he will, that you may be at the maximum millage rate, which is the rollback rate right off the bat, whatever that is.
Have we calculated with the rollback rate based on the 2.34?
We did, what was it? 5.2 something, some mills. And the primary reason for that is because the year-over-year value changes, not including new construction, went down. New construction was $1.1 billion, and so the net increase in value that got you to the 2.34% was new construction at about $700 million. So when the year-over-year changes go down, the rollback rate goes up.
Which we said would likely happen this year.
Councilmember Kilrain?
I appreciate this presentation, and the reason I do is because it provides some perspective. It does two things for us. It allows us to be able to explain a potential impact of what the legislation might be before the votes are in. I don't think it's going to influence the vote one way or the other. I really think that a lot of people are going to be looking at that money in their pocket as really the first token that they're going to pick up in a long time. And I think it's probably going to go through. So, but that's my own personal opinion on it. But what it does for a leadership standpoint in being able to accomplish the things that we want into the future, it resets our thinking as to what the opportunities are for the whole manner in which we build budgets. And what we've done is really it's a shift mechanism. So we're shifting out of ad valorem in the very basic nature, and we're looking at both the opportunities to make sensible cuts, common sense cuts that don't eliminate vital programs, and in any manner find a way of picking up on that from a revenue standpoint to support those things for the gaps that we have. And even though we're not on target, certainly it'll be different what we come up with in the final run, but it gives us a perspective as how to approach it. And each time, I mean, this wasn't the first time that we're faced with a shift, I'm sure, and it won't be the last, but it's a challenge for us as leaders to be able to pick up on this and structure it the right way and be smart about it, use common sense in doing it. And I very much appreciate the initial direction it helps us define. I had thought about some other revenue sources myself that, aren't discussed here. And we all can think that way. But I think as from a leadership, our challenge is really structuring something as good common sense, combination of the two, and making sure to communicate what we think, and this is a good platform to enunciate what those things are that might be impacts upon the residents should this go through. So it's a good starting point for that communication. It's also a good starting point for what we need to do in restructuring. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lowe?
Yeah, I guess, just for clarity, I'm getting a little whiplash up here. So we've spent the entire morning talking about the potential legislation, as far as I gather it, as far as its effects on future budgets, for the most part. Mr. Mason's already said twice that the next sitting council will have to make these cuts, make these decisions. The city manager yesterday said in his letter, the next sitting council will have to make these decisions. So which is it? Do you want to inundate this council with these discussions about a potential legislation that, by the way, is 100% going to pass? Or are you telling us to stay in our lane and deal with this year's budget without the context of the legislation? That's pretty straightforward, I think.
No, this year's,
If you're trying to make it clear that we don't make these decisions, then get it off my screen and we'll talk about something else. If it's your goal, which I'm assuming you're about to say, is to inform the public about the potential implications of this legislation, is that why we're looking at it here? If it's for the next council, then it's for the next council. If you want
so there's, what was presented this morning by Nicole was the current budget
Sure.
request for 27. And basically.
Right, and then you interjected multiple times and said, hey, we'd have to get rid of this, that, and the other if X, Y, and Z. As far as tying in the legislation,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Okay, well, you were trying to separate the two, but you did make multiple comments about the legislation.
Okay.
I'm just asking, what are we doing? If it's your desire to say, hey,
We have a status quo budget basically for 27 with the exception of 2 park rangers that we need to open up Yellow Fever Creek, utility positions in utility, stormwater, and solid waste. And then there's a few public works positions for all the buildings that we're opening up, Heritage, Yellow Fever Creek, Festival Park, all the other parks, the Resilience Center, the EOC. So basically we have, our budget is status quo. So what we're asking, what we're providing, showing you now is what are those impacts from the legislation that we would have? And if you,
that the next council will decide on, right?
yes.
Made that clear, okay.
Yeah.
So why is
That's where
this
we're
council
at.
seeing it?
What's that?
Why is this council seeing it? I'd love to opine and make those decisions, but if you've made it clear that we don't get a choice, then what are we doing?
This council is seeing it because it's the #1 thing being discussed around the state.
Right, and so we're trying to educate
And
the
in
public,
every
AKA
council
tell them that
chamber
the
there
children
is.
will have to pay $50 for a helmet. The funniest part to me about that, and it derived from Councilmember Kilrain's comments, hey, look, let's go after the kids, pull the heartstrings. This particular set of voting public in this city would love to get rid of that stuff on their tax rolls. We're not primarily children with families here. I can't tell you how many emails or comments I get and I don't agree with them. Why are we paying school taxes? My kids are 50. So the funniest part is going after the heartstrings and saying, hey, all these kids' activities are going to get cut. That's only bolstering the public's support of this thing because they've been begging to get the kids off their tax rolls. The majority of this public, which to me is ironic. If that's the route that we're taking is, hey, let's go after the kids with the legislation with regards to all these after-school programs that are getting cut.
When you say we didn't write the legislation.
I know we didn't write the legislation, but when we itemize in particular that the cuts that we're making are for children's services,
We have to because of the
there's
restrictions.
nowhere else that we can do.
The restrictions of what the general fund ad valorem taxes can be used for require it. It is what it is. That's why I'm saying that's why I asked Councilwoman Kaduke, why is it being classified as doom and gloom? It is going to be what it is. That's it.
Okay.
It's black and white. For all intents and purposes, what you always ask, can we make a restricted fund? It is basically making the general fund ad valorem taxes a restricted fund within the general fund. If that helps for the purpose of discussion.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I just want to comment that there are 6 sitting here that either hope to be or will be on the next council. And at least the 6 of those people, I would hope, want to understand how this impacts and be able to communicate that into the future with our residents. I just think back to the oath I took. I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make sure that we're looking forward for what is best for the city. So I'm kind of digesting this and trying to figure out approaches that would be best for the city and the residents. And so I appreciate you doing both showing both conditions here and enlightening us on what those impacts might be And I think that, at least for 6 of us here, and I would like to hope that the other 2 think the same way, even though they're not going to be running again, that their interest is certainly the best for the city. And if they could help communicate in that way, I think it would be beneficial to all of us. Thank you, Mayor.
You're missing my point. I'm not saying I don't want to deal with it. I'm saying it's been told to me twice now that the next council will deal with it.
Okay. Well, maybe that's not, it may be a fact, but I think that there's a certain element of responsibility that this council has in bringing forth the information in a manner that we can think best the impact will be.
Well, you need to have an understanding of where we're going in order to resolve, when you hear the department heads that are gonna come up next about all the things they want, I need you to have the context of what we're going to be able to do, not do, as you consider the things that they're asking for in the budget, right? You have to know what the future looks like. In this case, in this instance, right now, for the FY27 budget requests, you have to have this fundamental understanding before we go through the department's requests.
Yeah, and just from a general structure standpoint, I am not one who likes to project to a lowest common denominator. I like to set a standard that's above that, and that means the budgetary process and everything else. So I think that we can reach a little bit in our desire here in the way we communicate this, and not necessarily doom and gloom, but be realistic in how it's being portrayed, and see if we can advance the best condition that we can project it to be. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I guess for me, I think we have to have an understanding on where we're headed when we were talking about this year's budget. I don't think that we have to be too detailed oriented when we're trying to determine where we're going. First of all, we're not going to answer these questions today or tomorrow. This is going to be something that's going to be, whether we have monthly meetings and talk about this more in depth, but we're not going to answer this question today or tomorrow. But I understand that we have to have a basis of where we're headed that maybe will help us make a better decision with FY27's budget. And I appreciate that. And, I think our priority here today and tomorrow is to hear about FY27 with keeping this in the back of our mind. Yeah. So I just, I think we have to make sure that we put it in context because, again, like it's been mentioned, the next council, whomever that may be, we can sit here and say, we're going to do X, Y, and Z between now and November. On November 10th or whenever the new council is sworn in, they could say, well, thanks for the recommendation, but we're going to do X, Y, Z. So, I think that we have to be informed and be in tune to probably what's coming forward. And we could even have meetings along the path with the understanding that some other council besides this one's going to make the decision. So, for me, I am here to be more focused on FY27 budget, knowing what the impacts that are probably going to be coming next year, involving next year's budget. So that's kind of where I'm at, and hopefully that's a direction. I don't want to sit here for the next 2 days and talk about what may happen and who's going to make the decision. I know I got to make the decision in FY27 budget. Let's talk about it and make those decisions. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Well, on that note, we will shift back to fiscal year 27 requests. And before we have the department directors come up and provide you with their requests, we'll spend a few minutes on debt and as we build fiscal year 27, what's been built into the forecast and future forecasts. So the table you have before you, starting with the first half, represents the debt service for existing general fund projects, which include J.C. Park, Yacht Club Seawall, and Fire Station 10. Those are projects that we've committed debt to, and so we've built in annual debt service starting in fiscal year 27 and in the future forecasted years. The second half of the table represents future potential projects that are included in our current AMP. However, no decisions have really been made on these projects. We understand, given the future climate and everything, the progress on these may change, and they may end up being removed from any future AMP. But for now, they're included in our existing AMP program, and so for that reason, we have estimated debt service in future fiscal years. The next two slides, we want to focus specifically on a couple of projects to provide you with some options on funding. We'll start with the fire station. In January, Metro Forecasting provided you with a needs analysis, and in that, part of that summary is presented here in the middle of the slide. And basically, based on that analysis, the city has added 27,000 new homes since 2020 census, is expected to grow by another 21,000 residents by 2030, and has seen calls for service increase by 29% since 2019, and currently answers less than 80% of the calls at a 6-minute or less call time. So the proposed build-out sequence that was included in that analysis included stations 14, 15, and 16 built out over a multi-year period. And so what we have here, you'll see design and apparatus in the first year with construction and personnel built out in the second year, spanning from fiscal year 27 to fiscal year 32. So based on that analysis and a plan to accomplish those stations, we've provided you with some funding options for consideration as we go through this process. So the first option is traditional debt service paid back over 20 years with the cost allocation shown as 81% fire service assessment and 19% general fund. This would smooth cost over time and align repayment with the useful life of the asset. The second option is a cash funded or pay-as-you-go approach. Under this scenario, the fire service assessment would enhance over the next 6 years to include $7 million for station and apparatus costs based on estimated costs of $10 million per station and $12 million for apparatus, or approximately $5 million per year for stations, and that should be an estimated total cost of apparatus, $12 million, so that would be $2 million per year over the next 6 years. And the third option is a combination approach. This option would utilize commercial paper to allow construction to move forward while also setting aside the $7 million per year in cash. And then at the end of each project, the cash would be used to repay the commercial paper. Another project is the charter school athletic facility. And we've presented some funding options for this project as well. So right now, Avalon Engineering has completed the design and provided a probable cost of $15.7 million, including contingency and project management. So the first option for funding is a pay with cash. The charter school currently has committed reserves for student laptops and IT equipment. However, each year they receive LCI funding, which actually could cover the cost for that each year. It's an allowable purchase under those funds, and so the need for this committed reserve, there really is none at this point. So what we can do is release those funds and utilize those funds to pay toward this project. Additionally, they expect $6.5 million in capital surtax revenue over the next 3 years. This revenue can only be used for capital expenditures like this project, so we can commit the revenue over the next 3 years paying toward the sports complex. And then finally, the charter school has about 15 million in available unassigned fund balance. 5.9 million of that can be used toward this project. So you'll see down at the bottom of this slide, there's a summary where we've captured what available reserves and funds could be used to actually pay this cash forward instead of using debt. Although debt is still an option, and it's presented as a second option on this slide. If we do go out for debt for this, it would be city debt. However, the charter school would be responsible for repaying the annual debt service, and that would be estimated at 2.5 million. So here we're presenting two options for the charter school. They have the cash to pay this or fund this project outright, or we can continue on the path of debt, utilizing debt to fund it. And so both of these options are presented just for you to digest and consider as we move forward through the process, developing the fiscal year 27 budget. We don't expect any decisions to be made today, but we'll come back forward. It will be brought up again, and at that time we'll be expecting a consensus on how to move forward with these two.
Would you like us today to express our interest in which option that could help you further establish the FY27 budget?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're looking for
yes,
today?
Yes, please.
All right.
And I'll go back to the fire station first. Here are the funding options here. I can go back over them again if needed, but.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and talk about those now and then move forward?
We can do them one at a time.
Okay, all right. Well, let's, since the fire station funding options are up there, I'll open it up for discussion from council. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Since this is a 6-year look forward, I'm interested in whether these amounts are inflation adjusted as we look into the future. It's certainly on a pay-as-you-go basis. When we wait and we pay for that item 6 years from now, whether it be the apparatus or the actual station itself, costs will be more 6 years from now than they will now. Have we applied an inflation factor, and what have we applied?
I didn't know if you were pushing a button. No, we've just estimated based on current costs, the 10 million is basically what we expect today. Obviously, if this is the direction to move forward, then we would add that inflation or escalator in when we calculate the assessment. But as of now, this is just a snapshot of current cost. So right now, $10 million.
Yeah, I don't think it makes sense for us to put a plan together that doesn't assume that things will be more expensive 6 years from now than they are today.
Mm-hmm.
We do as we build the assessment. This is how, this question before you all, is how do we want to fund the construction of the new fire stations going forward? So the current method that we've been using is we've been going out and getting debt and then using the debt to build the fire station and then increasing the FSA to cover the debt service moving forward. The second option would be to hold back 1 year, put in the FSA the amount that we need to build the fire service, the fire station, and then in the second year, we would go ahead, collect the second half, and then we would build it. So that would be a way of getting out of debt financing our fire stations and get to a cash funding proposal, but it would delay the delivery of those in the community. The third option is to build in the assessment, the amount, use commercial paper, interest only to finance it, to keep on the original time frame, but then convert instead of converting the commercial paper to debt at the end of it, like we do with much larger issues, we carry that through and actually pay it off with cash as we've collected the assessments over the 2 years. That involves building into the FSA the interest-only component, it'll be a little bit more than it would if you had the cash and waited 2 years. But the idea of presenting these options is, when we look coming out of the strategic plan, the number one thing was financial sustainability and debt limit coverage protection, followed by public safety. So we went back and said, how do we come up with different plans and different options? Some that delay, some that implement now, some that have debt, some that don't have debt, some that use interim, or short-term commercial paper. So what we're looking for from basically council is, which one would you prefer us to use as we plan for the next 3 to 5 years in our AMP?
I understand that, and that's why I bring this point up, is that if we do it sooner and it costs less to do it sooner because of increased costs associated with it, I think that needs to be factored into the decision-making of how we do it. It was said by one of our citizens in our last meeting about the value of their home and how it affected their taxes, but they're glad that they bought the house then because based on what happened in our city, they couldn't afford their house today. Well, to buy that house back then, they got a mortgage and they bought the house then, and it was better for them to do it then because they could afford to do it then as long as they debt funded their house. I'm in the same position. I couldn't afford my house today that I bought in 2017, but I'm glad that I financed it and bought it then rather than waiting and saving the money aside and paying for it for cash today when I never would have been able to buy it. And so the same thing is true with these fire stations, is if we're going to need them to protect our public, is it better to go ahead and debt fund them today when they can be built for something that we know what they're costing today? Or do we put them on a shelf and wait until later and see if we can afford them then? So I think that to understand what that might look like in the future and the cost of waiting compared to the cost of money, which is what the consideration is we got to pay interest, so we got to borrow the money now. So that's factored in as well, because we can't say that let's wait and pay for them in the future and expect them to cost what they cost today. That's the reason I brought up the point.
I was thinking tactically. I was in how we execute. You were in the vision plan or the. So my brain was different than yours on this, but I'm following exactly what you're saying. My statements were more tactically than strategic, is what you're talking about.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
And I think it's important to mention, no matter, the plan is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the plan is we're going to design one year, build one the next, design 1 year, build the next.
That is correct.
So we already know that is the methodology moving forward, knowing it's going to probably be the first fire station is going to be cheaper than the third fire station because it's going to be several years down the road. But if we debt fund it, it doesn't matter because it's not like we're going to build all 3 of them in 1 year anyway. Is that correct?
That's correct. If it's debt funded, we will consider different funding options. So obviously there's bonds, but there's also bank loans where we can take out smaller, you get a loan for a smaller amount or for each station. But that's really based on timing. If we can get 2 done very close, then we may package those together and take out a bank loan or some type of debt to fund those together. Right. But it would be based on just the timing.
So no matter if you pick option 1, 2, or 3, the plan will be to design, build, design, build, design, build, no matter if you pick option 1, 2, or 3 is the point I'm trying to make. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Kilwain.
Yeah, I'm glad to know that you and Bill's mindset are a little bit different too. That was good to clarify. But I'm going to go back to there's no less expensive time to build something than current, and that just builds into the future. I like the idea of commercial paper because you right size what your cash and or debt, capital needs are, and you allow the commercial paper to cover that in the most expedient way and most efficient way. So I'd be looking at combination number 3, using commercial paper to construct over the period of time, and do it in a manner in which you only allow that to support your out-of-pocket needs at the time. So you could do that on an annual basis and just keep on rolling it forward. And what that does for you, it gives you a low debt level overall. It gives you and I truly believe that with the new Constitution of the Federal Reserve, I really think that our future borrowing costs are going to be coming down a little bit, but I don't think that inflation is going to go away, so we're going to have higher inflation costs. So to the extent that we can build them earlier, I think is important. So that's going to support that leverage point is going to support doing them earlier. So I think that's probably the most efficient mechanism and most fiscal prudent mechanism to do it over an earlier basis, and only allow the amount of required funding to be applied at the time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I guess, for me, 2 or 3, in my previous discussions with staff, it's my understanding a typical fire station usually doesn't last 20 years. So that kind of weighs in on my decision-making, because if that's not going to be the case, they're not going to last that 20-year timeline that the debt services, then we're going to have to go back and revisit either modifications or a new firehouse, but we're still paying for the debt on the original debt. So for me, I think I could go with 2 or 3. It sounds like the combination, would that speed up the construction? Mr. Mason, I know you and I had that discussion here a few days ago. We were talking about this. Tell me the benefit of 3 versus 2.
I think this works. As far as number 3 is concerned, it allows you, you have cash today without having to, set it aside or wait for it to be collected in the future in order to start the process today. And then, by the time we get to a point where the cash is available and we've already built the building, you can take out the commercial paper and you're rolling this on for each and every one thereafter. It's very little different than what you approved when we did the use or the ability to order our fire apparatus in advance. So you approved a contract for us to be able to slot our vehicles into a system 2 to 3 years in advance, 5 years in advance, knowing when they're going to be delivered. And when they're going to be delivered, the cash will be available to pay it then, as opposed to today. So it's basically the same thing.
So with that being said, the apparatus that's going to be needed for these 3 firehouses, are they already in the queue since we've kind of done that?
They are not.
They are not.
No, we will be back before the city council amending that particular agreement in order to get them in the queue to be delivered when these particular firehouses are built.
Don't we have one in queue?
We have a number that are in the queue, but not for any new fire stations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that will be a deciding factor for me as well, because they're not on order. And we know average length of getting equipment.
2 years.
2 years. Yeah, so that's something, if we want to open up a firehouse in 2 years, which is what we want to do. We want to design in 27 and open up in 28. We need to order that piece of equipment now, so it's going to be there.
I don't want to speak for the fire chief, but if we've already got one in the queue that would be coming in at about that same time, then we would obviously use that one while we're in the process amending the agreement in order to get the rest of them in the queue.
Oh, here,
We would plan this right today, we're looking for the preference of the city council of which way they want to go. The idea of utilizing cash-funded fire stations is really to free up your capacity and your debt side, so you're not, issuing as much debt. But, I mean, look, we can issue debt all day long. This is just one instance where fire stations, they're occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and they get worn down fairly quickly, much quicker than a house, much quicker than anything else. And so they need refurbishment usually quicker than, and are potentially refurbished while you're still paying off the debt from the original building.
all right, thank you. Councilmember Kilrain?
Oh, no,
You good?
I already did speak.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. In number 3, combination, the use of commercial paper, would those interest-only payments come the same way as in option 1, 81% fire service assessment and 19% general fund?
Yes.
Okay. And so, as we have in the past where we've used commercial paper and then converted to long-term debt, wouldn't combination, number 3, give us that opportunity at that point in time where we've set aside the $7 million? Couldn't we make a decision then to go ahead and use that $7 million to pay off the commercial paper or convert it to long-term debt if we chose?
You could.
With that in mind, I like combination, the number 3 choice, and the reason is that it gives us that flexibility. It puts it puts it in the budget to have the money there if we want to pay for it cash at the end of that time, and then would give the future council and future budgetary decision-making the option of either going ahead and paying that off or converting it to long-term debt. So I would be in favor of number 3. Thank you.
Yeah, I would also concur to that, since that point has just been making. I think that flexibility is important, especially moving forward in future years with an unknown budget. So I think that would be, knowing that, that would probably be the best choice. So I'm with number 3 as well. Anyone else? 3? Well, why don't you turn your light on? Yep, we can. Councilmember Donnell?
Would you put up slide number 41? So with reference to slide 41 and with everything that we're grappling with today, then it screams number 3 for me. Thank you.
I'm number 3 as well. I think that's the best option moving forward for the future, given what all we have coming down.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, I had my button on. I don't know whether we're going down the line or not, but I guess, did we are we already designing these stations? Did we already approve the design for these?
As I understand it, we have a basic design.
Well, I know
for
that we
fire
have the template that we use every
Yes.
single time and still somehow pay like $300 per lot to copy and paste it on the lot, but has this council approved any designs
No.
for these new stations? So my problem with this, as a general observation, is that I see this a lot, is that we haven't necessarily, I mean, I know we've, collectively had discussions about public safety and the strategic plan. We haven't approved moving forward with these 3 stations, and now it's presented to us as a foregone conclusion that it's approved and packaged as a how do you want to fund it. And then when we make these decisions about funding, it's backrolled into that's how you guys approved these 3 fire stations. I'm not saying I don't agree with approving the fire stations, but I see that a lot in these discussions, is that it's packaged before we even have a discussion in the context of needs and everything else. Let's do it, let's design it, let's approve it. Let's look at this, which we have, the forecasting models, as a general presentation, let's do it. It's presented as, how do you want to fund these? And then when we decide, which we have already started to do, and then the next council comes back and says, well, how the hell did we get here? And they say, previous council's direction. Well, the direction technically was how do we fund it, but we didn't even talk about, do we want to fund it? And that's not the point I'm making, is that I don't. but I see this a lot. We just had a discussion with the water and the fees and the several $100 million in new water facilities, and it was presented months back back in April, oh, well, here's a 130% increase. Well, we didn't even talk about that. It was just packaged as part of the discussion when we were talking about taking on debt for that project, which we did. So now in hindsight, because of that decision, we've approved that project. Because we've talked about paying for it before we even talked about how we want to prioritize it and fund it. So I'm not comfortable making any of these decisions yet because it's putting us in a vice as a financial commitment in the context of the situations that the next council apparently is going to have before we talk about whether we want it. And this is an easy one, I think, as far as at least 8 of us. But the point remains, and we might even see this again as we roll forward. We didn't approve these. So why are we talking about funding, how we're going to debt service them? So I'm not comfortable even voting on that.
Mayor, may I?
Sure.
I don't know what process you would like us to follow. We're building the 27 budget.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't made a decision on designing. But in the budget, we have to identify the intended source of revenue. So we are always talking
Yeah, but
about...
why are we identifying sources of revenues for projects that we haven't identified as for sure projects?
It's been in your AMP.
There's a lot of things in those in the future plannings that are not funded. They're cool stories that we're eventually going to get to, but we're not. If we approached every single project like that, it'd be hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We just said, oh yeah, well this is in the 2015 plan.
When city council tells us there's number 2 strategic item in the strategic plan,
Which I knew you were going to say,
which
which
we
is why I
have
talked
to
about it.
execute, it's been in all of our discussions we have to identify the funding source. We're following a normal municipal budget cycle here. We have to identify the funding source. The next council can come in and say, we're not doing it. We're shutting it down. Absolutely.
Right, but they're not gonna, because back to my other point is it's gonna be slidden into consents from here into perpetuity, and then when it does get pulled, if it gets pulled, it will be, I'm just following the previous council's direction.
Any council at any time with 5 votes can change any previous council's discussion. I had this same discussion with Councilwoman Kadouk last week. This is a budget. This is not an appropriation expense to request to spend the money. We're not at that phase. We're only identifying sources of revenue for a potential future expenditure. At the time we get there, and let's say that happened, let's say next week.
Yep.
You all could say, this is how we intend on funding this fire station this week. And next
Right, but
week
let's
when
say
we
that we
come,
decide- let's say
next
that-
week when we come to execute it, you all could say, not doing it. And it
Correct.
stops.
What opportunity? Just out of thin air.
So the exact same thing, let me use that exact example. Yesterday, you all approved utilizing cash to fund the fleet facility and a portion of the yacht club. The GMP, so that budget amendment hasn't even come to you yet, which is the identified source for the project. That's what we're talking about here. The GMP to actually do that work, the appropriation request to spend and bind that money has to come back to you still.
Right, okay.
This same council who voted that
That's my
could
point.
shoot that down and say,
My
we're not.
point is the procedure, so let's not use that, let's use this. Realistically, we vote on it, which we will. We vote on this and it gets approved, however, whichever debt source we find. Play that forward, realistically. It's gonna be included in the budget, right? We'll roll that forward. Then when you say the next council will have an opportunity to do that, when will that come, what's the next iteration of one of these 3 stations coming to council from a financial perspective?
We would bring back the authorization to do the design.
In where? In the consent agenda. That's my point. So sure, they could theoretically pull everything out of thin air at every single consent item and say, oh yeah, I want to randomly pull this design out of the consent agenda and then go back to the budget discussion in the context of that we had on June 3rd or 4th, but it likely doesn't happen. So
You are
foregone conclusion at that point, which is the whole purpose of consent.
You're only talking about the way this current council operates. In previous councils, if you sat on it, every quarter we would go through every single capital project and council would have the opportunity to provide input. We don't do that anymore. We got rid of those quarterly reports and updating you all every quarter on where they were in lieu of putting it on the agenda. We would come and do them and everybody would say, what a waste of 4 or 5 hours. You're upset about the process we're using.
Well, because
We are willing
admittedly,
to
because
amend
the-
our
Well,
process.
hold on, point of order here. One of you has got to talk at a time. You make your comments, he makes his. This going back and forth, and that's not going to work.
All I was going to say is we are
Interrupting one another is not going to work.
We're willing to amend our process to whatever council needs. We are serving, if you want to come up with an entirely new process for capital projects, let us know. This is the process that we use.
I'm just telling you that, yeah, maybe prior councils have changed that process, and now the results of that are showing in the context of these discussions, and the more difficult the budget becomes. So that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kadook?
Thank you, Mayor. I remember a few regular council meetings back, I can try to look up the date, I just didn't, where we approved increasing the fire impact fee and the Parks and Rec impact fee. And I know that's limited to the 12.5% over the 4 years, and we can't do it again for another 4 years. But I'm wondering, because the reason why we did go ahead and increase that fee was because growth is supposed to pay for growth. And in this case, when we need more police and fire, it's because of growth. So I'm wondering, do we happen to know what we've collected in impact fees for the fiscal year 2025, fire impact fees?
We do. I mean, we know what it is. Do we know what it is off the top of our head? No. It's not $7 million, and it won't buy a fire station.
Right, and that's okay, but shouldn't we wait to fund these fire stations when growth is supposed to pay for growth? And my concern is, I'm gonna say it, and I'm sorry, police and fire, we will bankrupt this city in the name of public safety. Now we're gonna fund these fire stations, and you said it yourself, Mr. Mason, that they get run down quickly because they're used 24 hours a day. And now we have apparatuses that have to be there, and now we have all the FTEs that have to be there, and their pensions and everything else. When is the city really experiencing that growth? Growth should be paying for growth. So for me, I agree with Councilmember Long. I don't want to pick any of these funding options because I didn't agree to build these stations at this time. Thank you.
So just a couple of things. I'd like to go back to what the city manager had talked about. We're in the process of building a budget. I have a couple of options about how we end up building the budget. If the city council elects that they don't want to fund 3 fire stations over the next 6 years, it won't be in the AMP, and then there won't be any need for having an understanding of how we would build them or what funding source we would do. However, they're going to be in the AMP, and we're looking at saying, okay, am I going to use debt? Am I going to use cash? Am I going to use something? That's just the funding source. We did the exact same thing with the fleet facility when we brought it in the 2027 budget or the 2026 budget. When the city council elected to do something different, the funding was no longer available. We needed to take the fleet facility out of the budget because the funding wasn't there. But a previous council had directed us to go forward, design a fleet facility, have it prepared, ready to go. When we brought it to the city council, we had it, we're done, we're ready to finance it. Okay, we're not going to do that now, and then we come back 9 months later and do something different. This is just a methodology here. If you all told me today that, no, we're going to use debt and debt alone, in the AMP, next to this fire station, it'll say debt. And then the next year it'll say debt. And the next year after that, it'll say debt. At some point, we're going to come to the city council and say, we need to design it. We're going to need a certain amount of money to design it, and then we'll finance this particular fire station in the future. If you all were to tell us right now, if you want to use number 3, fine, we're going to use commercial paper / cash. That's your funding source. We will come back with a design plan for the city council to approve, but it will be part of the budget. It'll be included in the budget. It'll say that, yes, you said it's in the budget, we're going to do that. This was the financing source, this is what we came up with. That's what this is about. We're trying to build the budget. And so we're going to plan on doing 3 fire stations based upon a plan that has been presented to the city council twice now over the last year that has identified the need for these 3 fire stations based upon the growth. Some of these fire stations aren't about the future growth, it's about the growth that has already occurred.
If that's the case, we should have the money.
Impact fees have been used for the fire training facility. That's what we built the fire training facility with. Same thing with what impact fees can be used for. The impact fees have not been, since we put them in place back in 2003, probably as far back as 1990s when they went into effect, they have not kept up with the growth pays for growth. And based upon the current statutory environment for impact fees will never have a growth pays for growth mentality. It will pay for some portion of growth, but it won't pay for the full growth.
It says in our book, fire training facility, cash, and then Fire Station 10, cash, grant, debt. Fire Station 5, rebuild, debt.
Correct. It's exactly what it says.
Yeah, so cash, if you were talking about the training facility. And if we want to go back to the fleet facility, I mean, that should have been done a long time ago, and I don't know why that was removed from the budget.
And just so you understand, when we say cash, in this particular circumstance, when it came to the cash for the training facility, that's the cash that's in the impact fee fund.
Right, and that's why I was asking, because we just increased the fee. If we don't know what that impact fee is coming in, and I'm sure you do know, but I just meant at the end of the year of fiscal year 2025, and then it's supposed to be growth pays for growth. We know it will never cover the cost. We understand that, but that should be offsetting the cost. And we're designing future buildings, and I know the new saying is it's no cheaper time than now, but if the population isn't going to be here, I mean, we always talk about being fully built out. We will never be fully built out.
Councilmember, all of those things will be taken care of. If I'm saying cash here, I'm not necessarily saying it's all coming from the FSA for the general fund, from ad valorem taxes or otherwise. It's whatever the cash is that we have available at the time. This is just a mechanism to be able to identify how we're going to pay for building these new fire stations. That's all. As a matter of fact, if you decided to just simply do debt, which right now that's not what's happening, we would utilize the resources that are available to pay the debt service. That would be impact fees, that would be cash, that would be FSA, that would be the ad valorem that's available to do that.
Okay, so I guess my question on this is, if you're having us pick one of these 3 and we haven't approved moving forward with these, why are we picking one of these 3?
I think part
Very
of
simply,
this
just so you
is,
can put it in our book.
so a part of this is that we've shown this particular metro forecasting model with regard to the fire stations to you at least twice, 3 times. I think there's been a consensus by the city council to move forward with that plan, and that's the reason why we're here today. If that's not the case, we can remove these 3 fire stations, remove the slide, and not even have another discussion about it if that's the will of the city council. So it's our understanding, based upon these at least 2 times we've talked about this in the past, as well as the strategic planning session that we've had, that this is clearly a goal for the city council, that we brought these forward with the clear understanding that there is a need to build these fire stations to service those areas to which they're applicable to. If that's not the case anymore, I mean, we don't need to talk about it anymore.
Thank you. My final comment on this is, if we're going to tie back in the legislation that we were being presented, and if it does pass, we know that public safety is protected. So in my humble opinion, we should be focusing on public works and their department, such as the fleet maintenance facility building and our roads, really getting back to infrastructure and what the government should be doing. We know public safety will be protected. Thank you.
Councilmember Stunkey.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, how and why this process has gotten so adversarial and contentious, it's certainly open for discussion. Everybody can have their own opinions. But when we ran for election and chose to take these seats, part of that role was to operate a crystal ball, especially in a city like ours. If we were 100% built out and all we were worried about is maintaining our city, it'd be a little different. The crystal ball would really be all around when is something gonna wear out. But in our situation, we've got to deal with the expansion of the population of our city. And if we were single-member district governed, then I'd be the first one to say, well, let's just cut 14, 15, 16 out. District 1's got all the fire stations it needs. They'll show up on time. They'll put the fire out. But these stations are up in the growth area of our city. That requires a crystal ball. If we don't want to take the role of operating with a crystal ball, then that screen we got up right now, page 41, let's save a whole bunch of money and let's quit paying them. Don't tell us what we're going to need when down the road, because we are not going to deal with it until we get down the road, find ourselves with our pants around our ankles, and say, don't worry, we'll get fire there in time in a few years when we can get that built, now that we really know we need it and we've had time to save the money for it. What will those citizens say then? So whether we like it or not, in our city, part of our job is to operate the crystal ball. And so we pay a consulting firm like Metro Forecasting to say, tell us with the best knowledge that you can, with as clear as that crystal ball can be, where are we going to be 3 years from now, so that we can start now what's going to take us 3 years to create. And that's what this whole part of this discussion is all about, is public safety 3 years from now. So, you know, why this has gotten so contentious and why we just want to, I don't know, maybe put our head in the sand and say, let's just take care of what we got today and the heck with what might come tomorrow. That wasn't the job I thought I took. The job I thought I took was to look into the future and to have our city prepared for it. And as much as we hear about, we need infrastructure, well, infrastructure takes time to build. And if the time you're gonna decide that you need it is when you need it, it's too late. Because it takes time to build it. And so growth paying for growth, you know, we can go back to those meetings. The reason why growth isn't paying for growth is because nobody had the guts to increase the amount of that assessment to meet current expenses. And we found ourselves, as a council, with the can kicked down the road, and even then unwilling to update what the money was going to be required for back in 2018, like Lee County. So yeah, we're 20 years behind in where we should be in those impact fees and having the dollars that we need today so that growth could pay for growth. And then we tied our hands behind our back with the way it was passed at this council for the future. So you're right, we can't change anything for 4 years. That's what we did. We tried to warn that was what was going to happen if that's the way we passed the legislation, but that's the way it is, and that's the situation we find ourselves in today. So here we are. We got to talk about whether we want to be prepared for these people's needs and make sure their houses get put out in time or not. Thanks.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, the city manager said in explanation as to one of my original questions that this was in the AMP, and that's kind of why it's been presented to us, as that's how government works. But then I think Mr. Mason had intimated that once these decisions are made, they'll be placed in the AMP. Are these in the AMP or not?
Program mods.
So they're not?
No.
And through discussion, our January 1 budget workshop, Metro Forecasting
Are they in
came
the
forward
AMP
and
or not?
discussed.
No.
Not current.
Okay. So I guess, contentious, sure, but I think part of the problem is the frustration that grows when we're provided information on a whim that we're making critical decisions on, and it turns out in passing that they're not entirely accurate. Sure, it's a mistake. He didn't intentionally do that, but these errors continue to compound, and then we talk about contentious. Yeah, there's frustration when you talk about, Councilman Steinke, the decision that was made, and that's how the government works, especially this body with regards to the impact fees, the mobility fees. All those things continue to take their toll with regards to frustrations. Yeah, I mean, if we said, well, it's there because it's in the AMP and that's how the government works, but it's not in the AMP, then again, I ask how we're here. You know, Mr. Mason said, well, it's in the Metro forecasting models. We presented it to you guys a couple times in the Metro forecasting. There's a lot of things in those models, right? And so I don't, you know, I think they said that we needed 4 recreation buildings. I don't think there's a slide on here about how we're going to debt fund those indoor recreation facilities that the Metro forecasting. So there's holes in some of that justification, and I understand apples to oranges, public safety to recreation, but hopefully the point is well enough made that I don't like, and the city manager's right. We made, this previous council made the decisions in the past, and some of them have led to the way that the current model is operated, that, you know, hey, look, these couple-hour cows for quarterly updates and capital management plans that we just said, hey, shoot me the email, and then nobody reads them, that's part of the issue. And that's on us. This isn't adversarial in the context that it's us versus them and it's all their fault. But I'm just saying, regardless of whose fault it is, I don't like whatever policy is in place, whoever created it, that got to this level of governing. That's the only point I'm trying to make. And I'm not attacking fire by choosing this as the discussion point. I think it was just easy enough, or at least chronologically the first one that came across in this presentation that allowed me to vent some of that concern with regards to the process. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
These specific ones are not. I was trying to describe a process.
And we're developing the
That
AMP
things get
for
in the
next year.
AMP, and then that's only an
Well, I
appropriation.
get it, but when it's in direct response to as an answer, well, it's here because it's an AMP, and it's not. It creates problems with the logic behind the justification. That's all I'm saying.
These originally, these 3 that we're talking about, if you remember, were presented in January after the October budget was done. Came out of the growth model, the phase 2 from Metro forecasting. So these are post the AMP that I'm trying to explain in overall our entire process how things work with getting into the.
I know, but you can see where it can be confusing if you're explaining it out of the context of this exact question. That might be how it works, but it doesn't work in relation to this exact discussion. So then we have some up here that are maybe influenced by that answer, even though it's inapplicable to this, and then the issues roll forward. Thank you.
May I make a comment, Mayor?
Yep. Good.
Yeah, you know, we came full circle again on this. We talked about why are we doing the projection of what the impact might be of the new legislation. And we refocused back to get us on the budget so we understood that's really the mission at hand. And I'd like to get back to the mission at hand. To build the budget, you have to make a decision on these kind of things. So let's make this decision and get moving on the budget and keep it rolling forward. I think that we have a consensus up here of 6 and 2 not wanting to provide consensus. So I guess that's where we're at.
And to really tie us back into earlier, you all are going to be talking about how we intend on funding these. Unless we start building one between now and September 30, the next council is going to be choosing whether or not to execute.
Yeah.
So that was
You still have to build the budget,
correct,
so,
which is why we're talking about it today.
yeah.
Yeah, and real quickly, why we are talking about this today, because I have January's budget workshop presentations that I put all together to make sure I had all that information. And when you look at, and it says right here, January 29th, 2026, Metro forecasting models. And staff provided the presentation to us and what the recommendation is. The last page, station 14, 15, and 16 will be needed in the near term to relieve the call volume for existing stations as the call volumes will increase due to new development. And then it goes further on. So in January, we didn't tell you, we don't want to do that, don't bring it back. So that's probably why we're here, is because we had this discussion back in January. The recommendation was made. This body didn't direct them a different direction. So that's why we find ourselves here today, looking at the same material. So if we don't want to do it, we need to tell somebody that we don't want to do it. So for me, when I look at this and you look at the screen, FY27, the reason that we're here today is to talk about a budget, and they want to put the design and apparatus into the budget. You either support that or you don't. With that being said, there's no reason to design or buy the apparatus if you don't want to build Station 14. So for us, this body, at this point in time, to me, that's what I'm agreeing to. I'm agreeing to the design and apparatus for FY27, and with the understanding it's going to be built in 28. After November, there's going to be different people sitting here. If they don't want to do it, because it's going to be brought back to them, whoever that is, for approval, once the design is completed, and they'll have to approve it. If they don't want to, then they don't have to. So that's how I look at it. For me today, do I want to put the design and apparatus into the FY27 budget? The answer is yes, and I picked methodology number 3. So that's where I'm at. That's how I look at this. And as I think one of my colleagues said, six of us, the majority, has already made reference to what the methodology, how to pay for it is. I'm sure further along in this conversation today, this will come up again when we hear from the fire, for the fire presentation. So that's where I'm at. I think there was a number 2, something else that you were asking that you needed clarity on. Is that correct? Because I don't see any other lights on.
That's correct. So
The charter school. All right. So let's open up the floor for those discussions. I guess there's 2 options there. Pay with cash, and it's broken down exactly where the cash is coming from and how it's being paid. Or it's a debt service, and it appears that the annual debt payment is about $2.5 million. Is that how I read that?
If I could interject here.
Sure.
This particular project is in the AMP. It was put in the AMP last year. It was originally identified to be funded with debt. That was primarily the reason why you all went forward with it. We talked about the LCI. We talked about the PICO funding that would probably be able to support the $2.5 million in annual debt. Since that time, and over the last 4 months, as we've been developing the charter school's budget, we've made a determination from a capital standpoint that they have sufficient resources from both the restricted capital surtax as well as the committed reserves that we previously set aside that can now be funded through the LCI, which when we developed those reserves, the LCI didn't exist. And that we're at a point where we can bring this forward now and pay for it with cash, which is what we're recommending. This again saves you on the capacity issues that you might have, et cetera. Although it may look like we're, certainly if you want to continue with the debt side, we can certainly do that. But we wanted to be able to point this out to you that we're ready to bring it forward with cash. The design is 100% designed, and we're ready to go out on the street and bid it and get it constructed. So that's primarily the reason why this is here.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Killen?
Yeah, it's an easy one for me. We use the cash to do it. We have it made available. It's sitting there. There's no sense, we're gonna be needing debt for other things. So I just as well not labor this with the debt load and free that debt load potential and that capacity to other projects. The money's there, and we got the funding from the state to fulfill the needed portion of this. So I'm all with the cash. Thank you.
Easy for me, one. Cash.
Cash.
I'm not sure what's wrong with you guys. What are you talking about? Cash? We have debt. I'm talking about, we're gonna continue, the council, we're gonna do debt. $2 million is already there. It's in the AMP, CPI, DCF. Oh, I'm sorry, I just gotta, okay. All right, it's a no-brainer, cash. I can't wait for that one to show up somewhere.
Okay, I think,
Cash, I just don't understand why we were even offering the debt service if we have the cash available and this is what it's supposed to be used for. And that's truly, I'm asking naively.
Well, we originally were gonna.
So when we originally designed this 2 years ago, cash was not available.
Okay.
We're simply showing you that, look, we're doing our due diligence to the extent that we can do our due diligence, and we're bringing back an option for you to do something different than what the city council originally identified and said we would do. And that was debt.
Yeah, because we were going to do it. Obviously, I'm cash.
all right, so you get the direction there that you need? Sounds like, except for Mr. Long.
Oh, yeah, cash. Yeah, Mr. Mason said we were originally going to debt fund it at the May meeting when we talked about the design, and he's just clarifying that
Correct.
direction has changed in a
Correct.
positive
He
light.
don't want to build a facility. I'm teasing.
No, that's fine. I mean, the original cost was $12 million a year ago, but let's not talk about that. Cash.
You sure you don't want to talk about it?
I mean, I kind of just did, but cash.
I told you the least expensive time is to build it now.
Yeah.
All right, we're at 12 o'clock. Mr. City Manager, do you want to take a break now? Maybe till 1 o'clock?
Yeah, we could take a break, and then when we come back, we're gonna have the department heads come in and
Okay.
talk about the budget.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a break till 1 o'clock. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And I'll turn it back over to staff, Mr. City Manager, to proceed with the budget workshop.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up this afternoon, what we're gonna do is have our departments go through and present their FY '27 budget proposals and what asks they had for program modifications, if any. Thank you. These are presented in, these are alphabetical order.
Afternoon, Council. Jackie Collins, Superintendent, Oasis Charter Schools. In order to continue to promote a system that educates students to be responsible learners who can successfully compete in a dynamic global workforce, we will maintain the following goals from our strategic plan: student achievement, continuous improvement, community engagement, and we have added a new top priority: capital projects.
How about 4A?
I'm sorry?
And how about 4A?
Well, yeah, the pride, the joy of my day after that conversation. Our students' high level of achievement is attributable to the continued implementation of a rigorous K-12 curriculum that features multidisciplinary instruction and purposeful learning strategies, enabling students to make meaningful connections across disciplines, deepen their understanding, and apply their learning to real-world situations. One of our most notable curricular pieces is a program called AVID, which prepares students for college and career readiness, which is one of our major goals, through strategies such as note-taking, collaboration, inquiry, and goal setting. Our schools outperformed our counterparts in the district again in FY '26 with proficiency scores in the 70th and 80th percentiles in major core subject areas. With a graduation again this year at 100%, the majority of our students go to colleges and universities, many on Bright Future scholarships through our ACE program. About 20% of our population go on to technical college or right into the workforce. As part of our ongoing commitment to continuous improvement and our strategic goal of recruiting and retaining high caliber educators, we will be participating in another salary study with Evergreen in FY '27 to evaluate and maintain competitive compensation levels across the school system. In addition, this is an accreditation year for the entire Oasis Charter School system. And as a part of this process, the system will undergo a comprehensive accreditation review. while the STEM program will pursue and receive a separate accreditation designation. The charter schools will continue to strengthen and expand partnerships with community organizations, business, and industry leaders to provide meaningful learning opportunities for our students. This year, our STEM students collaborated with Family Initiative to design and develop sensory toys for children utilizing its mobile unit located at JetBlue Park. Students also partnered with the Westin to create sensory and fidget toys for neurodivergent children and families visiting Southwest Florida. In addition, our students continue to manufacture diabetes bears that are distributed to children's hospitals across the country. In the coming year, we will build upon these successful partnerships by seeking subject matter experts and industry partners in the tourism and hospitality sectors to assist in the development of our new Culinary and Hospitality Academy and the modernization of our existing culinary laboratory. These collaborations will help ensure students gain relevant, real-world experiences and workforce skills aligned with the needs of our local economy. Finally, we have two significant capital projects on the horizon. The first is the Oasis Sports Complex, which will now advance into the construction bidding phase and represents a major investment in our students, athletic programs, and communities. In addition, we are pursuing the renovation of the culinary facilities at Oasis High School by applying for the Workforce Development Capitalization Incentive Program grant. The current classroom contains outdated equipment and, more importantly, is not optimally designed to support modern student-centered learning. We recently completed an architectural and design study that reimagines the space as a state-of-the-art culinary and hospitality academy, providing students with hands-on, industry-relevant learning experiences. The project cost estimate has been developed and will be presented to City Council in the coming months for review and consideration. The charter schools are presenting a balanced budget for FY27. Budget highlights this year feature an increase of approximately $4.4 million, or an 11.75% from 2026, due to several factors, but the largest increases are attributable to an increase in FEFP per pupil funding of 2.14%, an increase in PICO of 13.31%, and an increase in LCI funding of 44%. FY26 was the first year we received a share of the Lee School's 1/2 cent sales tax of approximately $2 million, and we expect to receive additional shares based on student enrollment until FY29. The governing board is ready to tentatively adopt the budget in June so we can begin our fiscal year on July 1st. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I'll open up for any discussion. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, the 6 cent school tax, that 1/2 cent, is that interlocal agreement or was that by statute now?
That came about because of a lawsuit, but after 2029, if they decide to go out for the referendum again, it will become statute that they share it.
And I just wanted to comment that basically your approach in being able to fulfill all of the intermediate students and those who wanted to pass on to high school has been to kind of cap it at a level that was reasonable for the facility as it is now operated. And appreciate you doing that, because in this budget environment, I think thinking to expand in any large way beyond that, I think is foolhardy, and I think you picked up on it before anybody else did. And I just wanted to comment on that you've been very accommodative and trying to fulfill the mission that's there to support all of those students who want to get in, but been reasonable about the manner in which you're doing it. And although we have a couple peaks in student enrollment at the intermediate school level, that appears like it's going to be quelled and in good shape going forward in the next few years. So I appreciate you doing that, Jackie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Donnell?
I just wanted to give kudos to, well, first of all, Superintendent, great job. But this is what happens. This looks, where's the city manager? This screen for the public looks entirely different than it did back in 2012. We were on the brink of closing it, and it just shows when there's a commitment from the council to have a long-range goal to work with and partner with and see it through the hard times, and you get to something right here. And who benefits? The community and the children. So I just want to plant that seed for the council, because this was way back. But we stayed strong, held together, and the councils throughout have done it. And now we're at the point where we're just flourishing. So well done. Keep up the good work. That's all.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. I might have missed it. Is there a student population projection last year versus this year?
We're maintaining steady with our student population. As a matter of fact, Councilman Kilrain was just talking about being very careful about enrollment because our high school is full currently, and we need to make sure that we have a large matriculation rate between all of our schools to go through to the high school. So we're keeping a focus on our enrollment to keep levels steady so that we can accommodate everyone that wishes to matriculate according to Chapter 26. We have wait lists at every single grade level, so enrollment is really not an issue for us at this point like it is for Lee County. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that number is 978, something like that, right?
950 is
Yeah.
about all we can do at our high school. Boy, it's built, we're at capacity, and we're trying to maintain 950.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Can I get in an advertisement yet? My next town hall meeting is going to be September 26th, and it's going to be, the special topic is going to be charter schools, and Ms. Collins will be making a presentation there, and it's going to be at Cape Christian on September 26th, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other lights on, thank you
Thank
for the
you.
presentation. Okay, whoever's next there, Mr. City Manager.
It's actually the city attorney. Thank you, Mayor. So these are the mission statements and the department goals and priorities, and this is really a summarization of kind of where we are right now, where we can intend to continue to go. We continue to provide legal representation to all the various departments, including some of the new initiatives that have been emerged, specifically as we're dealing with the speed cameras in the school zones. We've expended a tremendous amount of resources in defending those and prosecuting them. We've also, as part of my initiative, have tried to whittle down the utilization of outside counsel. That continues to be one of my core objectives in ensuring that we continue to bring matters in-house. As it stands right now, we've got a department that still is a couple more employees to fill. That's something that's going to happen hopefully in the near future with the ability for me to house them. But as it stands right now, I'm not asking for any program modifications. There is an increase in my budget, but that is based upon the study that was done and approved by this counselor during the last year, and that's the only reflection right there. Is the 214 is based upon the migration on the study that occurred. And that's
Okay, I'll
all.
open up for any discussions. Seeing none, could you elaborate a little bit what the 214 is for?
It is my understanding, and I've got this from finance, and hopefully finance can back this up. It is as a result of the salary study that was conducted last year, and as part of the budgetary process that occurred in the new salary study, that is the reflective of that amount. At least that's what I was told. And they're acknowledging that.
Okay,
Because I didn't add anything to it.
okay, thank you. Any questions for the city attorney? Councilmember Laster?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, just to clarify, when you say the increases from a salary study, just if you could reiterate for me again, this doesn't include new positions, it would be just increases on the positions you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we'll move on, seeing no other lights on, move on to the next department.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Andrea Russell, City Auditor. So basically, we haven't really changed our goals and priorities since I started in 2017. The most important one, though, I think is, we should probably move it to the top, is continuously work to improve department relations, to be trusted advisors to the city. We're in the process right now of developing the audit plan, and I have to say, I think that that's one of our most successful priorities, and that we have gotten a really good amount of suggestions from directors and deputies and managers and council members on what they think needs to be looked at by the office. So that's one of one that I'm most proud of, and I think we do a really great job on. As far as our numbers, we do have, oops, I went the wrong way, Nicole, I shouldn't be operating this. We do have a $164,000 increase, which is about 10.73%, and that is mostly due in part to personnel increases, and the largest part of that, or one of the largest increases, is contractual requirements. It's not adding staff. We do have a program mod request in for, it is for personnel, and what I'm requesting and why I'm requesting is I'd like to change one of my entry-level internal auditor positions to a higher-level audit manager. We did post for the two positions at the same time. We interviewed, and out of probably about 20 or 30 applicants, we got one. We narrowed it down to 3, and then as we tried to fill both of the internal auditor positions, the other 2 candidates were not viable. So we were only able to fill 1, and that position has been vacant. I just have not been able to audit at or hire anyone at the entry-level position. So that's the only reason why we have that program mod in. And as far as the $164,000 increase, like I said, the majority of it is personnel. The other portion of it is about $18,000 is the largest portion of that would be for external audit services, where it was removed from our budget in '26, and it's just being added back in case we need to engage with any external auditors, the external auditors that perform the city audit, or other specialty auditors. We are looking at potentially performing some audits of utilities that sometimes require specialized knowledge and skill, that if I am required by our standards that we audit to, that if I don't have the capability to do it, I have to go out and get it, so that we can perform the audits. So those are the major increases. There's also some other savings that are in there that kind of net out the reason why there's only an $18,000 increase in operating. Okay. That's all I get. Any questions?
All right, I'll open up for any discussion. Seeing none, I just have one quick question, and I think you mentioned it in your comments. It appears that you have one position, it says internal auditor, that has been vacant for more than 180 days. Is that the position that you said you were having problems filling?
Yes.
And what was your desire with that position? To reclassify?
So I'd like to reclass it to a higher level, the audit manager level.
All right. All right, that's all the questions I have.
All right.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, it's not a question for the city auditor, but before we move on to the next department, I wanted to ask a question spurred by something that was just shared, and it's going back to the attorney's office. Of that 214,259, how much of that is contractual, and how much of that is just predicted increase?
Yeah, because you guys know the numbers, I don't.
I don't have the number, but you will see a common theme across the departments where we're incorporating changes from the study that was approved last year for those non-bargaining positions. So salary increases as a result of that, along with any union contractual increases that we are required to do per any of the union agreements. So personnel across the board, you will see increases in each of the departments.
What would be helpful for me, maybe tomorrow, is when we're gonna make these decisions is to know how much of that is contractual in each one of these instances, where if we're seeing a personnel increase, number one, is it added staff? Number two, is it a contractual increase to existing staff? Or is it predicted increase to maintain current staff?
And also included in that is contractual increases related to insurance, health insurance costs. All of those are in that personnel services category. So we're expecting, is it 10% for the insurance? 10% for the insurance, so that's built into the increases as well. But it sounds like you're asking for, by department, a breakdown of the increase that's related specifically to the salary study and any union increases?
Union increases.
Yeah,
Okay.
or we have, certainly city manager, city attorney, they're contractual employees as well. And if there was any COIs, COLs that were in there, that should play into here. It's something we can't trim if we needed to, unless we're gonna break contract, right? And so, for instance, the increase at the city attorney's office, the 214, 259, is an increase of 5.93%, as listed on whatever slide that is, 48. If we're expecting an increase, 10% in benefits, insurance, whatever, what part of that is that 5.93? What percent of that is the benefits that we're gonna have to pay anyway for that position? Just as we would look at trimming the fat, so to speak, how much of it's trimmable and how much of it really isn't based on contract or an expense that we have no control over.
Yeah. I will say that it's really non-discretionary, because what's included in that is positions that are filled, insurance, retirement contributions, all of that is what we consider non-discretionary. And then vacant positions, those maybe we would have some flexibility on. That would be included in that number as well. Any requested positions or added positions would be, as we go through the slides, you'll see those singled out on the slide for you to make that determination.
Okay.
So you'll be able to see that it's not, whether it's in the number or not.
All right, thank you.
Seeing another lights on, we appreciate that presentation. And before we move on, one question I forgot to ask the city attorney. It appears that you have 3 positions in your office that's been open more than 180 days. Administrative specialist, senior administrative specialist, and assistant city attorney. Can you maybe elaborate why there's such the length of time and as far as the positions being open?
Yeah, originally, we're in 2020. Originally in January of last year, I had commenced the process of modifying the office to accommodate the space for those positions, in anticipation of getting that in October 1 and then filling it there shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, it has been longer than expected for that construction activity to occur within my office. I think we're getting up to around 500 days so far. So that is the reason and the basis by way of which I've been unable to fill those positions. And if you could, I think it's 200 some days, which is from October 1. So when I originally started back in January, I thought that it would be done right in time or right in line for me to fill those spots. But as a result of that not occurring, because it was melted into another security enhancement within the city hall, I've been delayed, and that's the reason. But I'm cautiously optimistic that it's going to get now constructed, and then I can put those positions out for advertisement, because my office is again taking on additional responsibilities through all the different things that we do, and we're getting stretched relatively thin.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. We'll go ahead and
Good afternoon, Nicole Reitler, Deputy Financial Services Director. On behalf of the City Manager's Department, I'm going to walk through their departmental goals and priorities and some of their numbers for the fiscal year 2027 requested budget. Within their department goals and priorities, they would like to ensure quality services are provided to all residents, businesses with a focus on long-term financial sustainability, create and sustain financially responsible city services and improve public trust, establish an environment that promotes economic innovation, supports the educational and economic advancement of residents, and allows businesses to grow and thrive within the city, strengthen resilience, environmental stewardship, and sustainability to protect and enhance natural resources and ensure the community's long-term well-being, continue to organically grow followers on social media platforms to increase engagement and awareness, develop proactive public relation campaigns to promote positive stories and achievements within the community, showcasing the Cape Coral as the desirable place to live, work, and visit, establish a vision plan for Burnt Store 300 acres and economic village, and to develop and execute an action plan for the Economic Development Master Plan. Within their 2027 requested budget highlights, from the fiscal year 2026 amended budget to 2027, we did see an increase of about $1 million, or 7.52%. It's not indicative of actual numbers increasing. So within the fund, we did see your standard personnel increases based on a result of contractual pay increases. They had increases in retirement costs as well. But within their operating fund, we did recognize an additional $1.1 million of fund balance that was sitting in our economic development fund to utilize those funds for economic development incentives. So instead of having the funds sit out in the fund balance, we're recognizing it in 2027, offsetting it with that expenditure, the revenue and the expenditure, so that we can move forward and keep advancing the growth of our incentive program. As well as we also did recognize $221,000 in facilities charges. Previously, facilities charges were sitting within government services. We're now recognizing those costs within our departments, so we can track all costs related to departments whole. On top of it, we did increase our incentives within our CRA to recognize $1.2 million there. That's where you're seeing that overall increase in operating of $3 million. We did have the offset within our transfers out, a decrease of 2.25 with the CRA capital projects. Those funds have decreased for transfer out to capital projects as we're recognizing additional funds within our operating for economic incentives. The city manager's office has no additional program modification requests for 2027. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Okay, I'll open up for any discussions regarding city manager's office. Okay, doesn't look like we have any at this time, so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Okay. I'll continue on with the City Council. Departmental goals and priorities for the City Council are to invest in resilient infrastructure, preserve Cape Coral's natural resources for current and future generations, maintain a financially sound government and high-performing organization, create a community of prosperous residences, thriving neighborhoods, and successful businesses, cultivate an engaged and informed community and workforce, and deliver exceptional city services and high-quality amenities. Within your 2027 requested budget highlights, from our 2026 amended budget to our 2027 requested, we saw an increase of $26,120 or 2.04%. You're going to see that within your personnel services, a small increase there, where we had a decrease within your operating services, moving within lines and truing up your actuals. Overall, there was no program modification request for 2027. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Any questions regarding city council budget? Seeing none, thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. Kimberly Brunn, City Clerk. On our slide presented here here is the City Clerk's mission statement and along with the department goals and priorities. This includes where we are at now and where we continue to go as we approach the next fiscal year. As you can see, we have been instrumental in working this past year with the Charter Review Commission, the City Council, and the Elections Office, working toward the referenda deadlines. We're actually going to be wrapping up some advertisements for those coming up in time for the primary election. We continue to provide city email service delivery for city employees, offer public meeting support, training and development, and so on. We have added some services this year. I'm not sure if council's aware. Thank you. You just approved garage sales last night. So we've been helping the code department up until then with all of the garage sale permits. We have recently taken over boat and RV permitting. We're very excited to work with the customer base on that service, along with foreclosure registrations. I am happy to talk about item number 11 with the rental registration program. Recently, in a budget amendment, you had approved a research specialist and a contract position to help us with our numbers. We're approaching 7,000 rental registrations since January 1st, and very excited about that program. Just filled the one position you gave us for a research specialist, and June is going to be great. So happy to say that. Let's see. So for our budget highlights, I've asked for one modification. I have one modification request for one position, a senior customer service representative for passports. I do talk about passports a lot over the last few years. As you may recall, we had 4 full-time front counter passport people for many years. 2 of those positions were transferred out to PD, so we've always been looking for opportunities to beef that staffing back up to grow the program. We are doing very well with it. We've cross-trained other employees to help keep our budget numbers on our revenues on track, but if we're looking to grow the program, it would be necessary to add another senior customer service representative. I do find that we turn away customers. We can offer first-time photos. There are certain services that we just have to say no based on the customer volume. Let's see, so budget may be able to help me explain this the best, but you will see where my numbers for the amended budget versus the fiscal year 27 requested budget. We have a under the amended budget, under operating, that $1,787,522 is regarding the rental registration program. It is, let me see what I have here in my notes. It is the starter funds for that program that were awarded in the Budget 2 amendment. The reserves in fiscal year 27 are based on, it's also rental registration related. Planned spending is less than the anticipated revenues. So that's what the reserves are for those 3 years. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up for any discussion. Anyone have any questions for the city clerk? Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I'm just interested in the passport function. I know that it's well used in the city. A lot of other states do it differently. Are we required by statute to do that, or?
No.
It's a service that we provide, we elect to provide. And I know it's certainly desired by the public to have that, so I think it's a good thing. So whatever we can do to continue to support it, I'd be in favor of that.
I'd like to educate the council. Many years ago, maybe 13, 14 years ago, the county offered that service in Cape Coral just across the street. But because of the economic downturn, they closed that part of their services off. So in order for city residents to be able to not have to go over the bridge, the city clerk's office took on that program. And it's been very successful. We're bringing quite a bit of revenue. I think since we started, it's over $2 million. I do know that we did have a slow period when COVID came, because not even the country was doing passports, so the whole system got shut down. And so, and I believe that had a lot to do with why we lost the 2 employees to PD, is the numbers didn't substantiate the need for all of that staff, but now everyone's back on track with traveling and renewing those passports and having their children renewals and such, so we're very busy.
And it sounds like it might be one of those things that if we get in this pinch that we might be considerate of looking at to curtail. But I think that's one that we probably would want to really find a way of finding additional fees from the public to be able to support it. So.
Isn't it, it's fully self-supporting, right? The passport system is fully self-supporting. Yeah, it's already paid. That, if you look at the expense to what the revenue comes in, that program is fully self-support. It's over 100% recovery.
Okay. Well, maybe we want to make it more than 100% then.
It's actually generating more money to help support the clerk's functions.
I'm saying let's, it's popular.
It's well,
a
that's
good
why
service.
That's why she has it on here, and as a discussion for you all, she'd like to add that senior customer service rep. There are services that we could charge for, such as, taking the photo that people could get right here, and right now they're having to turn them away. They got to go get a picture and then come back. So they could generate additional revenue and make it even more, make a better service for our customers.
It's a value-added perception by the public. It's something that they seek, that's eager, and my marketing brain tells me raise the price.
I think the prices are set by.
The $35 is
Yeah,
a specific fee that we can't go up or down, yes.
Yeah, the price for the passport is set by federal statute,
Okay.
but the price of taking a picture is something we can do.
Yeah. More ways to skin the cat, so.
Any other questions?
I guess the only thing I have is right now, this particular position, if you look on slide 8 of our presentation, is not in the proposed budget. So I think it would be a consensus from council whether we add that position. And we don't have to have that discussion now, but it's sometime during today, I think would be important.
You can do them slide by slide if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd probably be helpful.
All right. So this particular, I guess I'll open it up for the floor to see if we want to fund this particular position that sounds like is no expense to the general fund. It sounds like it's self-funded out of the revenue that we generate with the passport program.
The expense is in the general fund, but there's an offsetting revenue in the general fund.
Right.
I would definitely support that position.
All right, so I'll open it up for any other discussions on that. Or do we want to go down the line and give a thumbs up or thumbs down? Because it sounds like that's what staff's looking for. Councilman Kaduki, you want to start this time? We're just going down the line.
Sure.
Yes.
We know, I'm fine with it.
Pictures, first-time pictures, absolutely, and many more passports to be completed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Brett Limbaugh. I'm your Development Services Director. I want to cover our mission statement with you very quickly, and it's the Development Services Department provides services and programs that enhance community value. Our employees are professional and courteous and strive to enhance the quality of life for our residents and our visitors. We serve today's development demands while planning for tomorrow's community needs. The Development Services Department is made up of several divisions. I am in the administrative division. There are only a few of us in that division. There are also the permitting division, the building division, our planning division, our land development division, and of course, code enforcement. Currently, we have about 150 employees. There are several vacancies, primarily in the permitting and building divisions. We are looking at filling those positions and in some cases maybe doing some repurposing of those positions to assist with issues that our constituents bring to our attention. We have a number of goals and priorities that are listed on this sheet. They are certainly not inclusive of all of our priorities and goals, but they are some of the main ones. The first one on your list has to do with our InterGov building permit system. We have a business analyst, Brian Kenny, who works very closely with our technology department to improve this system on a day-to-day basis. We also have, and many of you have been to see our morning meetings that we have with the city manager's office and IT, to look at how we report out metrics from that system. And when we do that, we often find additional glitches in the system that need to be fixed. And so we're going to continue to do that. The system is getting better. With all of Brian's hard work and IT's hard work, city manager's hard work, we also have our Public Works Department involved in that effort as well. So we're constantly looking at ways to make this system better. We currently operate our plan review system, which is called Bluebeam. We are looking at moving to another form of software, but we're waiting for it to be troubleshooted by some other cities so we make sure we understand what it is that we're buying, and that is called DigiPlan. Our second priority here has to do with our code enforcement group, and we talked a little bit about this last night. Their goal is to reach 75% of cases proactively. That is, code enforcement officers out in the field actually finding violations rather than being reactive, which is just waiting for the calls to come in. I'll give you an example from just last May. Our code enforcement staff actually created 2,803 cases. Of those, 435 were called in. 2,369 of those were ones that were found by our staff in the field. So that's an 85% clip rather than the 75, which is what we're striving for. So I'm very proud of them for being on top of that. And that's with 5 positions that are still yet to be filled. We're actually looking at a software demonstration tomorrow called City Detect, which is a camera that can be mounted to vehicles and will actually register different types of violations. The most common usage of those is to put them mounted on trash trucks, because the trash trucks will go down every street at least once a week. And so if you want to program it to look for certain violations, such as missing roof tiles or trash or junk cars, you can program that into the system. It will automatically detect those and report it back to our offices so that our officers, when they're out in the field, can go directly to that place rather than just the formal patrol up and down the streets every day. So we're excited to see if that works. We're going to continue to take a look at our land development code and make improvements to that. We had a couple cases last night. For example, one that Kim talked about earlier, which is transferring the licensing capacity from our land use code to the city clerk, and that's for garage sales. And then we had a minor amendment that was forwarded to us by Mr. Kilrain, which had to do with generators and where they should be located. The current restrictions were a bit much, and so we've added some additional latitude, but certainly you will be seeing those very often from our department. We are working on looking at our recovery metrics for funding that we bring in. Development Services does generate a tremendous amount of funding. One shortcoming of the building fee schedule is that it was last updated in 2009. And so it does not have an escalator, so we've been 17 years with the same fee amounts. Matt Grambo talked to you about 803 last night and the restrictions on how we can charge fees in the future. We can no longer use valuation-based fees, which means normally across the country you use ICC valuation tables. We're not allowed to use those anymore. So it really is truly a time and materials calculation that we're going to have to make. Fortunately, we were already We're almost under contract with a consultant to do that preparation. Now that that is statewide, we are very fortunate to be one of the first entities to actually be under contract with a consultant to do that.
And that's statutory requirement. So that's going to change how our fee schedule for building permits is done.
Okay. Lastly, we had provided two sessions for the council last year on floodplain and floodplain regulations. The ultimate goal is to change our community rating system from a 5 to a 4, which is better, which will reduce our insurance rates. We have yet to bring that third presentation to you, but that will happen shortly. So when we go to our funding, I think what jumps out here immediately is the decrease, which is just over $2 million. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we have not acquired our SHIP funding, which will be coming in August. That's about 1.5 million of that. And that is the State Housing Initiatives Partnership. That's a program that we use for producing and preserving affordable housing. The remaining 500,000 of that delta is a variety of different things, which I won't go into. When we look at program modifications, we talked last night about the mitigation number. We were going to ask for $300,000 to put into that line item so that we can basically do weed and trash removal. Sometimes that involves actually doing some repairs. We are not in the home improvement business, but if, for example, someone has abandoned a home and there is a pool that needs to be closed up or repaired, or a pool cage that is has been dismantled, sometimes we do have to go in and physically mitigate structures. So 300,000, I think, is a good number. I talked to our code enforcement folks this morning, and they spend in upwards of about $30,000 a month on mitigation. I know Council Kaduki, you had asked for numbers last night, and I'm getting those collated, and I will get them to you and the rest of the council shortly on what our spend is. Along with the code enforcement mitigation amount, we also need some additional dollars for our special magistrates. We are wanting to hold hearings at least once a week, so we need some additional dollars for that, including police detail. And we also have to increase our postage. And so altogether, that is a fairly large number, but it is necessary to keep code enforcement up and operating. We have two items pending. One is a business systems analyst. This would be a counterpart for Ryan Kenny, who is working on Intergov system. He is a one-man show right now, and we would hate to lose him, but it would be very helpful to have somebody in a backup position. We also have a construction inspector for our land development department, and that is very much dependent on the larger developments such as Coral Grove. When we receive fees for that individual development, then we can use those dollars to hire some backup for Greg Harder's division. That's what I have for you today. I'd be more than happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up for discussions. Councilmember Donnell.
Yeah, I had one question that is specifically concerns Intergov. All right, I just wanted to get an update as to how, I know inside, but what are the people that we're providing the services? What feedback are we getting specifically with the Intergov?
Are you talking with Intergov themselves, the supplier, the vendor?
No, because there was something with the builders, the building, and I know that was a big thing 2 years ago when I walked into this seat.
Yeah, there was what they had said, it was taking too long to get through the permit process, and the work that we do every morning with the city manager's office, we are under the state requirement for permit processing, so that wasn't the issue. Sometimes it's technical issues that they're having with uploading documents, and our permitting staff can help them with that. A lot of this has to do with homeowners who want to apply for their own permit. They're not used to the system. They're not used to, in most cases, electronic uploads, and so we help them with those. But you may be hearing that some people are dissatisfied with the system. That's generally what's happening.
So I want to be very specific, specifically with the building industry. Have we gotten any feedback as to these updates that we're talking about, these improvements? What are we hearing from the people we are servicing?
Yeah, we're working closely with Lee BIA right now, and we talk with them about any issues that they're having with Energov or any suggested improvements that we could make to the system. They seem to be fairly satisfied with the system as it's operating right now. Certainly not all contractors are, and we are willing to work with those individuals.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, could you just review again the insurance change that you support, the 5 to 4, and the implications of that with respect to your staffing and
Yeah, if you're talking about the community rating system, so this primarily has to do with floodplain and improving our insurance rating. And so there are certain steps that you can take to increase your score, which ultimately will be of value to our citizens and their homeowners insurance. So, for example, if we went from 1 foot above base flood elevation to 2 foot above base elevation as part of our code, that would score points, right? And so that is one of many things that we can bring to you. I'm not sure if that is going to be palatable, but we will certainly bring that and other ideas with us next time we visit with you. We can talk to you about what each of those items would score and how we can get to that next rate, which is a 4.
is that mostly staffing related to be able to put more manpower on it, or?
It can be. I mean, we have a full floodplain program right now. We have a division manager and 2 staff that look at all floodplain permitting that goes through our city offices. So that does help.
Yeah. Again, and thinking about the budget constraints we may be facing, it's obvious that, you look at code enforcement and you could always start tailing back on code enforcement to save manpower and not fill vacancies and that type of thing. I think that's the wrong direction. I think the preferred direction would be we're being mandated in areas like the 803 to be able to support that, do the staffing that we need to do to support that, and then find a way of taking that fee and distributing that against all permits in a manner that makes sense, that's not, a fee recovery for that service. And if there are other areas in there like the reclassification to provide the insurance, maybe we can find ways of doing similar to that to be able to support the manpower to get that done. That's sellable as a value added to the public. So, I mean, we can tell them that as a result of statute, we're being required to do this, and as a result to improve your insurance position, we're trying to do this. And I think it's a sellable increase that you might be able to entertain. Also, unregistered contractors. I know we haven't proactively been doing anything there, but you had talked about doing something about unregistered contractors. Can you share some of those ideas?
Yeah, and so for those who may not know, we don't actually register contractors in the city. That's done by the state through DBPR. So if we find an unlicensed contractor working on a job, then we basically report them to the state DPPR. They have come down recently to talk to us about doing operations to find additional contractors that may not be operating with a license. They've talked to us, they've talked to our police division about different things that we can do to clean up that issue.
Okay, and certainly the contractor world is supportive of that.
Yes.
So I think that that's another service that we could create fee for and do a better service to the community by doing it that way. The other thing is any kind of ability to kind of modernize the methods we're using, like the garbage truck cameras, although I remember seeing pictures of city manager driving a garbage truck as a result of this, but I'm thinking even drone opportunities there that you maybe not have done. Anything that we can do to leverage technology to be able to provide improved or continued service at the same level, are real sellable things, and we're gonna need to look for those kind of innovations as we move forward when the budget crunch is hitting us. So, I mean, they're all little small steps, but they'll add up, you know, just as we had our discussion last night, and, you know, a couple $100,000 thing, get 6 or 7 of them, and you got $1 million pretty quick, so.
Yeah, you know, our code enforcement officers are limited to observing observations essentially from the street, so we can't use drones. You know, the only thing we could do is if a neighbor allows us onto their property to observe something on an adjacent property, that's okay, but we can't use that technology, unfortunately.
Well, I'll give you, for instance, we drive by a lot of tractor trailers and cars parked in vacant lots that we know aren't to be there.
That we can
And
find.
we either proactively see it, or someone reports it to us. And you run a drone system over the thing, and you pick up on that stuff, and you go out and then nail it, you know? So that's what I'm thinking, you know, to accelerate and facilitate, so.
Great,
I'm looking for opportunities where we create revenue, and that revenue either improves the service and/or it allows you to expand your current system, even though it may not be directly related to that, okay?
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. When you're talking about the our CRS rating, I know when Hurricane Ian came through, one of the things that we did in an effort to assist the residents in getting their homes repaired and to recover from that is we switched our look back from 60 months to 12 months as it relates to the 50% rule. Are we considering increasing that look back as a way to get additional points to increase that rating, to get back to a longer look back period in that 50% evaluation?
You know, I'm not sure if that's going to be part of the menu that we bring to you, but we'll certainly take it under consideration.
Yes, please. Sorry. Ryan Lamb, Emergency Management Resilience Director. Senate Bill 180 doesn't allow that anymore. It's only a 1 year under the current legislation.
Until October of 27?
There's a number of provisions in there, but yeah, that's one of the things that's in there. Well, I'll work, and we kind of tag team on the floodplain management stuff. So.
Okay, all right, thank you. And as it related to the presentation that's being given to you with the use of cameras to observe potential code violations and whatnot, in general, I'm highly supportive of that. Obviously, using technology, more and more we're using AI for things, for less funding necessary, obviously, than having human personnel do that. If in fact that was being looked at, would that not affect the capital outlay in the budget? If we were to like that presentation, let's say, does the capital outlay deal with any of the cameras that would need to be purchased, or is that more of a service that would be paid for, that we would pay for as an expense, an ongoing expense?
Yeah, it's an ongoing expense. It's an annual expense for this service.
Okay, and they supply the equipment?
Yeah.
I see. And if that were to happen, would that be considered a proactive, anything that was identified, would that be a proactive, or would that be considered a reactive, or would we have a third category that said proactive, reactive, and camera reported?
Well, it's a very good point. We probably ought to create a third category just for that.
Okay.
The AI software just creates a searchable database of videos so that we can say, we'd like to know where there are vehicles parked in the swale. And it'll give us, here's the 72 address that you have. Our code officers have to go visually look at it. So what it allows us to do is be way more efficient in our proactive enforcement. Because instead of just driving around and finding them, we're able to say exactly what we're looking for: tall grass, broken window, visually observable things from the street, not the fear mongering of spying in the houses and people's it's not. it's replacing the visual eye, but creates a searchable database so that we can say, tell us where the shingle, you know, there's no roof. But we still need to physically, an officer needs to physically go there and see it. It just helps us in our proactive.
Oh, without question. And the thought of it, the thought of it replacing a citizen who obviously can see that, Carl, sitting in the swale, calling 311 or emailing 311, that then has to identify themselves, which they don't like, which we have no control over because of it being a state statute, to be able to use technology to do that, to relieve the homeowner from having to tell on their neighbor, you know, so to speak, and fear retribution and whatnot. I think it's an effective use. And I just wanted to make sure if it was going to require a capital outlay for the equipment, that, and when I see the capital outlay going from 6 1/4 down to 2 3/4, I go, well, you know, if this is a program that we end up, you know, liking, do we have the money for it? And other than that, then from the standpoint of the ongoing expense of it, where would that be found in the budget if you were to decide to go that way on the monthly or annual expense that we put out to that service?
Yeah, we don't have that currently programmed into our budget right now, and so we need to work with finance to settle that.
It would be classified in operating expenses.
Okay, and it looks like we have a tremendous decrease there. Hats off to you for being able to trim that off of there. But that, you know, I would look forward to the results of the demonstration and how you feel about that. And if that were to be a way to relieve our citizens, you know, from having to be the you know, initiator of that in an effort to keep our city as beautiful as it can be. I'd like to make sure that we understand what that expense might be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. First of which, I don't know if the council recalls, but a while ago I'd gotten a second to work on a program where we would have someone out there to do enforcement for unlicensed contractors. Yep. And I think what we've identified as a position is what's called a building enforcement officer. We're thinking 2 of those. I'm still waiting on staff to get back with me to find out exactly what the cost for the first year and then the subsequent years thereafter, what that cost is going to be with the methodology that we would apply, whatever that cost is, towards additional permit fees. So for an example, if we have, you know, 40,000 permit fees and we're going to do $5 a permit fee, we know we have 200,000 to work with. So that's the methodology moving forward. I'm hoping to bring that back in July, back to City Council. You know, we not only have to approve those positions, but of course we'll have to approve those funding. And my thought in this process was try to get this up and running and implemented by October 1st. So if that's something that this council thinks that they will be supporting, Mr. City Manager, would this be an opportunity where we want to try to, we don't have a dollar amount yet, but at least to kind of put on the side those 2 building enforcement officer positions?
We received some information about that yesterday. They've evaluated the position, made a determination that it'd probably be better to use a building inspector 2 position, which is about $101.7 thousand annually.
So 2 of those?
I'm sorry?
2 of those positions then?
Yeah, and then you'll have some capital outlay for the first year.
They didn't tell us how many positions they would do. It's, at this point, that would be the cost of it, yes, plus a vehicle. Yeah.
Right. So that's something that, you know, we're going to have to take into account. And, you know, like I said, I want to try to bring something back to council. I think our next CAL meeting is towards the end of July. So I'm hoping to have that information, maybe where we can bundle that all together, see what that capital outlay is for the first year, see what the payroll expenses are going to be yearly after that, and reoccurring costs, and bring that back. So just wanted to bring that up while we were talking about development services. So if we have another budget meeting after this one, hopefully we'll have that kind of finalized.
I'd be supportive of that, certainly, and I know it's a big issue out there, so.
Yeah, I know it's been a problem, and, you know, I've reached out to Lee BIA and the Cape Coral construction industry. Everybody that I've asked or talked with are in support of it, you know, because, you know, they want licensed contractors out there as much as we do, because that's taken away business from them. So they have some skin in the game with this issue as well. The other thing that I wanted to ask, I know the city managers, basically, because of the reduction in permits, has put a soft hold on refilling any existing positions that we have. Can you tell me how many positions, as a result of that, do we have open at this time?
I think we're in the realm of around 7 positions that we're ready to backfill. There are about 23 that are just frozen.
23 that are
Yeah.
frozen?
Yeah.
The ones that they are losing through like, let's say it's similar to like a fire department or police department, there's a minimum staffing they need. So those I've which has been since the beginning. If somebody leaves or gets a promotion, they're able to refill those, but I think there's 23 that are not in that minimum staffing.
All right, so those 23 positions, do we know, is that those positions paid out of a variety of funds?
Primarily building funds, so there's about 16 permit technician positions, and there's a variety of other building division positions.
Yeah, because my thought process on this is, you know, the reason that we haven't filled those positions or they're frozen is because we have had a reduction in building permit applications over the last couple of years. If you look at the data, even though it's still being paid for out of the building fund, it would have been nice if some of those positions were in the general fund, but no matter what fund they're being paid out of, I would think that if it doesn't look like we need those positions, then we take that out of the budget. We remove those out of the budget just to have them sitting there on paper. If they're there on paper, that means we have to fund them. So I would suggest that we do that moving forward if it doesn't look like we're going to fill those positions.
Okay.
If the permitting or the building industry turns around and 3 years from now we're booming again, that's when you bring them back. But that's not the case, and it doesn't appear that's going to be the case moving forward. So that would be my recommendation.
Just to clarify, those 23 frozen positions are not currently budgeted. So
Oh,
there's
okay.
no money in the actual expenditure budget for fiscal year '27, so there's nothing to remove. They're just held static. We have those positions, but we're not funding them currently.
All right, now how about the 7 positions? Because I know we have some positions that we haven't filled because of a decrease.
The 7 are currently funded.
Okay, so it's 7, only 7 of those. And most of those are in the building fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's at least $500,000.
Yeah, when I look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you look at the open positions that we have, that we recently got a report on, and then we got a revised report here, I believe, beginning of the week. In development services, it's showing that we have 3 positions that have been vacant for over a year, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions to date have exceeded 180 days. So those 9 positions or whatever, are they a part of the 7? Or is this over and above the 7?
Yeah, that's really part of what hasn't been backfilled yet. So there was a time where we were instructed not to backfill those positions, and so we have just been given the authority to backfill those now, and so that's what we're in the process of doing, and that's why you're seeing such high numbers.
When we initially did the freeze, we basically told them freeze everything until we work through the minimum staffing.
Okay. So I guess I would like to see what the minimum staffing requirements are.
There's an email and to poke just that, me giving information that was inaccurate in the middle of the meeting. There was an email sent out by Matt. Did it make it to council? Do you know?
It did not.
Okay. So we'll send you the email with the org chart. It was sent out a couple weeks ago, and it's actually 20 positions on the hiring freeze, not 23. So just pull that back a little bit. It's actually 20 on the chart. And then they do have positions that are in the minimum staffing that are open that would be on that list.
And it would be helpful for me anyway, to also identify what funds those positions are paid out of. Because we know moving forward, if the referendum happens to pass and we get that hit, one of the things that we're going to have to look at is maybe some of our minimum staffing that we have now. We might not be able to have that same level of minimum staffing. The last thing I want to do is hire an employee today and then next year have to get rid of them. So that's one of my fears.
Well, in this fund, I know we're looking at development services, but for the purposes of this discussion, we're talking about the building division positions that are under the hiring freeze.
Right.
As you know, we're getting ready to come up on the July from last night. We have a 5-day requirement to turn around permits. And so it could be that some of those soft hiring freeze, in order to meet that, we actually have to release those to be filled. And then that would be incorporated in the building permit fee increase on the, so in a couple of weeks, we're gonna need to be figuring out, we're trying to do an allocation now based on what we know our volume is on how many are gonna have to be done in the 5-day turnaround versus how many still have the 30-day, and then the resubmittals have the 10-day. So we think we have that kind of dialed in based on historicals, but just like the stock market, past history isn't, a guarantee of future. So that would be my only caution with that right now. I mean, if you can give us a couple of months, I know where you're wanting to do, I know what you're wanting to accomplish. Our only thing is, in a couple of weeks, we have a whole new shot clock we've never worked under that has the shortest time frame ever.
Right, and it may take additional personnel in order to meet those statutory requirements. I understand that.
Yeah, we're gonna try and set aside personnel just for that, just to monitor the volumes and the delay, the backup 2 or 3 days, and then if we need to shift some over. But then if we start losing on the 30-day, then we're gonna have to put somebody back in there. So.
Right, and the reason I bring that up, because I got a list of all the vacancies that we have throughout the organization. And if you add up the minimum salaries, you're over $3 million. So my goal is to look at these positions, even though they're in a variety of, those positions are paid from a variety of funds. I think it's important to look and say, hey, if they've been, and these positions that I mentioned have been vacant for over 180 days or more. So that's, there's many more on the list, but what I did was did a spreadsheet on anything 180 days or more. And, that tally is over $3 million. So I just want to take a good close look at that. If we're not going to need it or we're not going to fill it, then why should we fund it? So that's kind of my position on it. Councilmember Kadout.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking for clarification of a comment you made, because you said, I think I heard you say that you were looking for which fund the positions were coming out of?
Yes, as far as those positions?
Well, with the spreadsheet that they sent us, it was, that was the second column.
Yeah, I do see that.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure they were talking about the 22 or 20 positions,
Understood.
whatever it is.
Not from the spreadsheet that they
Yeah.
sent us.
It's 20. It's 20.
Yeah, but
23.
I would
Right,
I
there's
would
a
like to
variety
know
of
what
building
fund
code
that they're
fund.
being paid out of.
Understood. I was just looking for clarification on that, because it does list, but for those 20, we have no clue.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. What are you going to do? Anything else?
Apparently it is 23 and I was accurate. The org chart's wrong.
Well, why don't we just say somewhere between 20 and 30 and we know we're all right?
We do want everybody eating out of the same dish, so just,
It's in the 20s.
Yeah, we know it has a 2 in the beginning. So, all right, well, I'm sure they'll get us that information and it'll hopefully be accurate. I don't have any other questions. I see no other lights on, so thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome, thank you.
Who's up next?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Ryan Lamb, Emergency Management Resilience Director. For emergency management and resilience, of course, our goal is to safeguard and protect our community. One of our mantras is we want to be prepared today for any natural human-caused disasters that happen to our city. And we want to become more resilient. We want to be tougher and have safeguards in place when these things do inevitably happen to our community, that we're ready and we can bounce back quickly from them. A couple of the major things that we're working on is Emergency Management Accreditation Program, or EMAP. Again, this is a list of best standards and best practices across the profession. And so we're actively in that process. Actually, we've scheduled our site visit. We'll have our peer team on site in January of this year to continue to pursue that and hopefully thereafter achieve that standard. Other things we're looking at is the Emergency Operations Center. It's actually a new build based off council direction at the corner here. We're working through some options there to combine some funding sources that we can work on that would limit or eliminate or very minimally impact the general fund. And so being able to combine some of our other grant opportunities. So we're still waiting on some final approvals and nods that be able to do that, but with a goal of knowing with the budget crunch what we can do to minimize the impact to the general fund. We also have the Resilience Hub. That's in conversation as well. And in that development process, we're going to 30% design on that project. A lot of other things that we're actively busy on, and I'm going to skip ahead to our budget now. So looking at this, one of the things you'll see is this large increase of the $18 million. This is the state appropriation for the EOC construction. And so that is reflected here, which is why you see the 800% increase here. Other things into the budget modifications, I will also note that as it is right now is that the Emergency Management and Resilience Department is 100% funded through the All Hazard Fund, which is a portion of funding that we receive through an interlocal agreement with Lee County. So it does not come from the general fund. Things for program modifications requests, there was a request for a resilience coordinator. I believe we've looked at moving that to next year, correct? That we're looking at pushing that to next year is one of the things to potentially look at providing some additional assistance as we look at the programming for resilience at the Resilience Hub, partnering with Parks. Parks would take care of the Parks and Rec side. This would work with our nonprofits that would be assigned to that site. They would help in the coordination of that. And then the capital outlay for an incident support unit. This would serve as a sprinter van, a mobile command post that we could function in. It would be for all other city services. It would help support public safety for police and fire, but would also be used for things and incidents for parks, utilities, public works, any of the other incidents that our city potentially faces that could help supplement those instances and be a citywide asset. But it would be a sprinter van with some technology, some additional capabilities that would be contained within there, and that's a one-time capital purchase. And with that, I'll stand by for questions.
Just real quick for clarity for myself, the program modification request for FY27 that you have listed there, they are or are not built into the budget already?
No, the resilience coordinator was moved out to FY28 based off of where we're at in the construction process. That's one that'll be pushed out till 28.
Okay. All right. And the capital outlay for 315?
That's a request for this year.
Okay. And is that reflective in the capital outlay that's 18 million? That's listed?
So the 315,000 for the instant support unit?
Yes, sir.
That is not included.
That's not included?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lamb, for this. I was gone, remember, 2 years, good behavior, came back, and you're in this position. So I know when I left previously, especially after Ian, you did a phenomenal job as our fire chief, doing a lot of this work. So I guess for me, you know, you had mentioned these grants, so I'm assuming that the 18 million appropriation is specifically only for the EOC construction, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That was appropriated by the state of Florida in FY23 and FY24. And then we have a hazard mitigation grant that was also approved for $11.3 million. And we're in the process of seeking some other opportunities to compress some other safe room projects into this project, again, with the goal of having very little to no impact on the general fund.
Okay, so that all, I thought you were talking about the all hazard fund from Lee County that is also funding this?
So that funds majority of the personal and operating costs of the department, so that does not come from the general fund. But the EOC specifically on that project, we're looking to utilize HMGP, hazard mitigation funds from FEMA, and the state appropriation to fund that construction of that project.
And so the all hazard fund funds like you and your staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then as the mayor said, so then the 315,000 capital outlay that's coming, that would have to come from the general fund?
That could come from the all hazard fund. We have some additional funds there that would come from any money that's unspent, because it's a special revenue fund, goes back into our all hazards pot, and so it could be taken from that potentially, if that was the desire of council.
I mean, that would be my desire. I want to try to save as much money from the general fund as possible, given our situation. You know, and I'm comfortable with this department, given that it's not coming out of the general fund, because if it was, you know, my question would be, are these things that can go back to our fire chief, you know, duties that our fire chief could complete like you did before I left? And maybe that's, you know, maybe, and again, I was gone, so I'm not totally educated on how this all came about. But I would not, you know, my preference would be not to utilize any general fund for this department at this time.
So to talk to the other side, from 2018, when I was promoted to fire chief and emergency management director, I held both titles. And in 2024, council made the election to split emergency management off. So now I'm the emergency management and resilience director. The fire chief is now just the fire chief, managing about $150 million in projects, all those things. The workload that has continued to progress there, we're able to do more in the emergency management realm to help prepare our city, seek additional revenue sources and opportunities. And as I said, we're 100% all hazard funded at this time.
So it got too much then for the fire chief position to be able to do those duties as well as being the fire chief?
Yeah, candidly, because I was the person in that role, it was hard to do a good job at both. And so that's where we ended up at.
I wanted some of that history definitely helps. But yeah, so my preference would be not to take any money out of the general fund for that capital outlay, because we need to save as much as we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just for the record, I'm not sure that we actually called it an incident support unit. I think we called it something else when we went to Tallahassee, and we actually made this one of our asks for appropriations. And just for the record, I believe we've been denied on that request. Is that correct?
So the police department, I believe, was what they were seeking on that, and they've moved forward with a different option for the police department. This would help could support police and or fire, and then all of the other departments in the city, and serve as kind of a field incident, as a field EOC.
Okay, so this is not the same vehicle
It
as
is different.
prior?
It is different. The police department would have one, and then this would be serving everybody else.
I see. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think that was police command. Mobile command.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, the EOC building, and I know we had county commissioners evaluate the elevation piece on it. Any other things that are coming our way from a statute standpoint that's going to affect that?
So that was the Resilience Hub, and that was through the HUD money, the U.S. Housing and Urban Development. And so that one, they're continuing to have lots of conversations about all of the allocation of those funds and where those go. I don't anticipate anything else coming from that one. The EOC is a separate construction project that would be across the street here, and that one's through FEMA dollars.
Okay.
And so that one it has to be, because it's a FEMA requirement to be elevated, that one will be built to above the SLOSS model.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And say again, the incident support unit for 315, it could be paid out of what fund did you mention before?
The All Hazards Fund.
All hazards. So that funding is available there now?
Looking at the budget team, but I'm getting a head nod, yes, sir.
All right. All right, I would, I think it's very important to make sure that we're, prepared for natural disasters, like Hurricane Ian. So since the monies is in that particular fund and we're not using general fund, I also would support the purchase of that particular vehicle using those funds and those funds only. So it sounds like two of us have supported that, so I guess we should go down the line
Make it 3.
to see if that's a majority consensus from council.
I'm on board too.
So we'll start. You're good? Councilmember Lehman? Yes. Same?
Yep.
Councilmember Long?
Sure.
I have a question. So it was almost a year ago, we had a discussion at council about the EOC building, and I sent an email after that, and I just looked through, and I sent a follow-up question I never got an answer to. So you guys are expanding the EOC here, right?
It's, well, based off, that was the initial conversation, was the expansion of the existing EOC. Based off of council direction after that was to relocate it here on the corner.
And construct a brand new one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And our plan is to have that be very close to 100% grant funded through the state and the federal government.
But originally we were expanding the old building?
That was a discussion, but we ended up with a number of issues that was brought before council. There was the tower over there. The current EOC is within the CLAP zone. That building is not within the slosh model. Again, it wasn't a requirement when that building was built, but this building, I think the lowest horizontal member of the safe room has to be 12 feet above ground level. And so it doesn't meet the current standard for an EOC. So based off of those things, that site was limited. And so council elected to relocate that as a standalone construction project here to the corner.
Standalone new EOC being constructed solely by funding through grants.
That is our goal.
Okay, and yeah, I agree with supporting the capital outlay and all hazards fund, which comes out of the county. And I think I asked this question, I'm gonna look through my sent emails as well. What does that exactly make up? I know it's from the county, but what is that?
So it provides funding for emergency preparedness initiatives.
No, I just meant like where does the tax come from? It's more a financial question than it is what exactly does it pay for.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe I have to ask the county.
Well, I have the agreement here.
Okay, thank you.
Been reading it. The budget is developed and based on the millage set by the Lee County Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, I read it in our book, and I had sent it to Crystal forever ago, but I can follow up with the county and ask, because I was curious.
The amount of funds to be expended to the benefit of the city shall be equal to its pro rata share contribution.
Right, but like, what is it? I don't know.
So it's on the trim notice as a...
Right.
Yeah, so that's how it's developed.
Just another fee that we pay. And I'm not saying that to our city, I just meant like the county. I don't know what it is and where it comes from, how they make it up. Mr. Mason, do you know?
It's a municipal service taxing unit. It's an MSTU that was developed by the county for the provision of services for emergency management.
I guess what I'm asking is how does it get funded? Like, there's a gas tax. Like, how is it getting its revenue?
It's no different than the millage rate based upon evaluation of properties throughout the county.
It's its own separate millage rate, so to speak. Okay.
Associated with that service, yes.
But what's the service? Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I guess from the All Hazards Fund perspective, instead of all of this money going to the county and then they provide service and we subsidize the county that has provided to everybody else, this money stays here and we provide our own service. I believe we can do it at a improved level than getting lost into the rest of the county.
Totally, thank you.
Yeah, I think there's 13 taxing authorities in the property tax bill, and I think that's one of them, I believe.
Well, I was going to tell you, this is similar to the mosquito control district. It's
right, but I know mosquito control is mosquito control. Like, what is where does that money come from is what I'm asking. Like, what is it?
comes from you,
I know
your tax bill.
And thank you very much.
It goes towards.
I just
goes
got the
towards
check.
Emergency management in the county.
Okay, so it's just a fee, and it's being set into this bucket for specific to
And
emergency.
shared with us.
Right, but I just didn't know
It's a
exactly
tax.
what it was.
Yeah,
It's
It's
just
a tax.
It's a tax.
Yeah, we need to make sure we use the right terms. It's a tax.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, just real quickly, you said personnel was coming out of the all hazards fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right now,
And-
we're 100% operating and personnel is 100% from all hazards.
Okay. And I know you talked about it, but just to kind of put it out there, I guess, well, what is this, year 2 now?
Yes, sir. All hazards was created in, or the all hazards, the Department of Emergency Management and Resilience was created in 2024. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I recall that discussion, and as part of that, and I don't know whether it tipped the scales or not, I think I was the only dissenting vote, was with the understanding that it was an even switch from your personnel that was then at the fire department that was going to be transferring over to that. So basically no new FTEs. And then I know that the circumstances change, and obviously you always wanted to grow with the population grows, but both years since then, if I'm not mistaken, we've come forward with requests for new personnel. So that's where I struggle a little bit, regardless of where the fund comes from. I know I previously said yes, and it doesn't matter whether I change it now because there's a majority, but those are the kind of things I look at when I have difficulty making these decisions. But thank you for clarifying.
Sir. I did have, this is a trim notice, I believe. Mr. Manager, would you like to speak to that one? 101.
All hazard.
Side there.
Okay. Well, have no other lights on, and Mr. City Manager, you get direction that sound like council gave?
I'll get it from Maureen. I stepped out, but I'll get it.
We do. We have.
Yeah.
On this one, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I got it for you, Mike. Okay.
All right, we'll move on to financial services.
Good afternoon, Crystal Feast, Financial Services Director. The Financial Services Team's mission is to provide quality customer service by giving complete and accurate financial management support in an efficient and timely manner. To carry out this mission, Financial Services consists of 100 employees over 9 divisions, and we support every department and fund within the city. Each division is responsible for coming up with 3 to 5 annual goals, and what you have before you is a highlight of those. So we'll just highlight a few. First, we will continue to pursue the Triple Crown recognition for having received the Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting, the Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award, and the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the same fiscal year. We've received this now 3 years in a row, and we would continue to receive this on an annual basis. We are also focused on supporting strategic infrastructure and utility growth by issuing funding for the North 3 utility expansion projects next fiscal year. In procurement, we will be applying for the AEP certification, which is a national certification for achievement of excellence in procurement. Customer service is at the heart of our daily work, especially in customer billing. So we are committed to achieving responsive customer service targets for field work orders, call handle time, and speed to answer time. In risk management and safety, in our safety division, we will conduct at least 3 risk and safety assessments, site inspections monthly, with a strong focus on timely follow-up and resolution of identified issues. And then we will also continue upgrading water meters to increase AMI capabilities and pursue the goal to increase our e-bill enrollment to 50% of our customer base. Comparing fiscal year 27 requests to last year's amended budget, you'll note an increase of about $2 million, or 8.15%. And that increase is primarily due to the salary adjustments and union contract increases for our personnel within our department. And then the rest is in operating, and that is primarily due to an increase in insurance costs in our risk management division. So that division actually pays for all of the insurance to the vendors, and so as that has increased across other departments, you'll see the increase in operating and finance to make those payments. So importantly, it's important to note we have no program modification requests for next fiscal year, so we will just focus on improving our current service levels. And that is it.
Okay, I'll open up for any discussion. Seeing no lights on. I have one question. Open positions in your department that is paid for out of the general fund, one of which is a deputy finance director. And I think the other one was a controller.
Well, on the Deputy Financial Services Director, I'm happy to announce that I've promoted Nicole Rettler to that position effective a week ago. So
I thought you were going to say just now.
effective a week ago. It was a long process. We interviewed, she was part of the candidate pool of several candidates, and she was the most qualified out of the few, and we're happy to have her, and I'm happy to have her in that position. I believe another vacant position on that list is the controller position, and we have been actively trying to fill that position. We've been working without it, and we've really had to have a Band-Aid on it without having that position filled. It's just been difficult based on the candidates, the applications that we've received. We've put it out again, and we're optimistic this time that we'll be able to fill that position.
Okay, all right, that's all, only questions I had. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
What would you do to deserve this?
I came in second place on the promotional list, apparently. Mayor and Council, Mark Solich, Acting Fire Chief. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk for a couple minutes over the goals and priorities of the fire department for the next 5 years, with emphasis on fiscal year 27 budget priorities. As you can see up there, we have the goal of completing the fire department headquarters expansion. Preference goes to a consolidated approach between fire administration, bringing prevention and logistics all under one roof. Put in perspective, as I speak today, we have approximately 23 people that are operating in the EOC. If you map it out for future growth, you're looking at approximately 66 people. The next one is you see the construction of fire stations 5, 10, 14, 15 in phases 2 and 3 of the training facility. In full transparency, stations 5, 10, in phases 2 and 3 have already been addressed in future budgets. The topic of conversation today would be Fire Station 14, and I'll speak to that a little bit on the next slide. Other goals and priorities are to complete or to maintain ISO service office rating of 2 or higher, also to maintain accreditation and become reaccredited in 2029. We want to utilize data to ensure proper resource growth in future resource deployment, essentially get ahead of the need. We want to ensure that our department grows parallel to the growth of the city. This council and previous councils have done a phenomenal job of providing us with resources by putting public safety first. You see that in the increase in firefighters and fire stations. Administratively, we just need to be cognizant of that support personnel to back up the operation side of our department. Next, you see a desire to continue to build a cadre of personnel, essentially fire training lieutenants, who are qualified to instruct Florida State Fire College classes at our training facility. We want to streamline the process. We want to be able to have our training lieutenants be certified to teach these required classes for promotion and professional development. And by increasing our cadre, that would help do that. We've already spoken to the desire to build a logistics facility like Director Lamb had mentioned. With the future build of the EOC, our logistics warehouse is what we affectionately call Old Station 2. So that would go away with the construction of the new EOC. So we want to get ahead of that
And then finally, we want to reduce out-of-service times for frontline apparatus and small equipment by reducing repair times for preventative maintenance. At our most recent Kaizen event, it was identified that the preventative maintenance schedule, when you took a unit out of service for preventative maintenance, was approximately 30 days. Our goal is 3 to 7. Full transparency, we do believe proper consideration to a new fleet facility with additional bay space would help reduce that a lot. Moving into the numbers, you'll see a decrease of $30 million. A lot of that is the $18 million that got shifted from the fire fund over to the all hazards fund. And then ultimately in fiscal year 26 amended budget, there were no approved capital outlay requests, so you see the difference there. Program modifications, we do have some capital outlay requests to the tune of $7 million. A large one of that is Fire Station 14, the design and the purchase of the apparatus. Fire Station 14 is going to be the north area, Douglas, Northwest Juanita Place. It's kind of in an empty area right now between the other 3 stations. Response times average above 10 minutes, which is outside of our threshold. So adding that station there would be helpful. Other capital outlays are a vehicle for our volunteer unit and a additional engine for operational support. We move into personnel, we're requesting 14 positions. Of note, 4 of those positions are for the rescue at Station 11. Station 11 is located Burnstore Road, Tropicana area. Administratively, we spoke to Parallel Growth. We would like to bring in a business service manager. Right now, the process is we have multiple business units within our department. A lot of their time is allocated to procurement, budgeting, and contracts. We'd like to consolidate that all under one FTE. Like I spoke to on the last slide, the cadre of fire personnel, so you'll see a request for a training lieutenant and then a dedicated health and safety officer. We've made a big push for mental and physical health, and that position will be dedicated to it. That's all I have. I stand by for any questions.
Okay, I'll open up for discussion. Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, that response time of 10 minutes is totally unsatisfactory, right? So we all agree on that. So I think we have to support that station going in there. I'm certainly in support of, from a public safety standpoint, the positions you require. Only in the rarest budget constraint and most strict budget constraint would I ever think about backing off those positions. So I appreciate you presenting it this way, and I think you did a good job presenting it.
Thank you, sir.
So it's also my understanding the program modifications right now are not incorporated in the presented budget, correct, Mr. City Manager?
That is correct.
And it looks like for personnel that you're asking that the 14 positions, you got assistant fire marshal, business service manager, health and safety officer, internal affairs, 4 firefighters for a rescue unit, senior mobile fleet mechanic, 3 fire officers, and it says M1, so I'm not sure what that is. For special operations, is that 1 officer?
So it would be 3 officers, but the way the methodology works, in case one of them was off, essentially for 1 full-time position, like a lieutenant, you need 4 people. In this situation, it's 3 officers, and that backfill would be the firefighter because other individuals move up. The concept there is the current hazmat truck that we have in place now and operationally is that it's currently staffed with an engineer and a firefighter. If we add an officer, a ranking officer, it would become a company. So we were looking to expand on the hazmat program.
And tell me about the 4 firefighters for the rescue unit. That's self-explanatory. You have an additional 4 firefighters. Can you explain what they're for?
So we have the 4 firefighters for the rescue, right? Mm-hmm. And then the other additional 4 that you see would be for the 3 officers in the hazmat truck. I don't see the additional 4 that you're asking for. If you're speaking to the rescue unit staffing, yeah. The 4 firefighters?
It's on slide number 9, staffing that was not approved. And it says 4 firefighters for $657,717. I'm just assuming let's see, 4, 5, 6, 10, yeah, that's 14, that's the 14 positions.
Yeah, that'd be the 14.
Yeah, down where it says 4 firefighters for 657, 717, I was just trying to figure out what they were for.
Yeah, so you got the 4 for the rescue, the 4 firefighters per se. I think maybe it's lost in translation between the officers and the firefighters, but just
Yeah,
classified as both.
it must be a total for the 3 firefighters and 1 officer is what I'm
think that's
guessing.
what it is.
Right above that. That's probably what that is.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
So we're good?
And then you have 1 training lieutenant, which is self-explanatory.
Yes, sir. And then the one other request of note for the capital outlay that I didn't bring up is the high water rescue boat and trailer. It's an interesting concept. It's no secret that the south end would flood during hurricanes. We've seen that happen. It's not as well known of a statement that the north end of Burnstore Road also sees high water at certain times. The concept here with the high water rescue boat, it's not your 29-foot going offshore rescue boat. It's 2 trailers with 2 John boats on them with basically little kicker engines that we can quickly deploy to areas, whether it is in the south when we need to, or if you think areas that are unimproved boat ramp access, if you think Bimini Basin, if you think Lake Saratoga, Lake Kennedy, or even large intersecting canals anywhere in this community, we can trailer them there. 3 or 4 firefighters can pick up the boat, put it down the bank, and then we would have an area of refuge, not only for the divers that are in the water, but for the backup divers. And ultimately, those individuals that would be rescued can safely be transported back to shore. So that's the concept there with the rescue boat. I want to make sure I paint that picture appropriately.
Okay. And that's a part of the 7.9, I think it was, for capital outlay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I totally agree with the 7.9, moving Station 14 and the other capital outlay, the boats that you had mentioned. And I guess the discussion for us as a council is, do we want to fund any of the 14 or all the 14 positions? So I think that's a discussion that we'll have to have here today. So I'll be interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say on that. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it bears public discussion, if you will, just a little bit. When we talk about staffing in some of the other departments, that when we need a seat filled in fire, it takes more than 1 person. Because we want that capacity to take care of the public 24 hours a day. And so when we need a position in an accounting department, we need somebody in that chair from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But when we have a capacity issue based on population and based on speed of arrival, and when we have to fill that seat, it takes 3 or 4 people to make that happen based on shift work and days off. Could you just spend a minute on that as we talk about the number of people involved?
Sure. So at the most simplistic level, we have 3 shifts for the fire department. You have an A shift, a B shift, and a C shift. Firefighters work 24 hours on and they work 48 hours off. So when we ask for a person to sit in a seat, by default, that has to be 3 people, because you have 1 person that sits in that seat on A shift, 1 person that sits in that seat on B shift, and 1 person that sits in that seat on C shift. Then you have to factor in those ancillary opportunities or things that occur, whether it's scheduled leave, whether it's jury duty, light duty. There's a calculation that goes to that, and our calculation has evolved to a multiplier of 4. So for every seat that you need, it's a multiplier of 4. So essentially, when we talk about Rescue 11, to really go into the weeds, we have 4 people that are sitting on engine 11 right now. We're going to take 1 firefighter, move him to the rescue, and that's why we're asking for 4, because a rescue has 2 people in it. So we've identified we need that one spot, but you have to multiply it by 4 to make sure that we maintain that minimum staffing level, and by doing that, it doesn't increase overtime as frequently.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just as important, I think, as us talking about it, I think I would be curious to know, since you started this part of the discussion off, pointing out that it wasn't included in the city manager's proposed budget, why that was the case.
I don't have identified funding. In the January budget workshops, I was not given the discretion to utilize additional FSA, ad valorem millage, or PST.
Right, so just additional context, I guess, as we continue to do these, that modifies your proposed budget. When we go through these,
I've not released my proposed budget.
I understand, but I think
this is kind of like where we're at today. And out of today and tomorrow, if you all direct changes but I can't do it without increased revenue.
okay, just same as last discussion with Chief Lame's modifications. Neither one of those were included until we decided to put those on there. The incident command.
They're not in the CM's proposed, if that's what you're asking.
The city manager's proposal, and so neither are these. Okay, all right, thank you.
So are you looking, Mr. City Manager, you're looking for direction? Historically, I know in the past, we've kind of given you our direction, what we want, what we don't want, and then you go back and eventually you'll bring a proposed budget back to us. My question, not only to you as my colleagues, do we want to fund any or all of these positions? I think that's what you're looking to hear from us today. Is that correct?
If you identify that you want to fund these, then I will do the same thing I did with you all last year. We will show you what millage is required, what PST increase is required, and what FSA increase is required. Funding one out of all of one or some of the other, and then you all will make that determination.
Or any other cuts that we could find, open positions, anything of that sort. I didn't hear you mention that one.
You want the cuts for you? If you want me to look at the vacant positions that you were talking about to see if I can swap any of those into fire?
Yes.
We can do that too.
Let's see what we got here. Councilmember Donnell.
I understand the question. I know that we're going to wrap up today, which would encompass everything we're talking about, because just roughly, I think we're talking about in total, I think the number is like 74, somewhere in there, 79, I have my glasses, of requested positions. So let's just learn from the last time we did this exercise. So I would say that the question you're going to answer, do we want to fund it? Well, yes, who's not going to say we want to fund it for the fire, but we're not going to go back and then, I think we should just wait until the end and lay out all the positions. And then they come back with some mechanisms for it, just so we can be more efficient. Because right now you're going to get everybody saying yes, but then we get the end number and here we go. That's just my recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned that the boat that you just mentioned is in this, and I'm sorry, what is the cost of that?
So
I can't
the
find my
boat that
glasses.
I just mentioned is in the program modification forms. And let me flip to the budget. 176. And that would be ultimately for 4 John boats. So you think a bunk bed trailer, they would have 2 of the John boats on them. One would be in the north end, one would be in the south end.
And what did we do before we had those boats?
We operated from shore.
Okay,
Be
I mean, I'm
completely
trying to figure out if we can just really focus on your needs, on our needs in terms of public safety for, let's say, the next 2 years. And so I'm trying to see in each area, what do we absolutely need to be able to function safely for the next 2 years versus any recommendations you and your department may have that maybe we can pause, another year or 2 on. Do you have any recommendations on those, or like if you absolutely couldn't have something, what would those priorities be?
You're asking if we absolutely needed something, what our priorities would be?
Yes, like if you
Okay.
absolutely couldn't live without it, positions and everything, right? Knowing that if Mr. City Manager said those open positions, 3.2 million, 3 million that the mayor mentioned, we could use that money to fund it. Is there anything that you absolutely don't need? Go ahead.
How many of these vacant positions are in the general fund?
Not many.
Actually,
He keep hearing a $3 million number.
I'm looking.
What are we even potentially working with here?
2, maybe 3. Most of them are in police right now. So
They're vacant on the chart, but they're filled now.
They're in the process.
Okay.
it.
But how many, were general fund?
45 in the vacancy report.
45? Out of how many?
And of that 45, how many were police?
Yeah, some of those are police.
Police, some of them are police? And is it further your direction that those could not be transferred to this?
No, I think we leave the police alone personally. That's my opinion.
I'm just asking, I mean, if you're asking me to go through them,
Right. I think public.
if I'm gonna
safety-
do the exercise, I need to know what
Public
the.
safety, I think you leave alone as far as sworn officers and certified firefighters.
There's 45 positions that were listed as vacant in the general fund as of May 14th, of which 28 were police. So that would leave 17.
Okay, I'll look at the is it the consensus that public safety, the open police are also do not?
Of which, out of the 17, some have already been filled.
Okay, so we'll take that 17, we'll provide you an update on what's filled, and then we'll go through the analysis on the remaining dozen or so.
Okay.
All right.
But anyway, can I finish, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Thank you very much. My turn. Anyway, so I guess that's what I'm looking for, because what I want to do is to kind of be ahead of the game so that we don't have to look at an option of what it would look like to fund all this, increase the millage, increase FSA. I don't want to do that, not right now. That's why I'm looking for places that we can truly save for now, and for departments to say, well, if we had to float another year without it, it'd be okay. Just looking for that. So if you have any of those recommendations, I'd love to hear them.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay.
I think you guys are in a tough spot.
We
I also
are.
want to note that these program modifications were submitted a while ago, way before the directive that came
Correct.
down from the state, right? So I recognize that there is a lot in what you see. I also want to address that there is two lanes that we have to operate under. You have the operational lane and you have the administrative lane.
Mhm.
I do think that there is priority to rescue 11 and 4 personnel. But I also equally think that we can address some of the administrative things. While there was a large list, I think if you look at the business service manager being a force multiplier for administrative staff, I think if you look at the health and safety officer and the training lieutenant, because of the way the department is growing proportionately, specifically to the training lieutenant, every station that we bring on is also bringing on more personnel. So not only are the personnel at the training facility bifurcated trying to train the new hires, they're also trying to maintain the integrity of the operational training methodology as well. So I would go that far. I understand that you guys have multiple budget meetings and you have a lot of decisions to make, but if you're asking my opinion, that's where I would go with that.
You see it every day, so I am asking your opinion, and I appreciate you mentioned administrative, because that's where I was going to go next. I think that that's probably a wise choice, knowing the situation that we're all in up here. And we want to say yes to everything, especially where public safety is concerned. But if there is anything that you would recommend administratively that maybe we don't need right now, then I would support that. And then, obviously the firefighters, those positions, frontline, we need those. So that would be my recommendation, Mayor. And if you think of anything else, definitely email us, because we're just trying to look for ways so that we don't have to look at increasing anything at this time. Knowing we don't know exactly what's going to happen in November, we're preparing for that. If it does pass, if it does go through, which we're assuming it will, just being able to go into this with, things that maybe are not necessarily what we absolutely need right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Cadut.
Thank you. Are other fire departments using our training facility?
So yes, and we do that intentionally. As part of the ISO rating, they want to see that we train with our mutual aid partners. So you'll see mainly Pine Island will come over, sometimes North Fort Myers. We welcome everybody to come over. At the same time, we've just opened this about a year ago. So while we do see an opportunity to bring in not only other fire departments, but also other third-party entities to come in and utilize our facility, it's kind of the crawl, walk, run right now. So I guess to go back to your answer, yes, other departments are utilizing our facility with us.
Is it offsetting our yearly cost?
Not at this moment.
Is it supposed to?
It has the intent, or it has the capability of doing that as we evolve.
Okay, and how many people are on our engines?
So depending on what the deployment is at that station, if it's a single unit house, you're gonna see 4. If it's a house that has a engine or a ladder and a rescue, it's 3 on the main frontline suppression and then 2 on the rescue.
Okay, and this 792,478, you said that included the John boat?
Yeah.
Okay, and the 92,478 is the John boat?
No, there's other capital outlay requests in there. You'll see that there was the fire station, there's the vehicle for the
Well, the
community
fire station
services.
is 7 million. That was back on page 42, and that was just for the design, not the construction.
So I believe that the number for the fire station is 2.7 for the design and the purchase of the apparatus.
It says 7 million for station and apparatus over the next 6 years for design and apparatus, Fire Station 14, on page 41 of this budget.
So that was when you were looking at 3 fire stations and you were taking into account the build and the engines for those 3 stations, the 7 million per year. So that was both the design and construction and apparatus costs that we were looking to add to the FSA. It wasn't, if you break it down into its component parts, in fiscal year 27, they'd be looking at the design and placing the order for the engine. So the design portion is a little over 2 million.
Okay, so back on page 42, I know it's separate than this, but that is for all the fire stations.
Yes, if we were looking to cash fund those 3 fire stations, their engines moving forward into the future, to break it down over a 6-year period, we need to account for $7 million a year.
Okay, sorry if I missed it. Where's the breakdown of this capital outlay?
This is a program modification request. We don't have the detail in this slide.
Okay.
We can provide additional details if you would like to see every line item requested.
Yeah, I would like to see what makes up the 7,092,478. Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Donnell, we're getting somewhere. All this time I've been yelling into the void, and you put so eloquently what I've been shouting about for 2 months, right? The process. And so I just wanted to lend my support to that. I think that's the idea is, of course, right? We sit here and we want to talk about adding these officers to public safety or these fire departments. Of course we want to do all that. And then what happens, and conveniently or not, you know, the city manager has presented a no-growth budget, and then here we are adding it so that at the end, when he comes, well, mine was no growth, and you guys added it all. Because what's going to happen is we come up here and we say, yeah, of course we need it, and we do. And then guess what? On our direction, he comes back, and the FSA is at 95%, and the room's on fire, no pun intended, and he points the finger back at us because we didn't oh, I thought in your budget it was at 81%. Well, it was before you guys added all these additional program modifications. So not that we won't or we shouldn't, but I just wanted to, as a long-winded concurrence with your proposed methodology for going about this. And so well, that's why I said we're getting somewhere. You're just better at it. I'm going to use you as a mouthpiece from now on. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. An example, as I listened to Councilmember Lastra speak, as it relates to the positions and whatnot, certainly those that fight the fires and bring our response time down because we have greater capacity. When I look at something like the internal affairs position, if we don't bring that position on, does that just then mean it takes longer to settle any internal affairs complaints, issues, whatever? It just may take longer to get to that. So if it's, do we have someone that can actually perform emergency services, or do we have someone that can look into a case? If we had to cut someplace and we could, go a couple years without it, we would still have our internal affairs handled, they would still be addressed. It would just take longer to get through them. Is that the idea?
Right. Those responsibilities are part of somebody else's responsibilities right now, if that makes sense. When we look at these positions, we look to see how we can, again, I use the word force multiplier. How can we take 10% away from 5 different people and put it into a specific FTE? So to answer your question, yes, they would still get done. It would just take longer.
And in these calculations, if in fact we're needing this person because of caseload and whatnot, and I don't mean to pick on internal affairs, it's just an easy one.
Sure.
If we're having to pay overtime there because of the volume of cases and only having this one person, that's why we need someone else. When we consider these calculations, do we consider the savings in overtime against what the budget required to hire that new person would be? Do we end up seeing a net effect of that in the ask?
So we haven't been able to quantify that. We haven't done that specifically as far as measure what the overtime cost would be for a rank and file individual to do this. As far as internal affairs goes, to the purest statement of what you're looking at with investigations, that usually falls outside of the rank and file. So a lot of that work is salaried, but the position itself would take away some of the workload so that the other responsibilities can be streamlined. But we have not quantified that versus an overtime savings.
Okay, just for me, so I don't mean for fire to be the example for all this, but for any of the departments, if we're looking at the need to add personnel, if in fact that adding of personnel is because we've had to go into overtime with everyone else because we need this position, that what we end up seeing budgetarily is the net effect of hiring someone and the cost savings that would occur in overtime savings. So that's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
Another quick question for me. Health and safety officer says $308,000. What, for some reason, that number kind of jumps out at me, and how come it's so high?
So without calculating it, I think the reality of the reason it's so high is because it would be a officer level, either a lieutenant or a battalion chief. That way they have the authority, because the responsibility of the health and safety officer is going to be to take on the roles of the infectious disease officer, to become the point person for the peer support mental health, to become the coordinator for the wellness fitness initiative, and monitor department physicals and be the liaison with risk management. So we need to have a level of authority there so that they can be able to coordinate all of these things.
And is that 308 just salary? Because that's not part of any of the capital, correct?
In the vehicle as well.
I'm sorry?
A vehicle as well for the position.
That's different then. Okay. Then my next question, or not really question, well, I do have one other question. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, at Station 12 where the hazmat unit is at, that now if there's a call, the same, and correct me if I'm wrong, the same firefighters that are working the engines just jump on the hazmat and respond, is that correct?
Partially correct. The same ones that are working the rescue
Okay.
would move over and drive the hazmat truck. And we actually specialized, we requested previously an engineer who's the driver of the fire apparatus to work at that station. So we have 2, not so much for that rescue, but because it is cross-staffed in the size of the new hazmat truck and the air brake requirement. So that engineer and firefighter would move over to the rescue and then be able to drive to the fire scene.
Okay, so that means that the 3 firefighters and the 1 officer basically is just one position, is that correct?
Yep, to make it a company.
All right, and the same thing with the 4 firefighters. Just one thing I wanted to mention, you know, for me, one of the things I was looking at, just because the economic times that we find ourselves in, I just wanted to point out, if you take the 4 rescue staffing firefighters, the other 4 firefighters listed below, and the training lieutenant, you have $1,832,310 that is in those numbers. And at an 81% FSA rate, $1,484,000 dollars and 171 would be paid for out of the FSA. So then that burden to the general fund would be 348, 139. Did I do that right, Mr. Mason?
Sounds close to me.
Because we're at an 81% FSA rate, we would roll this into the budget. 81% of the budget it's paid for out of the FSA. So the balance that really is paid out of the general fund related to those positions, 348, 139.
Okay.
All right.
We'll go back and check
But
the
that
math.
methodology is correct, those numbers. may not.
Methodology is correct. We'll go back and check the math.
Okay, all right. That's all I had. Councilmember Kadim?
Thank you. You said something that piqued my interest. What are the hazmat issues that we're experiencing and how many per year?
So I can't tell you right now how many per year, but I can tell you what we're dealing with. Probably the hottest topic, the most newsworthy one, are the electric vehicle fires.
Okay.
Right? You also see fuel spills. You see carbon monoxide poisoning that occurs not only just during hurricane season, but a lot of times. Not all of our units have the ability to monitor CO. We rely on early detection and then notification to the hazmat team if they come out. So when you think about unknown odors, you think about electric vehicle fires, large-scale fuel spills, whether it's in the waterway or on the road, are a lot of things that they would respond to as well.
Okay, and on what the mayor was saying, if you do the math, it seems that overtime is cheaper than hiring new employees at this point. I hate to say that because last year I agreed to moving the FSA to 81% because I thought we were going to be at optimal manning, and here we are, and it's still more asks. So at this point, we might as well just pay them the overtime that they're getting. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on, thank you for the presentation. Mr. City Manager?
In the spirit of trying to clean up misinformation, I need to correct the process that was discussed. So can you put this chart up on the what is it?
Which chart?
It's from the January budget retreat. We start this process way before me presenting you all a no-growth budget. We started back in January, and in January, we told you all that in the general fund, there was going to be no police and no additional fire, and all the other things we were gonna have to cut out. And we asked you all, do you want to consider making changes to that as we move forward? So this discussion and this no-growth budget, way before today, we knew we were going to be here because we couldn't fund them. And so part of what we had a discussion in January was, while I'm out there with my department heads building the budget, do you want to make changes to the millage? Do you want to make changes to the PSD and the FSA? The answer was no. So that stays. So it's the process doesn't just start with me coming to you saying, you're not getting this. Before we even start that process, I'm presenting to you the things that we were intending on not getting, to seek if you wanted to make changes sooner. Because we couldn't, my proposed budget, if January I was given different direction, my proposed budget could have included a millage adjustment, could have included a PSD adjustment or an FSA adjustment. But out of that workshop, with these things being taken out, that's where we were at. And some of these we've made adjustments. You could see there that we had to pull out the fleet building, we had to pull out the debt that was all as a result of cutting the mills the previous, and we've been working through some of those outside of the budget process, you know, with amendments and whatnot. So I just wanted to say that the process actually starts way before that, for at least for this year.
Councilmember Long?
No, I agree. I think that actually lends credence to what I'm saying, is that you've got a tough job, because apparently by that account in January, we said no, and now we're saying yes. So it's a little bit of whiplash, right, for staff and for us. I didn't mean to insinuate that you sprung that on us. I think in a roundabout way that's some of the difficulty is if we have these discussions, and I can't even imagine for you guys and budget and whoever else. And now here we are, essentially in one sweep saying, yeah, we need it. So, and I know there's a little more detail that's given apparently in this discussion, but yeah, this process is brutal. And I'd rather be sitting up there, I guess, than down there.
I often say to new council members when they're elected because they always budget, and I often say, by the end of budget season, you will be exhausted with the budget.
When I first came in September, so it was like right at the tail end.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, just want to throw something out there real quick before we move on. I think there's a multitude of ways to try to find funding out there before we just jump the gun and say, oh, we got to raise the millage rate, we got to raise the FSA or whatever the case. And I'll give you one example. We just had this discussion the other day. Remember, they said if we just changed our methodology on the amount of percentages that we, as far as our financial policies, just by changing our policy, we would free up $1.9 million of reoccurring money. What could we do with the reoccurring? I'm just going to give you an example, and I'm not saying that we do this, but I told you with those 9 positions that I had mentioned before, it was $1.8 million, 81% FSA, that leaves us $348,000 left over that has to be paid out of the general fund. And I asked the police chief this the other day, what's it cost for a police officer, all the capital improvement that comes along, the car, the equipment and everything? It's $160,000 basically for the first year. It goes down to 80 the second, but the first year is 160. So if you subtract the 348 out of that 1.9 that I told you about a minute ago, that leaves you $1.5 million. You can hire 9 police officers with that. So that's just one example. It didn't cost us a penny. We didn't have to go anywhere else. We didn't have to raise the millage rate. I'm not saying that's what we used the 1.9 million for, but I'm just telling you what you could buy for 1.9 million, and it didn't cost any of us anything. So that's what we're looking for. Thank you.
And that's why we brought that to you.
Yes. I just wanted to use that as an example.
You do some good things, Mike. You do some good things.
I mean, we were looking at other, like I said, that's part of what when you all are asking how to do certain things and how to fund things, that's why we bring those ideas. It's a policy that you all would have to change.
Pulling your chain, buddy.
All right, seeing no other discussion on this, we'll move on to human resources.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nancy Deutsch, Human Resources Director. So the mission of the HR department is to support the city's sustainability and strategic growth, deliver responsive, solution-oriented service to employees, retirees, and the public, attract, develop, and retain skilled talent for the city, provide guidance on HR best practices, as well as promote a respectful and productive workplace. So some of the highlights of goals and priorities for the department include negotiation of the fire collective bargaining agreement next year. HR leads the collective bargaining efforts across the city. We've just entered into the general union contract negotiations this year, and fire will be next year. We'll also be focusing, efforts are already underway to consolidate some of our deferred compensation plans to provide better returns and lower fees for our employees, and hopefully to increase interest and investment in these deferred comp plans to subsidize employee retirement. We're going to continue efforts that have been underway this year with lots of supervisory training and staff training on performance management, compliance, interview skills, and leadership development that will continue into next year. We'll also be doing more salary benchmarking studies for the fire positions for purposes of collective bargaining agreement negotiations. And as you heard Superintendent Collins this morning, also the wage study for Oasis Charter Schools. We do have 2 HR individuals who are employed in the HR department, but actually are funded and actually sit out at the charter school. So they will be overseeing that process. We have a very robust wellness and mental health program already at the city. Next year, we hope to expand a financial wellness initiative for our employees. We will continue to try to deepen our community partnerships in an effort to enhance our recruitment talent pools. We continue to look at ways for operational efficiencies. We've already begun extensive use of AI, and we'll continue doing that with some of the new software that we plan to implement. And that will also allow us to increase some of the paperless processing. As you can imagine, there's a lot of paperwork that comes through HR, and so we hope to automate that. And we will also be required to evaluate our existing learning and performance management software. So we understand that benefits are costly. We're always looking for ways to either maintain or enhance the benefits and lower the cost. So the HR budget proposed for next year does not include any program modifications. However, you will see an increase of approximately 4.4 or 8% from this current fiscal year. That is almost entirely due to the self-insured health insurance claims that we budget at a 10% increase each year, as well as stop-loss insurance, which is also budgeted at a 10% increase. So I don't have anything else to add, but I'm standby for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Donnell?
So I'm trying to parse out here as far as the self-insured. We budget for 10%. What was the actual for last year that you saw for the increase for in the medical arena insurance?
Do you have that number?
If you don't have it now, you can just get it for me, but I'd be interested in
We
finding
can certainly get that for you.
Would you please?
It was 10%? Okay, it was 10%.
It did fall within that
Yes.
parameter?
Yep.
All right, thank you very much. That's all.
Yep.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to informational technology.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, council members. Ian Hyatt, the Director for Information Technology Services. I just completed my 12 weeks, and I was fortunate enough to inherit an extremely high-performing organization. The department goals and priorities, you'll find that if pretty much every priority we have is tied to efficiency or some other activity to support another department or division. The top line here, we have several that are already completed. The new employment verification automation system. This was designed so that prior employees would be able to reach back into the organization to get verification of their employment with the city and reduce the amount of touch time necessary in the Human Resources Department. New AI-powered automated voice system for utility billing is in progress. This will have two impacts. It will improve efficiency for the department on utilities, but it will also improve the experience for our residents when they're trying to reach out and get information and take care of their billing. HR talent acquisition system is in progress right now. It will replace a system that we have today, which does not provide as much capability to human resources as we would like. This new system will provide a tremendous amount of opportunity for their ability to go out and recruit new talent to the city. Moving the police telestaff scheduling capability to the cloud. They have an extraordinarily complex scheduling requirement in the police department, and that's not unusual. Moving it into cloud provides more resilience and the ability to ensure that the system is operating at optimal capability. Laboratory management system for environmental resources is also now completed and assists that department in providing lab management capabilities that did not exist. Expanding our city's fiber assets throughout the city to other areas, parks, emergency facilities, all of our water facilities, and other areas. And then utility billing radio towers, 1 of 3 is now complete. The other 2 are scheduled to come online in the near term. This will improve our ability and efficiency for utility billing capability around the city. And then new network access controls for the charter school. This was something identified very recently by our friends in the auditor's office, and we were able to work with a solution, and we're about to apply that fairly quickly to improve security for the charter schools on the cyber side. So that's it for our goals and priorities.
On the budget side, you'll see that we have a 27 increase of 812,000, or approximately 5.92%. Just over half of that is tied directly to contractual and union-driven activities to our personnel cost lines. There are no additional headcount adds that we have in the program. We do have full staffing as of this coming Monday. We will be fully staffed at 100% with the last two positions that we've had open for some period of time being filled. So we're now going to make that number happen. The balance of that is about 250,000, a little less, in the operating funds for small equipment. And then we have a small capital increase associated to that is going to take care of the HVAC systems that are required for the police department, server and data rooms. Outside of those increases, we do have a program modification request coming up for this year at $709,000. That program modification is to expand the fiber network and connectivity. It will reach 8 additional parks, expanding not only our Wi-Fi capability, but also our cameras and the other activities necessary for public safety in those spaces. And then there will be one other facility that I think is the BMX and softball park. And that is all we have. I have nothing further unless there are questions.
So just real quickly, the program modification request that's listed here, I'm assuming is like the other departments, that's not incorporated at this time, that's just a request.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I know it's late in the evening, don't get tested.
I got it. I'll take care of it.
Councilmember Stein.
I must be hungry.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you,
came
Mayor.
across a little rough.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The fiber connection and cameras for park.
Hold on a minute.
Mark say, because neither Jennifer nor I could hear him.
It's probably a good thing. I'll tell you after the meeting. Go ahead, Councilmember Stein.
Thanks. The fiber connection and camera for park locations, is this for parks that don't have them right now, or is this upgrading current equipment? And if they don't have them right now, how does that benefit us?
Yes, sir. So it's there are 7 parks that will be given fiber connectivity and 9 that will be getting cameras. They're all new. It's all net new as far as the cameras go, and the Wi-Fi expansion for the 7 parks that don't currently have fiber. That activity provides 2 things. It provides a resident experience, obviously by providing more expanded Wi-Fi capability at those areas, and then it provides additional public safety capability with the cameras, because these are 9 parks that do not currently have cameras.
And how are the cameras monitored?
The cameras are actually all monitored by our PD. They all roll back to the central monitoring system, as do the rest of our cameras. And there's a pretty solid AI-enabled capability that the police department has and is expanding on as well.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, my approach on probably in finding opportunities through your department would be to really encourage you to look at any AI opportunity we have that would apply not only within your realm, but all realms within the city departments. And if there's anything that, even a wild guess kind of opportunity, just bring them forward, because I think that that's one area where we can really accelerate how we can improve the way we do things. So. And it's fertile. I mean, it's every week something new is coming out. So, man, feel free to bring it forward. If there's anything there you see that makes any bit of sense, I think we'd all like to hear about it. So.
Yes, sir. We are working very closely with all of the departments in this area to try to bring forth other opportunities and help vet opportunities that they bring to the table as well. There's, as you said, there's an amazing amount of it out there right now.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mayor.
All right, I don't see any other lights on, so thank you for the presentation. We've been here about 2.5 hours. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll continue on.
Thank you.
Back to order. Before we start, I was speaking with the city manager, says we probably got about 2 more hours. So we can do one of two things. Either we can just plow through it and get it done today so we don't have to come back tomorrow. Or, I'm sorry?
Whatever you want.
Go to the beach, whatever you want to do. Yes, ma'am, take them. So we can stay another couple hours and get it done, or come back tomorrow. We could take a break now and come back tomorrow morning, so that's up to you.
No, let's get it done today.
Mr. Donnell, we do everything by majority. I can't be here first thing in the morning, just so you know, but that doesn't matter.
Whatever works with the balance, I'm open to whatever.
Let's go today, let's finish it up.
I did not support that. I did not.
All right, wait, you're one person. Councilmember Starkey.
Take a vote.
Do you have a rationale that we might want to influence the rest of your council members?
Because my eyes are crossing. It's been a lot of words today.
I think we ought to open up to the audience today. Let them vote.
Yeah.
But the next four departments are your big Parks and Rec, Public Works, Police, and Utilities. So these
No,
are
but hold on. Are you going to expect us, Mr. City Manager, to go through and give you all these recommendations at the end? Because I need to process a lot of this information.
That is true.
I mean, I'm not a whippersnapper like those two at the end. So I just, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I would take a break, but whatever. I am only one voice.
Take a vote.
Let's do it today.
All right, we'll start down here with Councilmember Kaduke. Stay or tomorrow?
Power through. Yeah, this is a program modification I will support.
Let's get it done today.
I'm today.
Today's fine.
Today. Fine.
And right directly afterwards, we're having a pity party for Councilmember Lastra. All right, go ahead. Next item on the agenda is Parks and Rec, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Petrella.
Good evening, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Joe Petrella, Parks and Recreation Director. I'll try and keep it as brief as I can. The mission of the department is to provide a wide range of recreational programs for individuals of various ages and skill levels, interests, social needs, and economic capabilities that collectively enhance the overall quality of life for the City of Cape Coral residents. Some of our major goals that we've been trying to work on, one is to get CAPRA accreditation. We still have a lot of things to clean up within our department in regards to policy and procedures, so we're still working through those. It's a big department, so we've got to get all that in there. The big one is to finalize our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, Financial Sustainability Plan. That should be done in June, so we're excited about that and bring that to council probably after our hiatus. And then the other one is conclude the master plan for the old golf course property. That is also scheduled to be done in June, and we'll bring it back to you all after hiatus. But we can get you the draft presentations of with that probably over the time. I'll talk to the city manager about that, on how we want to strategize that. We are doing pretty well at the South Cape Community Center, but that we've been leasing out from the Faith Presbyterian Church, so we're still working on maximizing the program space there. I think we're at 50% right now. I'd like to get that up to 80%. We did promise you to do that at 60% and get it up there, but the revenue's been good. We just would like to see a little bit more programming down at that area. And the last one that we've got coming up is moving our administration to the Santa Barbara property. So we're excited about that transition and being having an area where we can call our new home. So within the budget, we've got there was a $31 million decrease in capital, and that is due to fiscal year 26 having the following items, which are not present in the fiscal year 27 budget, which is a $21 million from the Yacht Club seawalls, $3 million in rollover equipment for playgrounds, and $3.4 million from Lake Kennedy parking lot, and $3.15 million for the 244 Northeast 15th Street Park construction. So that's, we'll be working on that in future budgets as we kind of move forward those projects. Operating, we had a $200,000 increase for police detail at events. So we've had increased security at all of our events. And obviously their costs have gone up a little bit. So we're asking to see if we can fund that and get those for all of our special events so we can keep the public safe and have great, good, fun, family-friendly events. We do have in that operating budget, Lake Kennedy Special Pops windows, doors, and flooring for $247,000. And then our Yellow Fever Creek educational display boards for $200,000, which that can probably be delayed and pushed off for another year as we continue to work through that process. As for capital, we do have in this budget dredging of the Crystal Lake Park. If they did an analysis of the flooring, not the flooring, the bottom of the lake, and it has a lot of sludge down there, so we have that in there to try and get that dredged. We do have 3 items on here that we have gone to TDC for asking for funding. That's Glover Bight Boardwalk for $2 million, Eco Park Boardwalk for $8 million, and Rotary Boardwalk for $4 million. So right now, we've presented that to TDC, and that will be at the June 11th meeting where we'll find out if they're going to fund any of it or portion of it. So we're looking forward to attending that meeting on June 11th. So that should be an exciting opportunity for us to continue to work with the county and the tourism district to try and get funding to help offset some of our costs. We do have Festival Park Field expansion in here for lighting, irrigation, and grass of $4 million. That'll get us to the 10 fields that we had originally planned. Right now, we're getting ready to get the 2 turf fields open with 2 grass fields, and that should be coming around soon as well. And I think that's all I had for that there. So pretty much our program modifications. I haven't been moving this forward, have I? Yeah, I have. Our program modifications, general fund is personnel of 1 position, $78,505. That's for a maintenance tech that we have applied for funding for that as well at TDC. So we'll see if we get that funding, and it's for our natural area parks such as Crystal Lake Park, Yellow Fever Creek Park, and the other 6 natural parks that we have, including Sierra Vista, and then Rotary Park down south. So we're asking for an increase of operating of program amount of $646,919 and a capital outlay of $22.4. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Just one real quick question, since you didn't mention it, and I see it on slide 8 in our presentation. 2 park rangers. It says here.
Oh, yes.
And I didn't hear you mention any of it.
Yeah, I apologize. I missed that on here. Yeah, we asked for 2 additional park rangers. Right now, we have 3 that are on full-time, and the rest are part-time park rangers. So we asked for 2 additional ones with 42 parks, and we only have 3 rangers on full-time, covering day and night shifts. We're not getting the rotation that we want to see throughout the park systems. So we want to create a more north park ranger program and a more south park ranger program, so we can get them in those parks and hopefully cut back on a little bit of things that we are seeing in our parks, including heavy vandalism, which is why we're excited about working with Ian's team to get more cameras in the parks. Currently, we have an LVT, which is a mobile camera unit that we move around, but it's only 1, and we have 42 parks. So I apologize, I missed that one. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kadook.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So slide 8 shows the 2 park rangers, but then slide 9 is all of the staffing requests that are, like, at the end of the day, you want us to pick and choose.
Slide 8 is what's in the FY27 budget. So there are 7.93 positions in the FY27 budget. The 2 park rangers that are in there are for Yellow Fever Creek.
Right.
The 5.93 contract positions are for the summer school programs that they added. We need to add those positions in the budget so they can continue those programs. Those are all going to be, those are funded by revenues from campground and from the summer schools.
So sorry to be pessimistic, but this is literally my backyard. What is the status update on the park? I mean, we had they had to switch the bond over. It was Christel Construction taking over.
Yeah, they started working on
Is it gonna be open?
improvements
So-
that they needed to do from I would call it the liquidated damages and the litigation. So they started working on it. I'll let Matt answer that question because he's overseeing that project.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matt Williams, Public Works Director. Joe's right. I mean, we have come to agreement with the surety on some of the minor improvements, got them out there working on some of the low-hanging fruit that everyone's in agreement with. There's some other stuff out there that our contractor pointed out that the surety company is not in agreement with as far as what needs to be remedied out there. So we're still negotiating with them on the bigger ticket item stuff out there.
So because we have bigger ticket item issues out there, is the park going to open in this fiscal year, or should we push this off until 2028?
2027 fiscal year, I would say.
But that begins October 1.
Yep.
That's only a few months away.
Yep, and I would say that I'm
Because this might be something that we could look at cutting. I'm sorry, I hate to cut it, but it is my backyard and it is not open.
I'm confident it'll open in fiscal year 27.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe, based on my discussions with staff, that it's not going to be open by the start of the new year.
Even with bigger ticket items?
June, July, August, September, in 5 months. I have not been told that we would not be done in 5 months.
I mean, it was supposed to be done years ago, but, okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Couple things that I had on the list of open positions. There's 2 positions for service workers for park and rec, park maintenance. That shows 192 days for vacancy. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, those are already filled. We're just switching them to park maintenance 1 to park maintenance 2, service worker 1, service worker 2 positions.
Yeah, it says service worker
yeah,
1.
Yeah. So they're getting upgraded to service worker 2.
All right, and have we filled
And they
it?
get better. They're actually full right now, and then they have an opportunity to advance. So they're getting the, as a service worker 1, you're kind of doing like the groundwork. As you get some certifications to use equipment and get into the heavier stuff, you go to a service worker 2, and then there's also a service worker 3. We're heavy on the service worker 2s, so we're doing it so like a career ladder with our staff that's also included in our other departments as well.
Okay, so basically, we're reclassifying those 2 positions from service worker 1 to service worker 2, but they are filled at this time.
Correct.
Okay.
We only have 1 vacancy right now, and that's our recreation superintendent, and that person retired, so.
Okay. All right, and the other thing, as far as the two park rangers, I guess you feel there's a need, mainly because of all the parks that's coming online.
Yeah, we definitely, we have the security that we are hiring for Yellow Fever Creek, but with the travel times for Crystal Lake and to get across the city and up and down, it takes a lot of time for them to go back and forth. So we kind of want to expand that so we can ensure that they're getting into the parks, getting eyes in the parks. Many of them don't have cameras in all locations, so we just want to make sure that, with 42 parks right now, we have 3 full-time rangers, and I think it's like 13 part-time rangers, and we only have 3 vehicles that you can take out, so you can really only have 3 rangers on at any given time at this point.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, it appears 7.93 positions have already been included in the FY27 proposal, and that's the 2 park rangers and the 5.93 contract positions that will be paid for out of fees that are in the park. The 2 park rangers will be paid for out of general fund, correct?
All of those positions that are on that slide, I think it's slide 8 or 9?
8, slide 8.
Yeah.
8.
Yep.
8.
Those positions that are in there have either enterprise fund or have a revenue source, like for even the public works. Whenever they go work for the water and sewer fund, stormwater fund, they
I
get.
understand. There are only 2 positions of park rangers that'll be paid for
From
out
the
of
general fund. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep. So with that being said, I agree with what's been presented. Unfortunately, with parks, a good majority of the parks is paid out of general fund. So as much as we may need some of those things in the program modification request, for me personally, until we have some more specificity with the the referendum in November, for me, I think it would be prudent just to kind of hold off on those other items for me. I agree with what was already in the budget, but for those items, I think we need to wait to see until November. If by chance, and I don't think this will happen, the referendum does not pass, then we could always come back for a budget modification next year after the budget begins. That's my position.
Yeah, and for council, we're aware what the legislation is out there, and it's, my department's trying to keep pretty positive as much as we can, so we're hoping for the best. So we fully comprehend where this is going, so.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next topic of discussion, that's coming up, on page 71, I guess? What is it? Is the police department. So we will turn it over to Chief Sizemore. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon. Anthony Sizemore, Police Chief. So I am well aware that I have the big ugly slides today. So I figured I would just give a little bit of history as to how I got to here, a little contextualizing. So this November will be 6 years that I've been in this seat. The beginning was interim, but the responsibilities were the same. So for 6 years, let me back up. At the time I took over, the challenge was to right-size the agency. When I assumed the position of interim chief, the city manager at the time let his thoughts be known, and I shared them, and the council did at the time, that we were pretty understaffed. We were not at the level that we needed to be. And when I talk about being understaffed, I don't mean vacancies, I mean the appropriate level of FTEs to be able to get the job done, to get to ring to knock, 911 call to arrival, to have enough spread throughout the city. So we revamped our strategic planning model. We had a model in the past. That's not a novel thing for us, but we really revamped it, went more data-driven, and we worked collaboratively with this body and with city management. And through that, we developed a strategic planning model called Project 35 and published it. And what Project 35 is a forward look into fiscal year 2035, as to what the police department looked like, people, places, and things, organizational structure, operational needs, and programming capabilities. And that became a data-informed strategic growth plan that we used through experience, through science and data, and then it became our shared plan. And what we did is took 2035 and reverse engineered every year, so that when we come before you, like we are today, that the overall ask of a 10-year plan is broken up into 9 individual one-year cycles to keep us on track. And we are several years into that plan. And through that shared vision that we have, we've made tremendous strides to right-size the agency. And we would have done that and been finished pretty quickly because of the work that we have done together. The problem that we had is that the goal line keeps moving, and that goal line is 2 stripes. The first is population increase, and the second is workload increase. So every time we get caught up, more people move in, workload goes up, and I will touch on that. The plan is nimble to changing ground conditions, and an example would be last year, where we were a little bit less than what was recommended in Project 35, but we're able to do that. There is a cost for that, and we know that going in. The need doesn't diminish. We just push it off a little bit, but we're able to maneuver. Some interesting information that goes into our data-informed decision-making, especially with what you're going to see on the next slide, is going back 3 years and midway through calendar year 2026, our trend in workload continues to escalate. And I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into the things that matter. So when you look at priority calls, we prioritize our calls, 1 being the most important, life and death, 2, very serious, 3, also a quick response is required. 4 and below, I don't even want to focus on those because where the rubber meets the road is priorities 1, 2, and 3. And from 2023 till now, just in those serious calls, the ones that our people care about, we've got almost a 24% increase in the serious stuff. 2026 is on the same trend. And when you narrow that even further to priorities 1 and 2, and priorities 1 and 2 are armed robberies, home invasions, disturbances in progress, accidents with injuries, pin-ins, the things where seconds count. Just in those, from 2023 till now, we've got greater than a 32% increase in those. Why I mention that is because those are the numbers and those are the conditions that inform the requests that we have for FY27. And I heard mention about staffing, and there was a report that went out. It was a little difficult even for me to make out the Excel sheet. So I forwarded you guys a much simpler version of that. So I wanted you to see that. But on our sworn staffing side, we're authorized 338. Currently, as of yesterday at close of business, 325 were filled. That leaves a 13 position vacancy, but 12 are in background right now of the 13. And we have a testing coming up in a couple of weeks. It's a tremendous amount of work by my staff and working with this body and with the finance department to be able to make up that ground over these years. It's been a tremendous amount of work to onboard all of those people. Another important point I think bears sharing is what we saw as a challenge and a problem in late 2020. Took a team and an aggressive approach and posture to remedy it. We became competitive in the marketplace, which addresses recruitment. We developed the best culture that we could develop internally, which addresses retention. We became more data and science driven, which informed our planning and deployment. And we incorporated technology and wove that in with our human talent and that investment. And the results are pretty impressive. An improved response time, trending to our goal, and in some months, we've actually achieved the goal of a 5-minute response time to priority 1 calls. There's some months where we're really good, some that we're a little bit higher, so I need a little bit longer of a data set to show that we're doing it, but we are trending in the right direction. What you want to have is some measure of success with the hypothesis that you have. If you have a plan and you put everything in place and you just never achieve the goal or you're not even trending to the goal, it may not be the right plan. What this is showing us is that that plan is correct and it is evolving in the right direction. We have improved solvability of crime. We're taking criminals off the street, and not just taking them off the street, we're having successful case preparation and prosecution, and we're securing convictions, and bad guys are going to prison. And we're also, because of the numbers that we have, able to address quality of life complaints, not the priorities 1, 2s, and 3s, but the lower ones that people still care about, especially in your districts that email you and have rightfully come to expect a certain level of performance in the city. And that's what we're able to deliver. So as I move forward, let me back up. Our mission is to partner with the community to ensure the highest level of safety for everyone. In case you needed to see that. Department goals and priorities, we can come back if you'd like to see that. I'm sure everybody wants to tackle this monster here. But every new position or program modification that I'm asking for goes into that historical information that I provided that leads us to today and positions us for tomorrow. Councilmember Laster, you asked the deputy fire chief earlier, you know, what could you live without, needs and wants. I'll give you a twofold answer on that. When we prepare our strategic plan, we have the Project 35, but we do an annual one every year. That's a little bite-sized piece that's easy for you guys to understand. It is based on needs over wants, but there's also reality baked in, right? So I'm willing to do that exercise. I'm just not prepared to do that now because it's not as simple as take these bottom three off and get rid of them. I would have to surgically go in and remove one because by removing one and keeping one that you may not think, you know, why would you keep that one professional staff position and cut a sworn position? We want more cops on the street. But by doing little maneuvers, by keeping a particular professional staff employee, it will force multiply, to use Chief Solich's word, some of our other personnel. So I don't want you to think that I'm dismissive or combative or not willing to participate in that exercise. I certainly am. I'm just not prepared to do the line item this for that today. What I prefer to do and what I've done historically over the last 5 budget years is I'm not a monolith over to the side, even though that may be kind of trending where public safety is kind of set to the side. I am still part of a bigger wheel of a budget. So what we have historically done with Mr. Mason and Ms. Feast is provide me a target number, and I will get there. As opposed to, you know, an example would be, I need $10, you can only give me $7, well, I'll pick the 3 that I can live without, rather than the finance department or doing it here, if that makes any sense. So, with that, I will avail myself to any questions you may have.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, Chief, thank you. Thank you for your vision. I think your plan has been bringing rewards to this city and keeping the city safe. And I think the achievements that you've obtained in just getting the new classification rating, which is grounded in training, equipment, and talented people, and a lot of effort and work in building that culture. And I would hate like heck to put any barrier in your way for continuing to do that, including any number of employees that you feel are necessary. I appreciate your attitude in, you know, just kind of provide you any kind of sense of direction if there needs to be some reduction, and let you manage that, because I have full confidence in your capacity and your organization's capacity to respond. I also understand that the element of camaraderie, commitment, and rapport you built within the organization needs to be maintained, and that continuity is done through support and just treating you in the manner in which you treat our citizens, and the services in which you so well provide our citizens. So it's a mutual respect, I think, by everyone who lives in this city, with maybe I can think of 1 or 2 people who might be an exception to that, but there'd be an exception in any place they live, including many countries outside of here. But I would support as much as is possible in this new budget thing, whatever you feel is necessary. And I would think that you're the last place that we'd want to go to for any cuts when we're doing that. And I just appreciate that, and I just want you to feel that way, that's my position on it. So
I appreciate the kind words. The beginning part I'd like to address. My presentation is really kind of twofold, right? There's a lot of noise about, and there's a lot of stuff. I am statutorily prohibited from really talking about it. It's actually, for me to talk about the impending legislation is a first-degree misdemeanor. So I don't want to do that, but what I will tell you is the first part of or one lens that I present this presentation to you is without any of that outside stuff and no emotion, and just strictly, this is what I need to continue to produce the meal that we put on the plate every day. These are the groceries that I need. But I'm also aware of what's going on.
Sure.
So to that end, I present it to you, but I also know that there will be some work to be done.
Yep. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that attitude. Thank
Understood.
you. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't see any other lights on, so I guess I'll chime in real quick on, slide number 9. It kind of outlays the personnel that you're looking for. And if it was up to me, I'd give you everything you asked for. Unfortunately, because of the times that we find ourselves in, that's not a reality. And I don't think that the things, one thing I know working with you the last 6 years, typically you come in here and you tell us really what you need, not necessarily what you want. So I appreciate that. So I'm not saying that you don't need all these things. With the big elephant in the room that's probably going to be coming to us here in November, that's going to be something that, if it passes, that we're going to have to deal with. So for me, my focus would be sworn officers out on the street, and to make sure that, we're getting our response times down and that sort of thing. So with that being said, as much as I'd like to give you 24 officers, I don't think that that is going to be possible unless, we're going to raise either the millage rate or the FSA or a combination of both. So I think what you have to do is ask yourself, are you willing to do that? If you're not willing to do that, if you are willing to do that, that's a simple answer. We can give them everything you ask for. If you're not willing to do that, then you have to, we're going to have to come up with some type of alternative. So for me, I think if we could, and I don't even know if we can do this, this will be up to the city manager to bring back to us at a later time. 12, where you have 24 officers that you're asking for, cut that 50% to 12. And then start there and see if the city manager can find a way in order to do that. I gave a scenario earlier with the 1.9 million. That got you 9 officers, and of course, that's based on the 160,000 for the first year, knowing that the subsequent years would be cheaper. Now, with that being said, I know we've kind of played the game. When do we bring them on board? And we can play that game too. So, if we can choose, if we say, well, we can do 15 if we wait and bring them on here and push that hiring date somewhere down the line in the fiscal year. So, again, if you took the 4.9 million that you got listed there for 24 officers, you cut that in half. That's about $2.5 million bucks. Because you asked, hey, give me a dollar amount. Let me see what I can work with that.
If I may, going along with that, and we've done this before, right?
Right,
So we have a good track record of doing this. What I would ask, if you go 24 to 12, that's $1. Let me work within the existing framework. Because just one example, I have a grant writer position in there because my current grant writer has been repurposed. So that position brings in millions a year. So I would sacrifice one of the 12 if you're using that, going from 24 to 12. I take one of those spots to do that because that's going to bring in, just last night it brought in $500,000 in 2 positions for 3 years. So there's a lot of return on that. And there's a couple of different levers like that. So I hear what you're saying on just a broad stroke, we'll cut that 24 to 12, or maybe stagger like we've done on the onboarding. I would just ask, and we could do it walk-arounds or other future meetings, but just the flexibility that I would have to work with Crystal, Mark, and Mike in kind of moving stuff around.
I don't want to sit
Almost
here.
said a different word. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah. I don't want to sit here and tell you how to do your job. I think you're better doing that. Our job here is to give you dollars so you can do your job. So I understand your position where, hey, let me know the dollars I have to work with, and I'll try to figure out the best way to apply those dollars.
Sure. And my commitment remains to work with you and the rest of the body and finance department to do that.
So that's kind of where I'm at. I think, that's a $2.5 million right there. Again, I'd like to give you everything you're asking for, but the reality is, with the big unknown that we all, 8 of us, have hanging over our head, and us as an organization. I mean, this isn't just us as a city and an organization. We have this big black cloud hanging over us right now.
Understood.
And we just don't know how bad it's going to rain. And so I think we got to address that first. But with that being said, we still got to try to maintain some type of level of service and invest in our public safety. That's why I kind of said earlier with the 9 firefighters and 9 police officers. But that's kind of where I'm at. I hope that, Mr. City Manager, that helps you. I think, as Councilmember Lastard said, we got to really, hey, what do you really need?
Sure.
And I think that's what we're asking you. So that's all I have. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I'm good with that, Mayor. It's pretty much what I was trying to say, but you did it, you articulated much better than I could, so thank you.
Councilmember Kaду.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, between slides 8 and 9, can you one more time explain why it says FTEs included in the 27 proposed budget? And then, of course, the next slide is, what staff is requesting, but it's not included.
It might be more helpful for you to just look at page 8.
I'm looking at it.
Page 8, the far right column is the program mods here. If you see this 34,
Yep.
that's that same 34 in police.
When we scroll down to page 9.
Yeah, so whatever's a program mod in the department, that's what's not listed. That's on the far right column.
So I'm talking about the middle column, and there's no police.
Yeah, there's none in the budget. Just like from the January workshop, there's none of those in the budget. In this,
But I'm asking why? Because you chose, or?
I don't have. No, well, I had a discussion with you all.
Yeah.
And so there's no funding. There's no recurring annual funding, and I was also not told to cut any programs or services
Yeah.
to generate recurring.
Right. So I actually agree with the mayor, and a little bit of what Chief Sizemore has said too. I personally would rather give him a dollar amount, and then you guys figure out what is most important to you. And I agree with the grant writer, and that pays for itself, rather than just choosing, I want 12 sworn officers. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'd rather just give, this is your number, whatever you need with that.
Right, and the only thing is earlier, there was no, do you want me to show you how we would fund it with new revenue, or do you want me to come back to you with what would have to be eliminated to fund those?
Well, and that's exactly why I was talking about slide 8, is because it would be my assumption, and I know you haven't given us the city manager's proposed budget at this point, but I am trusting you to figure it out with your departments and then bring us back a status quo budget.
I can't give you, if you're gonna add something without revenue, then the only way for me I can't give you a status quo because I have to eliminate services.
Okay, so I hope everyone sitting here just heard that, right? So what are we increasing?
So there would be I could, if you're comfortable with me eliminating services, that would not be status quo because we'd be taking stuff away.
So we're looking at raising
the 200,000
some
is
sort
an easy one to focus on. I can eliminate the code enforcement 200,000 to prioritize that towards this, but then we would be eliminating the code enforcement process that we have. We have a contract, and, you know, nothing about the people here. We have a contract with a company that broadcasts all of these meetings. It's over $100,000 a year. We can eliminate broadcasting these meetings over the airways, and you have to come see them, and I can get you another 100,000. So, but you have, I have not been given the go-ahead to say, cut programs and cut services.
So again, we're sitting here doing what if you have been told we're not increasing the millage rate, or at least half of us don't agree with that. We're not increasing the PST, at least half of you have told you that. And we're not increasing the FSA, at least half of you have told you that. So I'm just wondering what we're doing here. We're gonna have to cut services, or someone has to change their mind on increasing fees. That's what I'm hearing, right?
Yeah. That's why I wait for you all to go across so I could see if I have a consensus.
Well, and I just wanted to be very clear, which is why I brought these two slides up, because it's showing no police officers. So when we're gonna sit here in the budget, and I'm sorry, to go back to Councilmember Long's point, we're easing back into this, or we're gonna tell you, yes, we want that, so then you have to bring back, what, in August, another budget workshop, and you're gonna say, well, this is what it's gonna cost, which is raising the PST to 10%, raising the FSA to 100%, raising the millage rate to 5.366. So I feel like we've wasted a lot of time today. If we're not going to increase any fees, he needs to be looking at what he needs to cut from the budget. I hope my colleagues realize that, and that's kind of where I'm getting at. And I'm sorry, Chief Sizemore, to take away your time on that, but this page was a prime example where it says police, 0. So I don't know what we're doing, but I know half of us said we're not increasing the millage, we're not increasing the PST, and we're not increasing the FSA. So he needs to start working on a budget with the cuts. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. One, for the Chief. The simple math often doesn't paint the whole picture. I had not heard numbers as high as, when you do the math between the 24 officers and the budget required to do that, as high as $207,000 per person. I understand it includes their unit, their vehicle, and equipment and whatnot, but I had not heard that it was that high. Has it gone up to that high to bring on a new officer? And then that's year one. What does that end up being year two?
The 162 is new officer, starting salary, insurance, equipment, computer, mobile office. That's the startup cost. The second year, you're not paying for uniforms, vest, firearm, vehicle, computer. You're just down to the employee and the benefits, which brings it down to around 80.
Right, I understand that, but what I was talking about, the simple math, is that if I take the
24 and
wherever we hear it was the
4,987,000.
Yeah, and you divide it by 24, it comes up to 207,794, not the 160 that I'd heard. And so I was just wondering where the difference was.
I can tell you how many men and women I need as far as that number. That's the number that, when it just was in the SRO contract as the total per officer, and then that got split in half for their share. That's where the 162 came from. I would have to defer to Nicole or Crystal for the dollars and cents on it.
Right now, to the extent that we can, we pay for the vehicles with impact fees.
With what?
With impact fees.
Okay.
It's eligible for that purpose. Specifically stated in the statute to do that.
I guess I still don't understand, and maybe I'm just thick, but
Are you taking the 7.7 divided by 34, and that's
Yes. It comes out to
I'm taking the
288.
4987061 on slide 9. 49,87061 and dividing it by 24.
207.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry to interrupt quickly. So when you take the general fund impact of the police officer, plus what's going to hit our police impact fee fund for their vehicle, per officer, it's $267,794 in the first year. Yeah, and each vehicle is around $95,000.
In the second subsequent year for that same person, not to cut you off.
It'd be closer to the 161 once you take out the vehicle and some of that initial equipment each officer would need.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, see no lights on, and I don't think city manager has any direction other than what he's already provided to us. So I think the million-dollar question is, do we want to do anything for the police? And then ask the city manager to bring it back. So we can try to determine, and I think when I say bring it back, I think there are several scenarios. One is cuts. One is if you had to increase any of the fees. And I think, it's important, like Councilmember Kaduke said, is if a majority of this body doesn't want to raise those fees, why are we going to go and have this exercise? So I think that's the most important question. So if it's cuts, then that's what we have to tell him, the city manager. Hey, we want 6 police officers or 12 police officers or whatever that dollar amount is. We know it's at 24, it's $5 million. If we say, okay, no, we're only going to give you half of that or whatever. I think that's the direction that they're looking for. And then the city manager can go whatever direction we tell them, either look for cuts or raise the FSA, like play that game that we did last year. But if you don't want to do those things, then that's not on the table. So I think, now's the time for the hard question you got to ask yourself. If you don't want to raise the millage rate and you don't want to raise the FSA or the PST, then we have what we have to work for. Now, we haven't got the Public Works. I don't know how many of those positions that have been proposed are actually paid out of general fund. We'll find that out later. But you could play that game too, is, hey, if we don't fund these general fund positions, we can slide it over to pay for additional police officers. So, that's the game here that we're playing, that we got to try to figure out and then give that direction to the city manager. Councilmember Donnell?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, just respectfully request, Your Honor, that we have one more department to go. I know police is a set aside.
And we can wait.
But we're almost there. We always got a summary, because I just want to make my comments once and, be done with it, if that's okay with the body.
Yep. And I have no problem tabling it till if that's what we want to do, to the end of this presentation. And
All right. Thank you, sir.
Then we'll have those hard discussions. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, just shut up then. Don't put a
Yeah.
comment.
All right, that's what we'll do. If you would, I know you've only been here all day, Chief, but if you could hang around in case we have any other questions towards the end of the presentation, I'd appreciate it. All right, let's get to the next one, Public Works. Number Williams, 73.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. These two slides summarize the Public Works Department's priorities and the fiscal year 2027 budget request that supports them. Our mission is to provide efficient, cost-effective, high-quality services that build, maintain, improve, and preserve public infrastructure and facilities while supporting safety, mobility, environmental stewardship, and quality of life. In our priorities, we're focused on protecting existing assets and moving major infrastructure projects forward. That includes a data-driven roadway maintenance program for approximately 3,100 lane miles of road, advancing North 6 and North 3 UEPs, beginning the Diplomat Parkway Corridor Study, adding the Andalusian Diplomat traffic signal next year, breaking ground on the new fleet facility, securing a new solid waste collection contract, continuing on our drainage improvement projects, advancing canal dredging, and completing the citywide GIS tree inventory. The common thread here is that we will be more proactive instead of reactive, preserving infrastructure before it fails, addressing longstanding drainage and mobility needs, and improving how we plan and deliver services citywide. The second slide here shows how those priorities are reflected in the fiscal year 2027 budget request. Public Works is requesting $169.3 million, which is a decrease of $56.9 million or 25% from the fiscal year 2026 amended budget. And this request does include 10 positions. The largest portions of the request are operating at $75.4 million, personnel services at $45.9, capital outlay at $19.1, and transfers out at $19.1 million. So I want to talk a bit about the positions here. Slide 8, I think you'll see that there are 17 positions in there in Public Works. The 10 positions shown on this slide are internal services fund for our property management group. So focusing on these 10 positions on this slide here, that group has had 32 FTEs to maintain the square footage of all the buildings that the city of Cape Coral owns. That number has stayed the same since 2010. Since 2010, the square footage has increased from 1.1 million to 1.9 million. The service, the work orders have increased from 6,000 to 13,000 annually over that same amount of time. And we stayed consistent at 32 positions since 2010 till today. So those 10 positions is electrician, custodian, trade specialists, HVAC specialists, the litany of positions that are needed to maintain the buildings that we have here. The other 7 positions, 5 of those are in the Stormwater Fund, and those are based on the rate study. So those are positions that were identified for this year to be included in the budget in the rate study. And then there are, let me get back to that slide. I'm sorry, there were 6 positions in stormwater. So, and then we had 1 additional position, 1 administrative assistant in the solid waste fund. And so that's, we're coming up with a new contract here with the solid waste collection contract. There is a heavy need for an administrative assistant in that group. So 1 position in the solid waste fund, 6 in the stormwater fund, and 10 in the internal services fund for our property management division. Those are included in the budget on the top of this current slide that you're looking at here. Program modification requests for fiscal year 2027 are not included. There are 36 positions in the general fund. These are positions that we asked for, and I hearken back to a year ago when the mayor had said he's not shy about asking for positions. This right here is kind of a mirror image of that. These 36 positions are tree trimming crews, sidewalk crews, shoulder crews, mowing crews, things of that nature in the transportation group. Now, these are all subject, I think, to the bill that's finding its way through the state legislature. We're going back to what the mayor said earlier on today is we don't want to hire someone just to turn around and have to fire someone. These are general fund positions that would rely on general fund monies for their positions. The stormwater fund, there was 1 other position there that the $91,948 is for a senior lab technician. We believe that position can be fully funded by the revenues we get out of the lab. So that's 1 additional position you'll see there in the program modifications. Mobility fee fund, capital outlay there is the Pondella Signal. There's a couple of roundabouts in there, Southeast 47th and Coronado, Southeast 47th and Palm Tree. That's part of that 31 million in that capital outlay mobility fee fund. Capital Improvements Project Fund, looking for 3 positions there actually. 1 principal engineer and 2 senior construction inspectors. That group puts through, is responsible for a lot of money in handling a lot of projects. And if we could use one thing in Public Works, it would be project managers and principal engineers. Fleet Maintenance Fund, 5 positions. Those are the ones that go along with the new building there, and that's where that capital outlay of $54 million is. Those kind of go together, the capital outlay and those 5 positions. I believe they're senior fleet mechanic positions. And then the Facilities Management Fund, that was something that was coupled with the fleet building up north. Right now, we're kind of status quo on that, keeping that group where they are. And we have got some additional space to kind of bridge the gap until we can get some funds for a property management building up north. But for right now, that's on hold. The fiscal year 2027, it decreased, the budget decreased from $56.9 million, or 25.18%. We had some transportation money associated with the UEP in the 2026 budget, which is part of that money, I think close to $20 million that was in there last year that's in there this year that is not going to be there in fiscal year 2027. Another program mod is $8 million for paving. That is not included in this budget. That's a program mod down below. That's the $8.4 million that you see in the general fund. So the plan is just to use the 5-cent and 6-cent gas tax for the paving program in fiscal year 27. There are some stormwater funds. I believe it amounts to about 14 million that was associated with the UEP in 2026. That does not show up in fiscal year 2027. So those numbers all together, along with some other dollars, add up to that $56.9 million that is part of the decrease from fiscal year 2026 actuals to fiscal year 2027 requested. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Councilmember Kilrain.
I think that was on from before.
All right. Councilmember Steinke, is that on from before?
Nope.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Just, if I look at slide number 8, it says that there are 17 FTEs included in the 2027 proposed and 45 that are not included. That adds up to 62. And then on slide 74, it says that 10 positions are in the requested budget, not matching the 17 that's on page 8. And if I add up the program modifications, which we were told are not included in the budget, that adds up to 44 positions. So on page 8, I'm seeing 17 included, 45 not included for 62. And on page 74, I'm seeing 10 included, 44 not included for 54. Am I not reading it right?
Yes, sir. The 10 positions identified on this slide are general fund only. So the additional 7 positions there, 6 were the stormwater fund, and then 1 was the solid waste fund. I think what's happened here is we have a typo under the capital improvements projects fund, where I believe we had 3 positions probably identified on slide 9, and it's only showing 2 here.
Right.
So this slide should show 3 positions there, and then I think that on top of the other 7 positions from the other funds added to the program modifications will make those numbers balance.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Just a couple questions for me. When you look at the 10 facilities positions that you've outlined, Are all of those positions there getting paid out of the general fund?
They're funded in the general fund, but they get charged out to all the other funds that they work for.
Actually, they're
Okay.
funded in internal service.
Internal
funds,
service.
Internal services,
and
okay.
Every fund pays for the service.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay, that makes sense. And then the stormwater personnel, of course, is stormwater fund, solid waste fund.
Yes, sir.
So with that being said, would it be fair to say that only a small portion, if any, is getting paid out of the general fund? Give you an example, if Public Works was going to work, do something for parks, then parks is all general fund then. So in essence, general fund's paying.
When they provide the service,
Right.
they'll provide the charge, and then out of the department's operating budget, that's where it gets withdrawn.
Okay, all right, that makes
So
sense.
the costs are already in the department.
All right. All right, I understand that. The program modifications that are there, unfortunately, again, because of where we are in time, I think it would be prudent for us just to wait and see as far as the future legislation, and then revisit some of these possible needs in the future. So I'm okay with what we have budgeted, the 17 position, but knowing that they're coming out of a variety of funds, or if it is coming out of the general fund, it's, it's coming out of someone else's budget out of the general fund. So I'm okay with those particular positions. Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. So, question, a senior inspector or a senior project manager, what exactly does that role do?
Senior project manager will manage, say, you got a Tropicana Park, you got
Yellow Fever Creek.
a fire station, you got a Yellow Fever Creek. That's what the senior project managers do. They handle those types of projects. Principal engineers are also project managers, but they handle higher level projects like the yacht club.
And that comes out of a different fund, the CIP.
If you're talking the CIP, and those are, again, are charged
Principal
towards.
engineer comes out of the CIP, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
completely different fund, but general fund speaking, senior inspector or senior project manager, to me, is super important for us to fund. Look at what just happened with Yellow Fever Creek and how we're in this mess. They could have been paying attention to that project the entire time.
Those are capital in Yellow Fever Creek, and when we're talking about those projects, those are all capital projects.
Okay, so it would be a different fund even.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
The ones in the general fund, those are our folks that go out and they're driving around town looking at sidewalks and then getting a crew to go out there and fix those. So the inspectors that are in the general fund, I'll say, are a bit different than the inspectors that we have in the capital group. In the capital group, those guys are out there making sure that what our contractors are building with the capital projects are being built to spec and to plan. And so having eyes on those projects is, of course, very important, as you mentioned. That's a big deal to getting those projects done correctly. Yellow Fever Creek you brought up.
Yeah. So to me, as we think about the rain clouds ahead, Public Works, in my opinion, is the most important department to fund with a lean budget at this time and where we are at in our city. We all got a tour of that fleet maintenance facility, and that should have been done 10 years ago. And it wasn't. It was pushed off. And, we have beautiful fire stations and beautiful fire training facilities. And we have beautiful police training facilities and a beautiful police building. It's time to move the pieces around a little bit. And I think Public Works is really where we need to focus in a lean budget year. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, I guess I disagree a little bit with that. If I had to rank them, I want to make sure public safety is taken care of, number one, and then Public Works, because that's our infrastructure. No disservice to you, Matt, but I think you've done a great job identifying it here. And I think that probably because of the magnitude of what you're asking for is in overall budget-wise, you're probably going to be one of the areas that there's more opportunity to reduce than others. And so that's where my head's at. It's not that I don't think that the need's there, but I think that some of the need can be delayed without immediate ramifications. We're going to be status quo a little bit more so. Whereas if we reduce the public safety part, we're at risk to a greater extent for life threat. And that's the only reason I would rank it that way. I think that certainly is a need to maintain our facilities in a proper manner, our roadways and our infrastructure. But I think that's more amenable to doing it in a maintenance manner as opposed to increasing level for a short period of time. It's kind of like that war mentality. You're at war now. We really have a reduced budget opportunity coming, and I think that probably, where you can hold your own for a little bit longer without any drastic condition, that's probably where you look to, and that's the way I'd approach this. So, okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadout.
Any drastic decisions or, delaying the fleet maintenance building like they have. I mean, there's a reason why page 8, he gets 17 positions and police and fire are getting 0. So I know you're not campaigning right now, Councilmember Kilrain, but there are some people on this dais that are, and no one is asking for more police and fire. They're asking for roads, roadway capacity. They're asking for infrastructure. So I really think this is the most important department that we should be looking at right now. He has been delayed. We know that. That's why we're funding the $54 million 2070 fleet facility. It's been pushed off for far too long. We keep putting public works on the back burner when it's actually the one department that's keeping our city running, including going to police and fire and helping them. So yeah, this is the most important. I'm not saying that we don't need public safety. We do. We absolutely do. But at some point in time, public safety will bankrupt this city and the roads will be gone. They will be deteriorated. So most important department to me, Mr. City Manager, is Public Works. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, with all due respect, I'm certainly not campaigning, and I'm certainly not responding to political pandering. I'm really looking toward what's the long-term interest of the city, and those things that are able to be deferred in a manner that is less drastic. And I would respectively disagree. I think that less drastic things are having some potholes filled as compared, and I'm not talking about the major issues that we have with respect to traffic circles and that kind of thing. We can still plan on those. We don't have to execute them all at once. We can back off the execution of those and still be able to maintain a relatively half-decent level of maintenance without going to the nth degree. So that's my thought process on it. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, just a quick confirmation. On the screen now, it says a fiscal year 2027 decrease of 57.9 or 25%. When I look up in the chart and I look at fiscal year 26 amended and fiscal year 27 requested, that's about a $5 million increase. Is that then the net effect, that it's a decrease of the 56, but then the added 10 positions that are included is the reason why it's actually an increase from the 26 amended, not a decrease?
Personnel services is the line you're looking at?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. And on top of raises or cost of living increases and anything that would come along with that, I think the 10 positions are also included in that number.
So it's that capital outlay
17.
That's causing that large amount of decrease. That's where our major.
The capital outlay, yes.
Is the major decrease.
Yes.
And I can keep this for later after we're done with utilities and all, but I think the term that we've used a few times, or has been used a few times, of status quo, I don't think it exists. For us to talk about anything as status quo, that doesn't even exist here. There's no way status quo is going to happen. It's who's going to be the bad guy that says, are the services going down or is the revenue going up? It ain't status quo. There is no status quo that can happen. Unless this body says something like, hey, we realize that inflation is where it is and things, they get more expensive. So if we wanted to stay status quo, we know that it would go up a certain amount. Call it 3%, call it 4%, whatever you might want to call it, 2%. And so at the end of the day, what it may end up being is hey, tell us where the revenue would go where the revenue would need to go, and the service levels would go where they need to go, where overall we would end up with a 3% increase in expenditure. Where would it come from revenue-wise, and what would be cut to make that happen? Because if we're going to keep the revenue sources exactly the same, the only choice is to cut the expenses. It's the only choice. So there's going to have to be some type of a blend here, because status quo isn't going to happen. We've got some of these things that take time to get done. You've forecasted them into your budget. I absolutely agree with Councilmember Kaduk. You know, we keep talking about need infrastructure. We talk about cans being kicked down the road. Yeah, we need to do something there, absolutely. But we also have more people to protect in public safety. We also have, you know, homes that are further away from fire stations. So we got all these moving parts. There is absolutely no way we can stay status quo. So, and we can talk more about that when after we hear from everybody. Now, how are we going to make the sausage? Thanks.
Yeah, no, the light's on. Just got one quick question, if maybe you could explain. On this slide, FY '27, at the bottom there, reserves at $9.3 million. Can you, and it looks like they've increased slightly from last year at about $900,000. And then in FY '28, it drops to $514,000. Can you kind of explain that and what that reserve money is?
I'll defer to Nicole or Director Feast.
So what falls into those reserves is what we have to balance the funds. So Public Works is made up of multiple funds, things like the stormwater fund, so there'll be like a use of reserves to balance those funds. So that's what's falling into those buckets right now. That's why it adjusts year over year.
So what we're
Depends on
doing,
expenditures.
make sure I understand, we're using $9.3 million in reserves to balance the $169 million budget. Is that what you're saying?
It depends, it's dependent upon which fund it's coming from. That rolls all up into the Public Works Department as a whole.
Stormwater and solid waste.
Yeah, I understand that, but if I look at FY '27 here on the screen, and I didn't do the math, you're telling me if I add up the 45, 75, 19, the next 19, the next 9, and the 371, if I add all that up, I'm going to come up with 169,316,130. Is that what you're telling me?
Once you add everything, you get down to that 169,316, and yes, it's to balance.
So the way I see that is you're using $9.3 million of reserve to stick into the pot to balance that. So for all those things, no matter where those reserves are coming
Yeah, dependent upon the fund, correct.
All right, I understand, thank you. I have no other questions. Seeing no other lights on, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Rand Edelstein, Deputy Director, Utilities. Utilities,
I guess Mr. Pearson took the best day off of the year, huh?
He put
That's okay. I'll back up Jeff anytime. Department is continuing to improve our delivery of cost-effective drinking water, irrigation water, and wastewater collection services by empowering our employees to responsibly meet customer expectations for quality, value, safety, reliability, and environmental responsibility. The Utilities Department goals and priorities, the highlights are to complete engineering design and permitting of the North Water Reclamation Facility for bidding and construction with a target operation date of 2030. This facility is needed to be able to treat the wastewater that will be generated by the expansion of the utilities, primarily in the area north of Pine Island Road. We'll also complete construction of Phase 1 of the North RO Water Treatment Plant, production well, a well field expansion, and raw water main is required to connect those 6 wells of Phase 1, and you may have seen some of that pipe going in the ground along Del Prado from the intersection of Del Prado and Kismet North. Also, we're coordinating bidding and construction of a new UCD warehouse parking lot area with a perimeter fence on the North RO campus. That's to give our UCD department, our division, the location to stage equipment and materials to better service the area north of Pine Island Road. In addition, for utilities collection distribution or UCD division, we're adding 1 additional crew for field services. We're going to complete the replacement of the variable frequency drives at the North RO Water Treatment Plant. The drives that are there are the original that were installed when the facility was built, and it's time for their replacement. We're going to upgrade the South RO Water Treatment Plant to a standard 8-inch diameter pressure membrane versus the 8.5-inch that it's currently equipped with. We'll complete engineering design and permitting for selected wastewater lift stations for the installation of stationary diesel-powered pumps at 20 of the lift stations. Complete engineering design and permitting for Southwest Water Reclamation Facility rehabilitation for bidding and construction, and complete engineering design and permitting for Everest Water Reclamation Facility's headworks replacement and bid and construct that facility. Those are just the highlights. We've got quite a few other goals and activities underway. This table provides budget highlights for FY27. The columns show FY25 actual, FY26 adopted, and FY26 amended, FY27 requested budget out through FY29 requested budget. Relative to the FY26 amended budget, there was an increase of approximately $70 million, or 11.78%. Primarily, that's a result of the new North Water Reclamation Facility and the North 3 Utility Extension Project. The Utilities Department has no program modification requests for FY27. With that, if you have any questions.
Thank you. I'll open up any questions. Councilmember Kadouk.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is really for the city manager. This is its own fund, So I guess when we're focusing, right, Mr. Mason?
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess I just, not that utilities is useless, but it funds itself. So what decisions do we need to make? And why? I'm asking naively.
At this point, there's no program modifications.
But if there were, because it funds itself,
For the budget purposes, to make sure that it aligns with what you've all improved in the rate model. So when we present a revenue sufficiency analysis, there are projects that go in there, that's what's required to make sure. If we have deviations from the Department of Emergencies or things that come outside of that, but we would be scrubbing that from administration's
Right.
perspective.
so not saying it's useless, but it's really not for this body really at this point, unless there was an emergency that you had to bring to us. I'm just trying to understand why we even, I mean, thank you for the presentation, but.
It would be no different than if at some point, let's say stormwater gets to a point when it's so big that it needs to become its own department and not as a component of Public Works.
But it would still fund itself?
It would fund itself through the stormwater assessment.
Okay. Again, I think we're in charge of the general fund.
So, well, you're in charge of the entire budget, right?
Understood,
And-
but
and
when
this
it
is
funds
kind of,
itself.
but I like where you're going to kind of close out the day. I really do, because this is what I was saying earlier. If the state legislature is going to be working a way of eliminating property tax, and I know there are still going to be some commercial that pay, but I think ultimately they're going to look for a way to get rid of property tax. So the idea of us finding a way to get out of property tax to begin with, then it allows us to focus on the other things and the other revenues than constantly trying to pit departments against each other over the limited resources that we have.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that wraps up all of our departments today. I want to thank all of the directors and their staff on their support to date with the development of the 2027 budget. As a reminder, as we work through the last few slides, we are at a point in 2027 where this is a work in progress. It's just the requested numbers. All requests that have been provided so far, we've evaluated, and we're currently working through and updating as any adjustments or any new information comes in. There will be changes to revenues. We know the July 1st values will come in. There will be changes to that. We know the state revenues are going to come in probably sometime in August. There will be further changes there. There could be changes to expenditures over the next month or so as we work through the budget process. The budget is not static. It is always changing. So as we work through that and develop the 2027 proposed budget, the goal is to be balanced between now and July when we draft that document for you. Currently, we have a projected deficit of $2.6 million. That is before I adjust for the June 1st values. Once I add that $3 million, I have a $5.7 million deficit to date. That is as of June 1st, before I develop the proposed budget. That is before any additional program modifications are added or any additional expenditures are added to this budget. I am currently negative $5.7 million. I just wanted to put that out there so you kind of have a full picture of where we stand today with our work in progress budget before we work forward to develop a proposed budget for you. I know we've had a lot of conversation regarding our program modifications. We will provide a full detailed breakdown list for you and wrap all of that up, and we can answer any questions you have on details of it. We do break down by fund, and then when we get into the general fund, we can break it down further into the category type, whether personnel, operating capital, and we break out that capital a little bit for you so you can see what's equipment, what's an improvement, software versus facility maintenance. And then we've dropped in a category or a little summary table by department of what the total general fund program modifications are at $52,495,000. So today, wrapping up the discussions, we are looking for council direction on any funding option changes. Looking at our millage rate at 5.1471. We want to have any increase, decrease, or remain as is. Same with fire service assessment at 81%. Our public service tax at 7%. potential use of reserves in the future, or how you would like to discuss any potential changes to the budget, whether funding or within the expenditure range. Just some important dates to remember. July 1st, we have our final property values from the property appraiser. Again, that will change our budget and will help draft our proposed budget for you. July 22nd, we have our set proposed millage rate. This is our not to exceed rate that council will set. On July 23rd, we have our third annual town hall. August 4th, 11th, and 18th are our budget workshops. And then we have our tentative public hearing set for September 10th and the final on September 24th, pending any changes to the Lee County BOCC and the school board dates that I'm still waiting on for them to update. With that, we're open for discussion, questions.
Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. Slide 80, July 23rd, Town Hall. I did not get to attend the Town Hall last year or the year before that. Can you walk me through what that looks like?
So our first year, we have a video running in council chambers. So we work with department directors and we have them talk through and highlight what's going to be in their proposed budget for the upcoming year, and that kind of just runs on a loop in here. So as citizens come in, they can listen to what departments have to say about their upcoming budget. Then they can go on out into the hallway and walk around and actually have discussions with the directors. So there's informative boards we usually put together that highlight some of the information in each of their department budgets. Last year, we took it a step further and had informational sheets printed out for each department, so each resident could take that sheet if they had questions about the department or just some additional detail about the services provided, information on their staffing, upcoming projects, just information for the public to really understand what each department provides in the budget.
Okay, so it's an informational.
It's purely informational for residents to come in, see what we're looking at for the proposed budget, have conversations with department directors, get a better understanding of the services that the city provides. And we also do put a survey out there requesting any additional information from residents. Are there things they want to see? Are there things that they prioritize one over the other? Quality of life, transportation. What are the citizens' requests so
When
that
does
we
that
can
survey go
incorporate
out?
that? I'm sorry?
Is that survey out right now?
The survey, we post it when we do the town hall. We put up the QR code. We hand out sheets because not everybody wants to do the QR code. And then we look for any data information for the upcoming next year budget.
So the survey is only posted in here with the QR code?
When we do the town hall, we post the survey.
On social media sites as well?
Not on social media sites.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
sorry. Couple of things. Since we're due to set a proposed millage rate on July 22nd, and we'll receive the final property values on July 1st, we're recommending that we have another one of these, a budget workshop with the city council to talk specifically about setting the millage rate. Primarily, clearly I talked this morning and told you that the governor is due to sign a legislation that will set and require you to set the millage rate starting at the rollback rate, whatever that is. And we'll know what that is as soon as we have the July 1 numbers. And that will give you then the opportunity to choose what you want to set your tentative rate at. And again, if it's the rollback rate, it's a majority vote. Anything between that and 110% of the rollback rate, it requires 2/3 vote. Anything over 110% requires unanimous vote. That's just to set the tentative rate.
Okay. All right, well, and so you want to add a meeting approximately about when, you think?
Well, you come back, I think, July 15th, somewhere in that vicinity, probably that week.
So 15, so if we did
It's like
Friday.
the week before, it's the week before the 22nd.
Yeah, the 15th, we have a council meeting scheduled, I think, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's a Wednesday and that's a regular council meeting.
Yeah.
We could do it earlier in the day.
Yeah. So you want to try to shoot, if we want to have another budget meeting, 1 o'clock or something that day,
That would be fine.
on the 15th?
Specifically, the only thing we're going to talk about is, you know, that
Millage.
this is the information on the millage rate, this is the information that, you know, as far as the proposed budget is concerned, this is where we're at, and you tell us what you want to do.
Okay. And the good thing, you'll have the certified numbers by then.
We will.
All right.
Aren't we gonna have a pretty busy meeting, after coming back from hiatus?
If I may, on the 15th, we won't have public hearings because nothing was introduced the other night. So, except consent will be very full, but for the public hearing section, it will be light.
And also, there's another reason for this. We have to have the legislation ready to go and upload it into the agenda for the next week for you to approve on July 22nd. So there, you know, it's a timing thing.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other lights on, so I guess I'll start
Turn
this.
me off twice.
Oh, I thought,
That's the third time.
I thought you already spoke. Go ahead. Keep going.
Mr. Mason brought up a great point. I thought I saw somewhere that our rolled back rate will actually be 5.2
Based on the preliminary numbers.
based on preliminary numbers, yes. So I think that's very important for the rest of our discussion here tonight. The rolled back rate is higher than what our current millage is, so we should talk about that as well. Sorry, you turned me off three
Sorry.
times.
Thank
you.
I thought you were done from before.
Well, I'll just remind you what the rollback rate is designed to do is to bring in the same level of revenue as the prior year, not including growth. So, you know, essentially, it doesn't matter whether you had any inflationary issues or not. You know, it's just designed to bring in the same level of revenue. That's all.
And I think it's important to mention too, starting out right now, we got a $5.7 million deficit.
Correct.
So we, not only do you have what you presented to us today, we already know that we're $5.7 million in a hole. That, where are you going to find that at? Mr. City Manager, if we don't raise any of the PST or where are you going to find that $5.7 million? Well, let's back up with what you just said there, because, and maybe my recollection is incorrect. I thought that was an option, the 1.2, for the debt service of the $18 million that was left over. But one of the things that we also discussed was, let's see if there's any monies left over this year that we could apply towards that 18 million. So that would bring that number down. It's not going to pay for it, I don't think, but it would
Well, we have to
reduce
have a
it.
budget done before then,
We have to have the budget done
before
Yeah.
January.
I don't know what that number.
Right.
But the 1.9 from the going to 95 to 98, 1.2 was for debt, and then 600 recurring was gonna be left over.
Would you like a motion to schedule a special budget workshop for Wednesday, July 15th, beginning at 1 PM in council chambers?
You do it by consensus. I don't know if you
Everybody good with 1 o'clock? All right, all right. So I guess what you're doing is looking for direction now. You know, knowing that we got a $5.7 deficit there, and, you know, we don't know what these certified numbers are gonna come in at. So hopefully they come in a little higher, that would help that 5.7 deficit, but, you know, we just don't know. Typically, historically, they come back in a little higher, but not much. So, you know, I don't think you're gonna see a great amount of movement there. I'll tell you what my preference is, but I understand the financial restraints that we are facing. I can tell you, I am surely not interested in raising the FSA or the PST any more than where it is at now. So that leaves the FSA at 81, the PST at 7. The millage rate, we'll have to see what the rollback rate is. That would be the maximum that I would even consider raising the millage rate to would be where the rollback rate is. But I would prefer to try to keep it at 5.14. So with that being said, that kind of paints me into a corner because knowing that we have a $5.7 million deficit. My preference with public safety would be to hire the 9 firefighters, which is about $1.8 million. But that 81% of that will be absorbed into the the FSA. So that leaves $348,000 left over for general fund dollars. On the police department, I would like to try to get at least, and I know I'll say 12 officers, but the funding match for the 12 officers, let the police chief figure out how he's going to spend that, which is about $2.5 million.
2.8, yeah.
So that puts us at about 2.8. So my preference would be to try to find out where we can come up with 2.8 million, but also knowing that we got to come up with 5.7. So if you do my numbers, we're at 8.5. I don't know if you can do that. If you can come up with 8.5, that's your job. You'll have to tell us if you can. That's where I'm at. Councilmember Lasser.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, we talked about modifications, and you were going to ask if we had any.
Yes, I didn't get to that yet. So these are all the program modifications that my department heads have asked for. I know that there's been some discussions with you all that you all are looking to try and do things differently as well. So, and I don't know if you have a process for that underneath the office manager. So, but Mayor, there was a request to look at adding program modifications from council.
Okay.
But I don't know if you have an official process, so I was going to prompt that for the discussion.
Yeah, that's fine. First I've heard of it, so.
Me too. He had mentioned modifications in our one-on-one because I'm trying to figure out a way. And I know that if we add this $400,000 as a pilot, it's going to now bring our deficit down to 6.1, correct? If I say I would like to add a modification, yeah. So we'd have to find the money, but I would like to add a modification, if at all possible, Mr. City Manager, for you to find somehow, some way, whether it's unrestricted, I don't know. I mean, this is all very depressing today, so I don't know if that's going to be possible.
So, my understanding, just so the rest of the council.
I'm so sorry.
It really is a pilot, so you're really only looking for one time.
1 year, just a 1 year. It's a pilot program to bring back mental health services to the city of Cape Coral, similar to what Salus Care used to provide for us. I was going to ask for $400,000, pilot program 1 year, and that would pay for a small space that we need to rent, very inexpensive, and I've already done the research on that. And then it would also pay for an overseeing mental health supervisor who could then employ interns from Florida Gulf Coast University and any of the local universities that are interested in internship programs, because they have to have them when they're getting their Masters of Social Work, so they could provide free services to adolescents. This would honor, well, really adolescents and adults, I mean, anyone that needed them. This would honor what the last 5 youth councils have been asking for since really 2020. And then, of course, after Ian, bringing back mental health services to our residents. The pilot program, again, that money would be used to pay for the supervisor and then do paid internships. And then the following year, obviously, we could report metrics, but the following year, then it would be funded through Medicaid, Medicare. So I wanted to pitch that to you all. And it's probably the worst year to pitch that, but it might be a good year to pitch it if families are struggling and kids are struggling because their parents are struggling. You know, that need for mental health is still there. We hear about it weekly and almost weekly in some of our council meetings during citizens input. And then, of course, you all have heard it for years from youth council.
And it could be something that if you're not interested in funding it for October 1 in the budget, when we get around to January and figure out what the unassigned fund balance that's gonna be available. It could be that during the January workshop, we take 400 of that, and it just doesn't start in the first quarter, it starts
And
in the.
that's okay. That's absolutely okay. I just wanted to pitch it to you all, and I don't have, I can give you if you want to schedule this on the next CAL, Mayor, to have a presentation, I'm working with Don Bellamarch in addition to Lee Health as well as Center for Progress. On this presentation, they have it together pretty much, and if you'd like to put it on the CAL to hear about it so that we could consider it maybe in January, that would be amazing. But I will look for consensus from all of you for this very, very important initiative.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. Councilmember Donnell?
I wasn't, my mind was somewhere else. Does this pertain to this? Is this something else?
Something.
What did you, okay, I'm sorry, I was just, because my mind's somewhere else. Mayor, would you mind starting that timer, because I don't want to get too verbose, but I did want to make sure I was clear. Would you put slides 7 to 8 up? Okay, we started the exercise, and our goal, if I understand, to give direction on how we're going to manage our budget. The whole piece about the bill, the 78.
Did you say 78 or 78?
78.
My apologies.
No, that was mine. I'm serious, Mr. Mayor, would you start that, because I don't want to talk too much. So, what we're having here, is what I've learned, is what we need to do before we leave is give them direction. So I've listened, and I just heard the mayor pretty much answer one of the questions I put forth to each and every one of us, is what is the philosophy that we're going to move forward with? Is the cut, is the maintain, or are we planning for the future? That's going to be pivotal. In this discussion today, I've learned a lot, and my numbers don't quite match yours. Mine are a little higher, but at any rate, what we're looking at is this total general fund as far as discretionary or the modifications, what the department heads have told us that they need. We've had the conversation all again, Councilmember Kaduki, you're correct about how important, I talked to you about, I'm thinking that public works is just as important.
Bless you.
Then we have to prioritize. There are a lot of moving pieces that we're going to have to deal with. This is why they pay us the big bucks, right? So I'm looking at it as opportunity. We can solve it, but one thing we cannot do is start fighting amongst ourselves because we have a different approach. That just cannot happen. But this is solvable, but it's going to be difficult if we're not open-minded. Why do I say that? You all mentioned, when I say you all, I was on the side that wasn't the majority. I've been very clear when we had the discussion last year about the data that was presented about what needed to happen. Now, I voted for that meal increase. It got slammed, then we went to the rollback, which is fine. But now we're here. We have $52 million we have to figure out. The only way the governments can address issues are either to raise fees or the taxes. You're not going to cut your way to $52 million. So if it's a matter of, and you're not going to get elected, if you're coming here with that, this is the wrong time. We have discretionary and there's a non-discretionary. It's outlet. It's there. We are here. It's not difficult, again, if we're flexible. All of these pieces that they're put in, what I'm suggesting to you is I would say to the city manager, because I'm open, it has to become part of the conversation. The universe changed since the last time we mentioned. Now, when we said that we aren't going to do certain things, the FSA generates the 1%, about $1 million. 1 mil generates about 31.4 million. 1/10 of a mil, about 3.4 million. And then the PST generates about 2 million. This cannot be a conversation where we're not looking at least trying. We're going to have to do something different if we're going to make an impact as we move a growing city forward. So I'm suggesting to you, I'll just say, I'm open because we've got to do something. I'm open to anything that's on the plate, but I don't want to box ourselves in saying, well, we can't do this. I'm not going to. Look, I'm listening. Thank you. That's my 3 minutes.
Councilmember Kilrain, you got 3 minutes now.
Yeah. God bless you.
He gets 2.
I bet the long on that.
I'll tell you where I'm on this. I'd like to kind of put the box together right now in a tight box, come back and see where that gets us based on, I'm good with what the mayor said with respect to police and fire, and kind of locking in on whatever the rollback rate might be for purposes of that next meeting. And once we define what that rollback rate looks like, that structure that comes out of that, whatever it might be across the departments that you would bring back to us, then figure out what kind of play we want to do beyond that. And we're going to be constrained by statute and where we can go with that, if I understand what you said, Mr. Mason. I think then we'll know at least a little bit of running room that we'll have. If we have any, we might have retraction room, because we're going to be at, we know we got a $5 million deficit, and then we're going to be picking up another bit of that deficit again in some of the things that we might want to add to it. So let's box in around that next date. From that, figure out if there's some smart things that we want to do in moving rate or reducing rate from that. And then let the chips fall where they may and whatever the statute does to us, and come back and hit it again after that. As far as Councilman Laster's recommendation, I don't want to put that into the immediate budget right now. I certainly think it's a worthy program, but I think right now, I mean, we're going to be up against the wall if this statute goes through. And I wouldn't want to, cluster it up right now in the beginning. I think that once we understand how badly we're going to get hit, then we can start really think about what the next steps need to be beyond that. So I hope I was clear with that. I'm paralleling what the mayor said, but to having flexibility after that point to see where we want to go. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments? I don't see any other lights on. Mr. City Manager, did I give you any direction?
We will see you in July.
All right.
It's not September.
All righty.
So what did you walk away with?
What's your summary of?
Yeah, I'd like to hear what you had understood as the summary.
Unfortunately, I heard 2 or 3 people talk, so
Right.
it's hard to get a consensus.
Well, yeah, which puts him in a tough spot.
Well, that or silence is acceptance.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially, where I walk away every January and every June. I mean, we're in
At least we're consistent.
Yeah, I mean, so I will continue to work with you all on solutions. I understand there's been some vocal, preferences for where we wind up. But, at the end of the day, we have to be mindful. I mean, I'm also going to be looking at what you all said in strategic plan. And I will probably bring to you some ideas on how to, 4 of you are going to be on the next council. Right? And so I know the other 4, you're up for re-election, but at least 4 of you are going to have to deal with whatever's left. So we should probably also be talking about how we position that next council for some stability. At least give them the option, because half of you are here, and it could be everybody that's running is still here. So that'll be a discussion that I want to have with you all as well, that there are things we can do that could position that next council to not be under the gun, doom and gloom, whatever words everybody was calling it today, that may generate unassigned fund balance that you also then use to pay off some debt or refund commercial paper without taking out debt. So a lot of the things that you all have been discussing, we may be able to position ourselves in that position so that the picture isn't as bad as last year, or what we're looking at. But, you know, that's another discussion. So,
I can assure you, whatever we come back with, we're going to say you misunderstood us.
Well, that's why I was hoping to do.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. So in one of our past presentations with one of our outside consultants, we asked for, and they brought to us kind of like a lever model that said if we did this, then that would happen, and if we did that, then this would happen. And from the dais, we could say, hey, show us what would happen if you did this. Show us what would happen if you did that. If you could have this set up in that type of a, maybe in that type of an Excel spreadsheet or whatever, where we can use it as a lever model, that might be helpful for us as all of us are trying to come to consensus, or at least a majority vote on how to go. That's just one suggestion. The other is, you know, if the majority of us say that, well, I know what I don't want to do is affect the millage rate, affect the PSD or the FSA, well, then the only thing that we can do is then just cut expenses. Unless you come up with a new revenue source, like was talked about before. Hey, well, let's increase, $1,000. It's $1,000 a year to belong to the courts. It's going to cost X amount at the golf course, or whatever. Unless you can create a new income source for us, if we're not willing to adjust any of the current revenue legs, then the only recommendations that I can see that you can bring back is, okay, here's, these are the parks that we put closed on. And I mean, that's the reality of it, is we either say we are not going to hire these police officers, these firefighters. We're going to close these parks because we don't have enough rangers to support them all. Whatever. Just, I go back to my previous. It's either increase the income to accommodate just normal, ordinary inflation of the status quo expenses, or cut the expenses and leave the revenue the same, or something in the middle. And so, for me, I accept inflation. I accept that unless I want to keep having a smaller and smaller and smaller car as years go on, when I have to replace that car, the next car is going to be a little more money. And so if we either live that way in the city or we don't. So I don't know too many cities that people don't expect that the police could get more expensive next year, or the water could get more expensive next year. So it's a reality that that if we had to increase something of those three legs, just to afford inflation, and look at some things we can cut, I'm okay with working with all those levers. So for that meeting that you come back to, it's okay with me if you show some differences. Hey, if we did go to 90%, fire, okay, what does that look like? So it would be okay with me for you to mess with some of the revenue legs. Thanks.
Councilmember Long.
Yeah, that was the clarification, to an extent, the other side that I was looking for him to walk away with, because I know he had asked us twice, I think. Well, he hasn't gotten direction to make cuts or ads. So did we want to give him that direction? In a theoretical, right? We're talking about in a theoretical moving forward with levers. So I don't know whether this council does want him to do that. I think we ended this saying without doing anything, we were 5 million in the hole. So you're going to have to make cuts, or if the instruction, which it hasn't been, as far as I understand, is to not bring back any cuts, then yeah, the only solution would be which one do we raise, right? As far as where I'm at, I don't, the PST, no, I don't want to raise it. The fire, don't want to raise it. Police is a tricky one for me. I think as far as program modifications, that's the only one I'd be interested in. I'm not really, I'm of the understanding that I think he should get what he wants. That's all of what he wants, and I personally would be comfortable with defending raising the millage rate exclusively for that sole purpose to anyone that would ask. And that doesn't mean all these other things, these other modifications, And I know that's a limited view, but for me personally, when you're talking about what do we want to raise and why, I would have no problem raising the millage for the specific reason of giving the chief exactly what he asked for. That's all the officers, that's all the personnel, that's all the admin, that's all the capital. And that's part of a larger picture we're ready to leave here, but for me, there's this theory, some are familiar with like the virtuous cycle in government, right? And kind of it's like a rising tide, lifts all ships. And so when you talk about the bleak future or the potentially bleak future and the lower service levels for multiple things across it, one thing that remains constant as far as a need is public safety. In particular, in the context of my discussion, is the police chief. And so when you have a city that's running on a lighter budget, but you do have a fine-tuned police department, which we do now, and it's my desire that we continue to have, then that brings in the desirability of other people to come in and rise that tide. So when I'm talking about property ownership, valuations of properties, people want to come here, just like the argument is the same for a high-end school system and a program that rises all those things. And then again, as far as the circle, to bring it full circle, then you of course have higher valuations of the property, which in turn generates more taxes to be able to service some of these funds. So for me, I would give the police chief whatever it is that he's asking for. I think he's demonstrated that he's made a lot out of what he's been given as long as I've been here. Everything that he's needed, I don't think has ever been shown in a way to me to be superfluous with regards to bloat. He started his discussion with data, which was, I think, in some extent, 30% increases in some of the statistics as far as crimes that we're facing. So that's something that I would strongly prioritize. I'd have no problem rising taxes with regards to the millage for that. The other stuff I don't have an interest in at this point in time. Thank you.
He's also a disciple of Jack Welch. Rising tide raises all boats.
Okay, seeing no other lights on. Anything else to add, Mr. City Manager, before I close the meeting?
No, sir.
All right, time and place of future meeting.
Yeah, well, you're going to officially cancel tomorrow, right?
I'm sorry?
Cancel tomorrow?
All right.
Because we stayed through.
We need a motion for that, or?
Well, I would just formally announce that tomorrow's budgetary meeting is
Okay.
canceled.
All right, I can do that. Time and place of future meeting. We did have a budget workshop, day 2, that was scheduled for Friday, June 5th, 2026, beginning at 9 a.m. tomorrow in council chambers, but that meeting has been canceled since we have concluded the workshop on day 1. So with that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Second? Is there, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.